cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 How much love does this guy need? Soo-my-ilin left reluctantly. She had been with Soo-fam for the past few days and she felt relaxed. She was addicted to the abyss of Yuwang every day. As for the practice of Hung dual cultivation, she had long forgotten it. This was the first time she had been completely released since she started practicing Hung Dao. Anyway, she was about to go to the time and space arena. Whether she could come back alive was still unknown. She might as well devote herself to it once, which would be worth her life. As for whether Soo-fan would help her when she arrived at the time and space arena, Soo-my-ilin had no hope at all. It was said that the time and space arena in the King Kong star field was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event that all planes would send monks to participate. The area of the arena was very large, and the monks were dispersed without any division of regions. It was hard to say whether the two could be assigned to the same area. Moreover, based on her understanding of Soo-fan, he was a bastard who refused to admit his mistakes. It was impossible to expect him to risk his life to save her. After sending Soo-my-ilin away, Soo-fan plunged into the secret hall of the sect again, staying there every day to study various books without sleep and forgetting to eat. During this period, Chu Daoquan contacted him and wanted to find him to get together. The other party's implicit meaning was to introduce him to several elite disciples in the sect. Soo-fan knew that Chu Daoquan had good intentions. After all, if you want to get ahead in the sect, you must have someone to help you. But he was not interested at all. He didn't want to use his hot face to stick to other people's cold buttocks. He was not that cheap. At noon that day, Soo-fan sat cross-legged on the ground of the secret hall, holding a thick ancient book in his hand. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and found that it was Zhang Junpu again. He had been harassing him these days. "Brother, what do you want to do again? Can't you let me read a book quietly? Brother wants to invite you to drink. Come out, drink." "Nima, don't you just want to find him to go to that kind of immoral place? Who do you think he is? By the way, has my spiritual robe been refined yet?" "It has been refined a long time ago. I have done you a great favor to refine this top-grade spiritual robe. Come here, I will give you the spiritual robe." "No, I will go to the space-time arena soon. I don't have time to accompany you. Send me the spiritual robe tomorrow." A few more female cultivators have come to the Tingtao Garden in Yu Fairy City. Their looks and figures are amazing. After seeing the beauty of Soo-my-ilin, he really has no interest in dealing with those rouge and vulgar powders. "Forget it, I won't go. Go and have fun by yourself." "Hey, you guy, my buddy invited you out of kindness, but you didn't give me face. Why don't you come to break up today? This idiot is really annoying. He should go, otherwise this guy will never stop and he won't be able to live in peace these days." "Okay, where are you?" "Tingtao Garden in Yu Immortal City. Come here right away." "What the hell?" Soo-fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, put the ancient book back, then left the sect's secret hall and drove the magic weapon to Yu Immortal City. He came to Tingtao Garden and reported Zhang Junpu's name. He was led by a female cultivator to a quiet and elegant place. A wooden waterside pavilion built next to a clear and tranquil pond, built near the water, is spacious and bright, with exquisite craftsmanship. The wooden floor is almost as high as the water, but it can keep the green water flowing only beside the floor. Under the spacious and bright eaves, dozens of soft white silks are hung. When the breeze blows, a piece of white silk sways gently. Just watching such a beautiful scenery makes people feel relaxed and happy. Pushing the door and entering the room, a smell of fine Zen incense hits the face, making people feel calm and peaceful. The rows of sandalwood bookshelves are filled with ancient books, and there are several landscape paintings on the wall. There are pens, ink, paper and inkstones on a large desk. There was a small table on the kang, with an antique copper incense burner on it, with wisps of smoke floating out. There was no jewels or gems, but everything in the room was a rare treasure. Soo-fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This place has some tricks. At least there was no trace of filth and dirt, but it looked extraordinary. Zhang Junpu was sitting in front of the small table, and a beautiful female cultivator opposite was making tea. Seeing Soo-fan come in, he laughed. "Why are you here just now? You're so slow, what the hell? Su Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked over to sit cross-legged next to the small table. The female cultivator opposite was wearing a white robe, with fair skin, like a beauty carved out of white jade, with a warm luster, and a bit of coldness on her face, like a fairy in a painting without dust. No wonder Zhang Junpu always misses this place, the girls here are really interesting. Senior, have some tea. She poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Fan, and held it in front of Su Fan with both hands. Zhang Junpu chuckled and said, let me introduce you, this is junior sister Xiaoqiao. Su Fan didn't say anything, but just nodded to her. Xiaoqiao looked at Su Fan timidly, lowered her head slightly and didn't dare to look at him, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. This gloomy look makes people feel pity. Having seen the charm of Su Mailin, he has no good feelings for these female cultivators of Hehun Dao. When you meet them, don't mistake smiling faces for love. This junior sister Xiaoqiao, in the previous life, is a complete contrast, and most people can't stand it. Junior sister Xiaoqiao, call your senior sister. Su Fan waved his hands and said, forget it, I just came here to sit down. Zhang Junpu glared and said, my buddy is treating us today, why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Fan smiled and said, okay, if you call someone, I'll leave right away. Zhang Junpu pointed at Su Fan angrily and said, I don't know what to say about you. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Xiaoqiao opposite him and said, then I'll trouble you, junior sister, you have to serve us well today. Xiaoqiao's face turned red when she heard it, and even her ears on both sides were red. She lowered her head and looked up to peek at Su Fan from time to time. A layer of mist rose in her eyes, giving people a feeling that she was ready to be picked. Junior is weak. Please have mercy on me, two masters. Su Fan was lucky to have seen Su Mailin's charm, otherwise he would have been able to react on the spot. He glanced at Zhang Junpu next to him. He must be full of energy at the moment, and his breathing was heavy. Pa! Su Fan gently slapped the small table, which startled junior sister Xiaoqiao opposite. Zhang Junpu also shuddered. He picked up the teacup and took a sip to moisten his dry throat. Let's have a sip first. After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhang Junpu nodded to junior sister Xiaoqiao. You go and get ready. Junior sister Xiaoqiao responded obediently, stood up and trotted out of the room. Su Fan glanced at her back, turned his head and looked at Zhang Junpu with a smile. You are treating her as your confidant. Zhang Junpu chuckled and said, how can that be? She is cultivating the way of Hehun, and she just wants to relax occasionally. You must have spent a lot of spirit stones in this place. Not bad. I have kept Xiaoqiao for 2 years, so it's only 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fuck. This guy must be rich. He spent 2,000 high-grade spirit stones without blinking an eye. To spend so many spirit stones just for a casual occasion, how much love does this guy need? Zhang Junpu chuckled and said, are you attracted to Xiaoqiao? I'll give it to you tonight. I don't want to drink your pot washing water. You can keep it for yourself. Fuck. How can you be like this? Xiaoqiao is my love, and I haven't let anyone else touch her. What a joke. Even in the previous life, there was a repair technique, not to mention in the world of cultivation, it's a big deal to fake it. Okay, thank you, that's enough. At this time, Xiaoqiao led a few pretty young female cultivators in, carrying spiritual wine and spiritual food. When they finished setting up, Su Fan waved to them. Go out, I'll call you if I have something. After hearing this, junior sister Xiaoqiao's face turned pale, her eyes were a little red, and she looked at Zhang Junpu with a tearful look. Zhang Junpu said softly, you go out first, I have something to say to my junior brother. Junior sister Xiaoqiao left aggrieved, and only the two of them were left in the room. Zhang Junpu glanced at the girl's back, picked up the wine pot and poured a glass for Su Fan. You guy, I'll have to coax her for a long time later. Are you cheap? It's not that I didn't give her spiritual stones. Zhang Junpu lost his temper after hearing Su Fan's words. He didn't want to talk about these things with this unromantic country boy anymore. There was no fun at all. By the way, Lao Chu has been looking for you several times. You should go at least once. It won't hurt for you to meet some elite disciples in the sect. Su Fan drank a glass of spirit wine and sneered in his heart. I don't even go out of the sect usually. Why should I know them? When we get to the time and space arena, it will be better to have the help of fellow disciples than to fight alone. I still need their help. I really don't look down on them. Including Lao Chu, none of them can fight. I don't want to know them. When we get to the time and space arena, it's not certain who will help whom. Zhang Junpu smiled. With Su Fan's fighting power, if he can't even deal with him, then the rest of the people can only wait to die. It is said that the elite disciples of the sect who are participating in the space-time arena have gathered together for special training. Did they invite you? Su Fan shook his head and said, it's better not to invite them. Anyway, I'm not familiar with you. No one will know each other when we enter the space-time arena. Zhang Junpu shook his head. Are those people stupid? Isn't it good to have a strong teammate like Su Fan? Why do they always hold those prejudices? At this time, Su Fan's communication array vibrated slightly. He picked it up and found that it was a message from the Demon Lord Jialuo. He quickly activated the array. Come over tomorrow. Su Fan was about to reply, but found that the other party had cut off the communication array. He frowned and put the array away. It seems that the space-time arena is about to start. Zhang Junpu glanced at him, raised his glass and clinked it with him. Brother, be careful when you go to the space-time arena. Su Fan nodded, then raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. It's okay. Even if everyone else dies, I can come back alive and well. Zhang Junpu took out a wooden box from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. Take it. Don't worry. The master of weapon I found for you has high attainments. He is definitely the best among the best spiritual robes. Su Fan took it and put it directly into the ring without even looking at it. Thank you. I owe you a favor. The two drank until the early morning, and Su Fan left Ting Teoxun in a swaying manner. Before leaving, junior sister Xia Qiao's eyes were as charming as silk, indescribably charming and moving, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes, but Su Fan seemed to have seen nothing. Su Fan has principles. 1 to 2 is okay, but 2 against 1 is better. The next day, Su Fan came to Moran Peak early, and he met with the Demon Lord Jialuo in the main hall of the sect. Seeing him coming, the old demon motioned him to sit down. The date for the 100-year space-time arena in the King Kuang Star region has been set. You will set off next month. Su Fan nodded. He had expected it last night. You are also a disciple of our Chunjin demon sect. If you meet fellow disciples on this trip to the space-time arena, you must unite with them. You treat me as a fellow disciple at this time, and you still want to unite with me with all your heart. What good things are you thinking? Although he thought so in his heart, he still bowed respectfully. I will obey the decree of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord Jialuo looked at the guy in front of him, who seemed to be humble and pleasing to the eye, and sighed silently. I don't know what those elite disciples in the sect think, but they are extremely repulsive to Su Fan. In particular, his selection to participate in the space-time arena caused a lot of controversy among those elite disciples. The elite disciples of the sect are very independent, and even he can't say anything about this matter. But it is estimated that there is no hope for this guy in front of him to help his fellow disciples. But no matter what, as long as this kid can represent the Chunjin demon sect to participate in the space-time arena, he will not ask for anything. Thinking of this, Demon Lord Jialuo took out a ring and threw it to Su Fan. This is some cultivation supplies given to you by the sect. Take care of yourself. He waved his hand and said, okay, go. Su Fan bowed respectfully, and then slowly withdrew from Demon Lord Jialuo's abode. He came to the outside of the sect's main hall, his eyes focused, and his consciousness scanned the ring, with a hint of surprise on his face. This is more or less. The Emperor is not short of hungry soldiers. If he wants him to help the sect, he can't be stingy. In the ring are various top-grade elixirs for cultivation and assistance, various third-level attack and defense bone charms, and several top-grade magic weapons of high quality. In addition to the above-mentioned cultivation supplies, there are 2 sets of formations in the ring. One is a concealment formation, and the other is a psychedelic formation. The quality is acceptable. This thing is never too much. Not only that, the sect also gave each of them, the disciples who participated in the time and space arena, a top-grade spiritual robe. In this way, Su Fan will have 3 top-grade spiritual robes in his hand, which is enough even if he encounters several fierce battles in the time and space arena. He will leave next month, and there is still about a month left, so he should get some supplies for himself. It is said that this time and space arena will take 6 months, and the round trip will take almost a year. Therefore, all kinds of living supplies must be prepared. He doesn't want to live on a lot of fasting pills like other cultivators. Su Fan drove the magic weapon to Yu Immortal City, and then took the teleportation array to Xianyao Immortal City. Next, He plans to go to the dark market several times to exchange as many things as possible. The time and space arena in the King Kwan Star region, which is held once 100 years, faces the elites of the demons and insects. It is not too much to prepare all kinds of cultivation materials. Once you encounter a few fierce battles, the loss will be very large. Su Fan stayed in Xianyao Immortal City for a month, and his luck was pretty good. He exchanged what he needed in several dark markets, including several top-grade defensive magic weapons and a set of top-grade defensive formations. The quality is very good. There are also 2 third-level puppets. Although their quality is average, they can at least be used as meat shields and cannon fodder. Just treat them as consumables. A month later, not long after Su Fan returned to the mountain gate of Chunjin Demon Sect, he received a message from Demon Lord Jialuo. Gather at Demon Cloud Peak Square at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Chapter 402, Not a Farewell. In the early morning, the Demon Cloud Peak was covered with a layer of mist. The faint morning light permeated the entire mountain, and the peaks were looming, like a fairyland on earth. Su Fan drove the magic weapon to the Demon Cloud Peak Square. At this moment, dozens of disciples from the sect had gathered here. Except for a few people who participated in the time and space arena, the other disciples who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 were all here to see him off. When these people saw Su Fan coming, they just glanced at him and ignored him. Su Fan was also happy to do so. Anyway, he didn't know any of the disciples in the square, so he found a place where no one was and waited patiently. At this time, Chu Daoquan also arrived, and the elite disciples in the square greeted him one after another. Old Chu exchanged greetings with these people and walked over. "Brother, come with me, I will introduce you to a few fellow disciples." Waiting, before Chu Daoquan finished speaking, Su Fan smiled and waved his hand. "Brother, I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry about me," Chu Daoquan sighed and said. "Brother, when we get to the space-time arena, we can't fight alone." Laozi didn't want to fight at all. He went to the space-time arena just to fish. Su Fan had already thought about it. When he got there, he would find a deserted place to hide and come out after 6 months. Fighting and killing are so boring. Chu Daoquan persuaded him a few more times, but seeing that Su Fan was unmoved, he finally had to give up. He took out a miniature array disc from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. "Brother, take this positioning array disc. When we get to the space-time arena, if we are not too far away, come and join me as soon as possible." Su Fan took the positioning array disc and put it in his ring. Although he had no intention of joining Lao Chu, after all, he was kind and he couldn't refuse. "Brother, don't worry. When we get to the space-time arena, if I run into trouble, I'll still count on you to save me." Chu Daoquan laughed, hit Su Fan's shoulder hard, and then turned and left. At this moment, the elite disciples participating in the space-time arena have all arrived, and everyone is surrounded by many disciples who came to see them off. Only Su Fan was alone, standing on the edge of the square, and was very eye-catching. The other disciples on the square glanced over from time to time, and saw that there was not even a person to see him off, and their eyes were full of contempt. Su Fan didn't care at all, because what he hated most was the scene of parting. After a while, a figure was seen flying over from a distance with a magic weapon. Su Fan was stunned when he saw the person clearly. Why did this guy come? Zhang Junpu landed on the square and hurried over. "Damn. I almost forgot that you were leaving today, and you didn't remind me, and I almost missed it. I didn't want you to see me off, but you had to come over here. Wait a minute, I'll say hello to them." After saying this, the guy walked over, greeted everyone one by one, and came back after a long while. "Why are you here so early in the morning?" Zhang Junpu was almost angry to death after hearing Su Fan's words. "You are so heartless. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. It would have been so nice to sleep with junior sister Xia Qiao. Then why did you come? It's not a life and death separation. Okay, since you're here, I'll thank you." "Thank you for nothing," Zhang Junpu said. His face was not very good. "You must take care of yourself. When you come back, we won't stop drinking until we get drunk. This guy is so annoying. He is afraid of this, which makes people feel uncomfortable." "Don't worry, don't you know my strength?" Su Fan said, pointing to the elite disciples in the square. "Even if they all die, I can come back in one piece." Zhang Junpu, who was originally in a heavy mood, laughed out loud after hearing Su Fan's words. "You, what can I say about you?" After a while, a figure suddenly appeared in the square. The demon Lord Jialuo came. Greetings to the demon lord. The disciples in the square saw him and bowed respectfully. The demon lord Giallo glanced at everyone and waved his hand. Everyone is here, let's go. After he said that, he took off into the air and rushed out of the mountain gate. Su Fan and others hurriedly drove the magic weapon to follow him. Su Fan turned around and saw Zhang Junpu constantly waving at him. His figure became smaller and smaller until he could no longer see him. What is this guy doing here? It seems that he will never see him again. Everyone followed the demon lord Giallo all the way to the teleportation hall of Yu Fairy City, and took the teleportation array to the Yao Fairy City more than 100,000 miles away. This is the sphere of influence of the Yaoming Demon Hall of the Conceals Super Demon Sect. All the disciples of the demon sect who participate in the time and space arena will gather here. In fact, in the entire Conceals, there are not many sects that are qualified to participate in the King Kwang Star region's 100 years of time and space arena. There were only more than 30 sects of immortal sects and demon sects, and there were only a few hundred disciples participating. With a series of dazzling spiritual lights flashing, Su Fan appeared in a hall. He rubbed his swollen and painful head and followed the crowd out of the teleportation hall. Outside was a huge square. The two demon lords who had been waiting here for a long time came up to greet the demon lord Giallo. Several giant and cultivators also came over and led Su Fan and others to a beautiful valley outside the city to settle down. The conditions here are good. Not only the spiritual energy is rich, but also the scenery is extremely beautiful. Each elite disciple who participated in the time and space arena was assigned a luxurious cave, and was also equipped with several beautiful female cultivators to serve their daily life. A lot of people have gathered in the valley, all of whom are elite disciples from major demon sects. The disciples of the major super demon sects in Conceals often fight side by side in the battlefields of various planes, so they are quite familiar with each other. Seeing that the people of Chunjin demon sect have arrived, they all walked out of their caves and found familiar disciples to chat. Especially for disciples like Chiu Daoquan who are in the top 100 of Conceals battle record list, there are many people around him. Su Fan didn't want to join in the fun. He walked past the noisy crowd and walked towards his cave alone. After walking a few steps, he saw an acquaintance, Brother Daoling from the Demon Zuanshan sect. Su Fan didn't want to be recognized by the other party, so he walked past him. Fortunately, there were many people around Brother Daoling and didn't see Su Fan. Su Fan walked into his cave and saw several beautiful female key training practitioners standing side by side to welcome his arrival. Greetings, immortal. He smiled and waved his hand, nodded to them as a greeting. Su Fan glanced and saw that several girls were practicing the Helhoan Dao, but they obviously hadn't started the art of charm yet. Not to mention compared with Su Mailan, even Sister Xiaoqiao was not as good as them. Su Fan went straight to a room in the cave, sat down cross-legged, took out a small red clay stove and tea sets, and wanted to make a pot of spiritual tea for himself. But before he could make a move, several young female cultivators came in, took the tea set from him, and then quickly brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. There were also two girls who came behind him and massaged his shoulders, and their sensitive parts rubbed his back intentionally or unintentionally. Su Fan frowned immediately. The style of the Nether Demon Palace was too bold. He really couldn't accept it, and felt uncomfortable all over. Su Fan thought for a while, took out a storage bag, and handed it to the girl in the lead. You guys go and get busy, I'll call you if there's anything. After hearing this, the girls left the room respectfully with disappointment on their faces. It's really not that he's pretending to be cool, but that he, a dignified giant and cultivator, would not benefit from fighting with these female key training cultivators of the Helhoan Dao. Su Fan is a person who doesn't want to suffer any loss, so why should he let a few girls take advantage of him for nothing? If it was a girl who practiced other sects, maybe he would really have some ideas, but forget about the female cultivators of the Helhoan Dao. Su Fan picked up the teacup and just took a sip. He heard a voice coming from outside. Reporting to the immortal, Senior Mailan from the Heart Demon Temple wants to see you. Su Fan immediately smiled bitterly. This woman is quite active. It seems that she still can't forget her thunder whip. Let her in. After a while, Su Mailan walked into the abode. She smiled and walked to the opposite side of Su Fan and sat down cross-legged. Junior brother, why didn't you say hello to me when you came? Su Fan put down the teacup and smiled. Senior sister, you are wronging me. Junior brother, I just sat down and didn't even have a sip of tea. After he finished speaking, he laughed and said, Senior sister, You are so impatient, Sumailin blushed and said, hateful, you are really? When the two looked at each other, the abode was instantly filled with a charming smell. Before the couple could take the next step, there was another sound outside the house. Report to the immortal, Senior Daoling of the Demon Zhuan sect wants to see you. Su Fan quickly sat up straight and said loudly, please ask him to come in. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Sumailin next to him, and saw that her eyes were pure, and there was a cold temperament that could not be desecrated. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman's temperament changed at any time. However, she can keep this temperament for a few days and try to change the game. While he was thinking about the mess, Senior Brother Daoling walked into the Jingsh. Haha. Junior Brother, why didn't you say hello when you came? I have to come to you in person. Su Fan smiled and said, Senior Brother, you are wronging me. I just arrived and Senior Sister Myelin came. How can I have time to pay my respects to you? Senior Brother Daoling glanced at Su Myelin, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he immediately returned to normal. He sat down cross-legged, took out 2 positioning array plates, and handed them to Su Fan and Su Myelin respectively. Take this positioning array, and contact me immediately after entering the time and space arena. Su Fan took the positioning array and put it into his ring. You can't refuse it if someone gives it to you. But how can I say this thing? It can't be said to be useless. If you are not far away from each other, it will be useful. Unfortunately, the area of the time and space arena is vast, and all the cultivators will be completely dispersed, especially the disciples of the same plane. It is almost impossible for you to be next to each other. Su Myelin was quite happy. He was not familiar with Brother Daoling, and he didn't expect to receive the other party's positioning array. After all, Brother Daoling was a cultivator in the top 20 of the Cultivation battle record list. If she could really join his team, she would definitely make great achievements in the time and space arena. There is no way. Su Myelin majored in the way of joy in the way of psychedelic. Her attack power is naturally weak, but her role as an auxiliary in the team is not small. Thank you Brother Daoling, I am very grateful. Hearing Su Myelin say this, Su Fan couldn't help but express his gratitude, so he also bowed to the other party. Brother, don't worry. When we get there, I'll still have to rely on you. Although he was boastful, Brother Daoling didn't think so. He knew Su Fan's fighting ability too well. If human cultivators wanted to survive in the space-time arena, they couldn't compare with the demons and insects with their individual strength. Fortunately, human cultivators were often very united. At least in the space-time arena, the disciples of the immortals and demons would put aside all their conflicts and form small teams to fight the demons and insects to the death. Brother Daoling came here to deliver the positioning array. He wanted to chat for a few words and exchange some feelings, but when he saw Su Myelin here, he certainly wouldn't be a light bulb. Brother, I have something else to do. I'll treat you to drink another day. You must come. After he finished speaking, he stood up and said goodbye. Su Fan and Su Myelin quickly stood up and sent Brother Daoling out of the cave. The two returned to the Jingsh, and Su Myelin also took out a positioning array and handed it to Su Fan. Take this. Su Fan took it and put it in the ring, then said, don't hold out any hope. When we get to the space-time arena, the chances of us meeting each other are slim. Su Myelin knew this too. She said with a wry smile, you have to keep some thoughts in mind. You have to stay there for 6 months. In the next few days, more and more disciples from the super magic sects came here. The elite disciples from various super sects were also constantly communicating and gathering. Everyone collected a lot of positioning arrays, hoping to meet in the space-time arena. Even Su Myelin was not idle. I don't know how many positioning arrays she collected from the disciples of the major sects. Compared with other people who were connecting everywhere, Su Fan almost never left the house and stayed in the cave every day. Su Myelin came over every night, and the two of them kept practicing all night. As for the dual cultivation method, they had long forgotten it. A few days later, the elite disciples from all the sects arrived. Under the leadership of more than 10 Yuaning demon lords, hundreds of giant disciples from various major demon sects took a long-distance transmission array to the Luoxia Fairy City hundreds of thousands of miles away. This is the main city of the Zexida Odeo sect, which is known as the first immortal sect in Cultivation. The disciples of Cultivation who participate in the time and space arena will take the Starfield flying boat from here to the time and space arena. The disciples of the immortals and demons in Cultivation usually do not interact with each other. However, The communication between the top leaders is still quite frequent, and they are about to represent Cultivation to go to the time and space arena. The disciples of the immortals and demons will not fight each other at this time even if they are stupid. Even the warlike sword cultivators and the fierce demon cultivators, even if they don't like each other, will suppress their emotions at this time. In order to enhance the friendship between the disciples of the immortals and demons, the Xiao sect also organized several exchange activities. But the effect is average. Although the hostility is gone, the disciples of the immortal sect and the demon sect are still playing their own games, and there is almost no progress in the relationship between them. A few days later, in the morning, hundreds of elite disciples who participated in the time and space arena gathered at an airport outside the city. Not far away, there was a huge flying boat parked, which was hundreds of feet long and more than 10 feet high. This was the legendary Starfield flying boat that could fly across plains. Just before everyone was about to board the boat, the hundreds of unimaginable cultivators who led the team turned their heads and looked into the distance almost at the same time. Suddenly, several extremely huge human-shaped phantoms appeared in the distant sky. These phantoms were thousands of feet high, standing there upright, and everyone was stunned by this spectacular scene. The dozens of unimaginable cultivators who led the team suddenly bowed respectfully to the phantoms. Greetings to the demon lord, greetings to the immortal lord. After hearing this, hundreds of giant and cultivators finally reacted and bowed. Su Fan was so excited that he trembled all over. This was the most powerful existence in Kungsa heaven, Hulshin Xianzhen. Since crossing over to this world of cultivation, this was the first time he was so close to these monsters. These monsters who had reached the stage of transformation usually appeared like a dragon, but they rarely showed up. Unexpectedly, they showed up today, and there were several of them. Chapter 403, Divine Cloud-Piercing Treasure Ship. In the early morning, Su Fan opened his eyes, sat up from the ground, and rubbed his face. Since he boarded the Starfield flying boat, even he didn't know how long he had been flying, but it must have been several months. Since he boarded this Starfield flying boat, he has rarely left this cabin. On this Starfield flying boat, Su Fan didn't know anyone except Chu Daoquan, Su Mailan and Daoling. In the past few months, Chu Daoquan and Daoling occasionally came to chat with him, but they hardly came recently. Su Mailan would sneak over at midnight every few days, and the two of them indulged themselves shamelessly. Although the Starfield travel was very boring, Su Fan was not lonely. In the past few months, she has been communicating with others constantly. Obviously, she didn't want to rely on Su Fan to hang herself, and hoped to seek help from more people. Su Fan simply washed up, ate breakfast, pushed the door and walked out of the cabin, and came to the hall on the top floor of the flying boat. There was no cabin on the entire top floor. In addition to hall, there were also tea houses, taverns and other places for entertainment. Not only that, there are several small secret realms here, and many disciples of the immortal sect and the demon sect have come here to exchange ideas recently. Su Fan walked into the hall, and there were quite a few people here, gathering in groups of 3 or 5. However, the immortal sect and the demon sect were clearly separated, and it was almost impossible to see the immortal sect disciples and the demon sect monks gathering together. Although the journey to the Starfield had been going on for several months, the disciples of the two paths of immortality and demon still could not merge together. Maybe because he had stayed in the demon sect for a long time, he didn't feel any difference. Now that the disciples of the immortal sect and the demon sect were riding on a Starfield flying boat, Su Fan instantly felt the difference. The disciples of the immortal sect looked gentle and elegant, and they all looked like immortals. They looked much better than the unruly sword cultivators and the gloomy and terrifying demon cultivators. Moreover, Su Fan also found an interesting phenomenon. The disciples of the sword sect were also a separate lineage, and they rarely gathered with the disciples of the immortal sect. When he appeared in the standard black robe of the demon sect, all the demon sect monks on the flying boat cast their eyes on him. Which sect is that guy from? Why haven't I seen him before? I know. I heard that he is from the Chunjin demon sect and was recently promoted to an elite disciple. He is that guy from your sect. He has been in our sect for 10 years and was selected from a small plane. Hearing that Su Fan was selected from a small plane, everyone immediately lost interest and stopped paying attention to him. If it were someone else, he would definitely feel isolated, but for Su Fan, he would rather no one bother him. At this time, there was a noise in the hall. I saw several disciples of the immortal sect standing in front of the porthole, pointing outside and exclaiming. This also attracted everyone's attention, and everyone gathered in front of the porthole to look outside the flying boat. Su Fan also became excited. The reason why the star field travel is boring is that the porthole is dark throughout the journey. He walked over and looked out of a porthole with few people. I saw a faint light spot on the dark star field in the distance. Brother, is that a space point? It shouldn't be a space point, it could be a starfield flying boat from another plane. Since we saw a starfield flying boat from another plane, the space point should not be far away. After a while, the light spots in the distance became larger and larger, and the outline of a flying boat could be vaguely seen. As the starfield flying boat continued to fly, it was getting closer and closer to the flying boat. The two starfield flying boats were thousands of meters apart, almost running parallel and side by side. At this time, all the disciples knew that the space point was already in front. Look, there's also a starfield flying boat coming over there. As a shout sounded, everyone looked in the direction of the other party's finger, and saw another faint light spot appear in the distance. I don't know if it was an illusion. Su Fan felt that the speed of the flying boat began to slow down. Next, in the dark starfield flying boats continued to appear one after another, all converging here. In less than an hour, Su Fan and his companions were already densely packed with starfield flying boats. At this time, Su Fan felt that the flying boat had stopped. Not only them, but all the densely packed starfield flying boats around were suspended in the dark starfield. Su Fan knew that because there were too many starfield flying boats in front of the space point, all the flying boats could only queue up to pass. There were hundreds of starfield flying boats gathered here, each representing a plane of the human race. Su Fan secretly sighed that the King Kong starfield was too big. At this moment, he had no interest in continuing to look at it, and wanted to go back to the cabin to continue his hard training. At this time, a disciple lying on the side of the porthole suddenly shouted, "Look, there is another flying boat coming." Su Fan approached the porthole and looked out, and saw an extremely huge starfield flying boat, rushing from a distance. This starfield flying boat was thousands of feet long and more than 100 feet high. Compared with the surrounding starfield flying boats, it was definitely a behemoth. The huge flying boat whizzed past the porthole and had no intention of stopping at all. Why don't they have to queue? We've been waiting for a long time. Why else? Because it's the flying boat of Kunlun Sky? Could it be the Shinxiao-piercing cloud treasure ship of Kunlun Sky? Well, that should be it. It is said that there are thousands of disciples of Kunlun Sky participating in the space-time arena. Everyone looked at the Shinxiao-piercing cloud treasure ship whizzing past the porthole with envy, and their hearts were very complicated. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly, turned around and left the top floor hall and returned to his cabin. He sat cross-legged, and after a long time, his heart calmed down. Just now, Su Fan finally gained some experience. That's Kunlun Sky, which has the superplane of Liangsu Xianzhen. The disciples of Kungsu Sky participating in the space-time arena are only a few hundred people, which may not even be a fraction of them. Not to mention the countless small planes like Zuanluo Realm and the King Kong Star Domain, which don't even have the qualifications to participate in the space-time arena. Kungsu Sky's Star Domain flying boat waited outside for more than 10 days before crossing the space point. After the Star Domain flying boat crossed the space, it traveled for more than 10 days and finally arrived at the destination of this Star Domain trip. This is an undeveloped and remote plane, which has just been named Original Wasteland. All the disciples who participated in the time and space arena received a jade slip, which recorded various information about the Original Wasteland. The Original Wasteland is very vast, and the various terrains are very rich, and there are no strong creatures. But unfortunately, this is a spiritless plane, which is very unfavorable for human cultivators. With a dull bang, the Star Domain flying boat landed on a vast plain, and Su Fan got off the flying boat with hundreds of disciples. As soon as they got off the flying boat, the hatch behind them closed. Su Fan and others looked at the flying boat in a daze, and couldn't help looking at each other. He began to look around, and saw that the flying boats and other planes around him were the same, leaving the disciples and flying away. Su Fan raised his head and watched the dense flying boats in the air leave one after another, and then looked at the clusters of human cultivators from various planes around him. All the human cultivators from the King Kong Star region gathered on this plane. Although he could not count the number of people, 100,000 people would definitely not be able to stop them. He could not help but wonder in his heart, so many human cultivators actually gathered together, could it be that the rules of the space-time arena had changed this time? But he immediately dismissed this idea. The rules of the space-time arena could never be easily changed. Moreover, letting so many elite human disciples gather here would completely lose the meaning of the space-time arena. At this moment, the disciples of Cultivation have formed two groups. In the past few months, the elite disciples of the immortals and demons in Cultivation have each elected a leader disciple. At this time, the disciples of the immortals and demons gathered around their respective leader disciples, and the immortals and demons were clearly divided. Only Su Fan was still isolated from everyone, and he was simply a crane standing out from the flock. At this time, a man came out from the immortal sect and came to the side of the demon sect disciples. At this time, we in Cultivation should not talk about the distinction between immortals and demons. I was thinking the same thing. The two leading disciples of the immortals and demons reached a consensus, and the disciples of the two sides gathered together. Although they were still divided, they were at least united temporarily. Looking at the two groups of people gathered together, Su Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. It was useless to get together. They would all be dispersed in a while. Su Fan, come here. At this time, Brother Daoling in the crowd shouted at him. Su Fan nodded and walked to the edge of the crowd. At this time, no one paid attention to him. Because the human cultivators from various planes around sent people to communicate. Anyway, there were messy noises everywhere. Junior brother, follow me later. Su Fan turned around and found that it was Su Myalin who came over at some point. He smiled and said, Senior sister, how could those old monsters in the King Kwang Star region let us gather together? Su Myalin heard what he said, frowned and said, what if the rules change? Su Fan shook his head and said, impossible. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly found that Su Myalin's figure became ethereal, and then gradually disappeared into the air. Su Fan turned around quickly, and saw that the people around him disappeared one by one, including himself. With a hum, he seemed to fall from a high altitude, and the whole person kept rolling in the endless void. He closed his eyes, guarded his soul tightly, and let himself float around. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Su Fan fell heavily to the ground. He turned over and bounced up, and without thinking, he slapped several third-level protective bone talismans on himself. The dark magic smoke filled the air, and instantly formed several invisible barriers outside his body. Su Fan patted his waist and summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha to let them go to the surroundings to guard. Not only that, he also performed the 9-ether stealth technique to completely cover his breath. Su Fan half-crouched on the ground, his consciousness had been completely released, and everything within a few miles was in sight. He was relieved until he found nothing unusual. Su Fan took out a silk scarf from his ring and wrapped it around his face, and then put on the hood of his robe, completely covering his appearance. There must be various recording instruments in the time and space arena, which will transmit the battle scenes of the monks back to various planes in real time. Su Fan didn't want people to recognize his appearance when he returned. Only after he did all this did he begin to observe the surrounding environment seriously. At this moment, Su Fan was standing in a mountainous forest area. He was at the foot of the mountain. A cliff in the distance was very steep. There was no tree around, and it was covered with thorns and bushes. Bang! At this time, there was a sudden explosion in the distance, and a dazzling firework ignited in the sky. This firework was about dozens of miles away from Su Fan. At a glance, it was obvious that it was the work of a human monk. Stupid, Su Fan cursed. He was so reckless just after arriving. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the demons and insects? He glanced at the endless hills in the distance, turned around and walked towards the dense forest on the distant mountain. It's better to stay away from this idiot. In order to avoid exposing himself too early, Su Fan did not control the magic weapon, but walked into the forest. As soon as he entered the dense forest on the mountain, it seemed as if he had suddenly entered the evening from daytime, giving people an unusually cold feeling. The layers of leaves on the top of the head blocked the light tightly, and only occasionally a few beams of sunlight penetrated the blockade of the leaves and shone on the ground to form large and small spots of light. This forest gives people a very ancient feeling. There are many big trees with a thickness of several meters, and giant trees that can be hugged by several people can be seen everywhere. Su Fan now has only one thought, that is, to find a hidden place to hide and stay there for a few months. Anyway, let him go out to fight with the elites of the demons and insects. That is not even a thought. Isn't it better to find a place to spend 6 months in peace? Why go around and fight and kill? It's simply boring. At this time, a beast in the distance seemed to find someone invading its territory and kept roaring. Without Su Fan's order, the nearby Yaksha easily dealt with the owner here. Su Fan became excited. This beast must have its own nest, which can at least be used as a temporary hiding place. Thinking of this, he sent a thought to Sister Zhen and Yaksha. After a while, Sister Zhen found the beast's nest. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the cave. He had cleaned it up. There was no fishy and foul smell when he first came. The insects in the cave were also cleaned up by him using the magical power of purifying red lotus. Su Fan also arranged 2 hidden formations outside the cave, and asked Sister Zhen and Yaksha to guard nearby. He looked up at the cave and was satisfied with the environment here. At least there were no traces of demons and insects around. Let's settle down here temporarily. Tomorrow, let Sister Zhen and Yaksha continue to go deep into the mountains and try to find a more hidden place. Su Fan found the positioning array discs of Chiu Daoquan, Daoling and Su Miaolin hidden in the ring and found no trace of them. The effective range of this miniature positioning array disc is about 1,000 miles, which means that the 3 of them are thousands of miles away and it is impossible to reunite in a short time. Su Fan didn't want to reunite with them either. He just wanted to hide alone and stay here for 6 months. He took out the communication array disk and wanted to chat with Su Miaolin and others, but the communication array disk didn't respond at all. It was impossible to communicate here. Su Fan took out a 4th level bone talisman, but it didn't respond either. Any magic weapon that exceeds this cultivation level cannot be used here. He smiled bitterly and put away the communication array disk and the 4th level bone talisman. This is the cruel time and space arena. Su Fan took out the jade slip that introduced the information of original wasteland and placed it on his forehead. But he put down the jade slip after just a few glances, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Because the original information in this jade slip has disappeared inexplicably, only a map is left in the jade slip. Moreover, a red circle appeared on the map. What's more amazing is that the red circle can be enlarged or reduced according to the mind, just like the electronic map in the previous life. According to the map on the jade slip, Su Fan repeatedly calculated that the area of this red circle is not large, only tens of thousands of miles in radius. For ordinary people, such a large area may not be able to walk out in their lifetime. But for giant and cultivators like them, the area of the red circle is a bit small. It is not necessary to guess that this red circle is the area where the time and space arena is located. Even all the cultivators participating in the time and space arena may not be able to leave this area. No. This area is not large, and it is nothing to throw more than 100,000 human cultivators in it. Don't forget that there are dozens of times more demon and insect elites in the King Kong Star region than human cultivators. If they are all placed in this area, the time and space arena will seem a bit crowded. Thinking of this, Su Fan frowned immediately. Without even thinking about it, he came to a conclusion in his mind, that is, the elites of the demons and Zerg participating in the space-time arena have not yet entered the space-time arena. Chapter 404, Can't he just have a meal in peace? Su Fan broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of such a large area, gathering hundreds of thousands of elites from 3 races. This also strengthened his previous idea, that is, to find a hidden place to hide himself. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out the cooking utensils and stoves from the ring and began to reward himself. During the months of traveling in the star field, because it was not convenient to start a fire in the cabin, he had always relied on dry food to survive, and his mouth had long been dry. The world is big, and eating is the most important. Su Fan made a fire and cooked for himself, stewed a large pot of 5th level wild beast meat, fried a few delicious side dishes, and took out a jar of spirit wine. After tossing for more than half an hour, he found a flat ground in the cave and put on the floor table, and slowly placed all kinds of food on the table. Su Fan sat cross-legged in front of the floor table and rubbed his hands excitedly. The tempting aroma came to his nose, and Su Fan, who had not eaten hot meals for several months, almost drooled. Su Fan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of stewed wild beast meat, and was about to put it into his mouth. Bang! Boom! He was about to put the wild beast meat into his mouth, But he didn't expect that there were sudden earth-shaking noises outside the cave. Su Fan was caught off guard, and he didn't hold the chopsticks firmly, and the wild beast meat fell to the ground. "Master, there are so many demons and insects falling from the sky, and a big one landed not far from us." At this time, Sister Zhen, who was on guard outside, sent a thought. It seems that his guess was right. The elites of the demons and insects have just entered the time and space arena. Su Fan shook his head, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of wild beast meat. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he received another thought from Sister Zhen. "Master, the big guy not far from us is a disgusting big bug. It has drilled into the ground. This big bug is also an old cunning bastard. It must be hiding underground, waiting to attack someone." "Got it. You stay alert and report immediately if there is any situation." Su Fan smiled bitterly. He didn't have anything to worry about. After all, he was not as reckless as other human cultivators. Moreover, he used the 9-ether stealth technique to hide in a cave in the mountains. Not only that, he also arranged 2 concealment arrays outside the cave, and Sister Zhen and Yaksha were on guard outside. He was confident that the demons and insects could not find him at all. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the wild beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Who knew that just as he put it to his mouth, a sudden violent tremor came from under his feet, and the cave began to tremble slightly, and the gravel and dust on it scattered. Su Fan waved his hand and propped up a spiritual shield. Fortunately, he was quick, otherwise these gravel and dust would have fallen into the dishes on the table. "Damn, that big bug is too noisy. Can't he be allowed to eat quietly?" Su Fan cursed inwardly and raised his chopsticks to put it into his mouth again. Boom! Before he could eat anything, the huge cave suddenly broke into pieces, and Su Fan felt that his whole body was lifted up. Then, a horn several feet long emerged from the ground. Su Fan didn't even think about it. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. He escaped from the cave with blood escape. He threw away the chopsticks in his hand, crushed 2 third-level protective amulets, and then took out a magic sword from the ring, staring at the cave opposite. "I have been struggling for more than an hour, and I haven't eaten a single bite. If I don't kill you today, I will take your surname." Boom! There was another loud noise, and the cave in front of him no longer existed. Then a huge head appeared, and the giant insect raised its head high, revealing its true form. This elite insect was more than 10 feet long, and its body shape was very similar to the longhorned beetle in the previous life. It was light brown all over, with dark golden star spots on its back shell. Its body was covered with hideous bone spurs, especially the huge black horn on its head, which was several feet long. Its skin was as strong as if it was made of bronze, and its will-like single eye stared at Su Fan with a hint of contempt in its eyes. The one-horned beetle, the golden race among the insects. Before entering the space-time arena, Su Fan read countless materials about the various races in the King Kwang Star region in the secret hall of the Chunjin demon sect, especially the elite high-level demons and the golden race among the insects. He basically knew them all. The one-horned beetle was extremely powerful, and its shell could even resist the full-strength attack of a Yuan cultivator, and it also had several Earth-related magical powers such as piercing mountains, escaping underground, and earthquakes. Its attack power was not a big deal, but its defense was too strong, which was simply unsolvable for ordinary human cultivators because they could not break the defense at all. "No matter if you are gold or silver, if you delay my meal, I will kill you anyway." Before the one-horned beetle crawled out of the mountain, Su Fan's figure had already appeared in the air, holding his sword high in both hands and slashing down fiercely. Infinite slash, an extremely majestic momentum rose to the sky, and it slashed down with a terrifying killing intent. Boom! The whole world seemed to be split in half by this sword. The sky shattered, and the sky was torn apart. The dark clouds that were originally all over the sky suddenly parted, and the extremely terrifying sword intent instantly landed on the shell of the one-horned beetle. There was only a sharp collision sound, and the terrifying sword intent that Su Fan used had already cut a crack in the shell of the one-horned beetle. The one-horned beetle let out a shrill scream, and its whole body rolled violently, and it couldn't bear the power of this sword at all. It is worthy of being the golden race among the Zerg, and it actually resisted this sword. Su Fan was about to strike with his sword again to completely get rid of this guy, but who would have thought that the huge body of the single-horned beetle would instantly sink into the ground. Suddenly, Su Fan's hair stood up, and a flash of blood appeared on his body. He had already disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, a hideous black and shiny giant horn suddenly drilled out from the ground, almost piercing Su Fan's body. Su Fan appeared in the air again, and the big sword slashed down again. Reverse wind slash, the whole space became distorted, and the surrounding air stagnated instantly. With a flash of sword light, the sharp sword intent passed by, making a sharp whistling sound. Boom! This sword cut a gully several meters deep in the ground, and also completely shattered the shell of the single horned beetle underground. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a lightning bolt roared out, heading straight for the single horned beetle underground. Exploding sword, the thunder sword with a manic lightning and thunder suddenly appeared and pierced into the body of the one-horned beetle. The thunder sword wrapped in thunder and lightning raged wildly in the body of the one-horned beetle, an endless violent thunder burst. The one-horned beetle originally wanted to use the earth-escaping magic to escape, but its body instantly froze there. Su Fan certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. He held the magic sword with both hands and stabbed it hard into the head of the one-horned beetle. Boom! The Tau seeds in his body rotated loudly, and countless hot positive pulls, cold bone-eroding winds, violent thunder and lightning, and cold nine-hell mysterious waters rushed into the head of the one-horned beetle along the magic sword. In just a few breaths, the one-horned beetle lost its vitality and lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, all the single-horned beetles in the space-time arena began to roar loudly. They had sensed the death of a certain member of their clan. Su Fan pulled the magic sword out of the head of the single-horned beetle, held the horn tightly with both hands, and dragged it out from the ground with a sudden force. This is a golden insect race. If he takes it back, he will definitely be able to sell it for a lot of spiritual stones. He patted an inconspicuous pocket on his waist, and the huge insect body of the single-horned beetle disappeared instantly. This pocket on Su Fan's waist was one of the 3 treasures he chose from the secret library of the Chunjin demon sect. This pocket is called the Kingpin treasure bag. It looks inconspicuous, but the space is enough for 3,000 square meters. Because the bodies of the demons and insects are extremely large, the Beifang ring can't hold much at all, so when he saw this Kingpin treasure bag, he took it for himself without hesitation. Although the single-horned beetle of the golden insect race is quite resistant, it seems to Su Fan that it is just that. But at this moment, Su Fan thought of a problem. He was hiding in a cave deep in the mountains. How did this single-horned beetle find him? He frowned and took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Fuck. After just one look, Su Fan's eyes suddenly went dark. He saw that the red circle on the map was densely covered with light spots of various colors. It seems that it is impossible to fish in the time and space arena. From the color of the light spots on the map, it can be distinguished that the golden ones are the Zerg and the red ones are the demons, because these 2 colors of light spots are the most. And the single-horned beetle he just killed has turned into a constantly flashing golden light spot, which flashed for a while and then disappeared from the map. You don't have to guess that the blue light spots with the least number must be human cultivators. Before coming here, Su Fan had a beautiful idea, thinking about finding a place to hide and slack off, but now it seems impossible. The positions of all the cultivators in the time and space arena have already appeared clearly in the red circle. How can he find a place to hide? The time and space arena is too cruel. There is no other choice here except to fight to the death. At this time, there are many red light spots around, approaching him. Su Fan sighed. It seems that he can't hide. No matter where he hides, these demon elites can easily find his position. Since there is no choice, let's fight. Su Fan exhaled a long breath and put the jade slip on his forehead again. After a while, he put away the jade slip, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The time and space arena in the King Kong star domain, which takes place once 100 years, is an extremely grand day for all creatures in the entire star domain. At this moment, all the human sects and immortal cities in all the major planes of the King Kong star domain have propped up huge light curtains. It's like the New Year in all places. All human cultivators gathered under the light curtain, waiting for the opening of the time and space arena. Although Su Fan had just killed the golden insects cleanly, there was no shadow on the light curtains of the major planes of the human race at this time. Because the time and space arena had just begun, the first to appear on the light screen were the real-time images of the monks from various superplanes. Almost no one paid attention to Su Fan, a monk from Kungsu Heaven. Just like his Weibo in his previous life, his traffic was not enough and he could not be on the hot search at all. Of course, As the battle in the time and space arena continued, the people who appeared on the light screen next would depend on their own battle records. Several demon elites on the map were approaching him quickly. Instead of running away, Su Fan rushed towards a demon elite. Although he was confident in his own strength, he also tried his best to avoid being beaten by two demons. No matter how many ways he came, I will only go one way. After several blood escapes, Su Fan had seen a demon in the distance, howling towards him. This demon was more than 10 meters tall, and each step could take several feet away. All the towering ancient trees and boulders that blocked its way were crushed by this demon. The blood light on Su Fan's body flashed again, and he instantly appeared within tens of meters of the opponent. Before he could launch an attack, the air on the other side suddenly twisted, and a visible golden light circle instantly spread over. Wherever the golden light circle passed, densely packed towering ancient trees fell down like wheat being cut, and hills and slopes also collapsed one after another. This is so. I didn't expect that the magical power launched by this demon elite would be so terrifying. Although it was dozens of meters away from Su Fan, the golden light circle arrived in an instant. Su Fan didn't dare to resist it, and quickly launched the blood escape to avoid its sharp edge. But what he didn't expect was that the golden light circle suddenly exploded and turned into golden light mist, instantly enveloping Su Fan. Su Fan had just appeared from the air, and the overwhelming golden light mist had already rushed over. In a hurry, he took out a piece of bone armor that was dozens of meters square from his ring to block himself. Crackle. Countless golden sand grains hit the bone armor of the 5th level wild beast that was several meters thick, leaving fist-sized holes on the bone armor. Moreover, these golden sands were extremely corrosive, constantly corroding the bone armor, making a creepy sizzling sound. Bang! Su Fan and the several meter thick bone armor fell to the ground almost at the same time. He kicked the ground with his right foot, and the several meter thick bone armor was pushed out by him, and he ran straight into the oncoming demon. The demon had already rushed to the front, and before it could react, it was hit by the several meter thick bone armor. The demon, more than 10 meters tall, stretched out its two thick forearms and pressed hard on the bone armor, but the huge force plus inertia knocked it back again and again. Ouch! The demon raised its head and howled wildly, and its thick lower limbs kicked the ground hard, finally stabilizing its body. But at this time, a swordlight flashed behind the demon. Whirlwind slash! The air within a radius of hundreds of meters seemed to be sucked away at once, and a whirlwind was stirred up in an instant. The dust and gravel on the ground were swept up wildly, like a violent hurricane sweeping wildly. Puff! The huge head of the demon race soared into the sky, and black blood splashed everywhere. Bang! The demon race's head fell to the ground, and the huge demon race fell to the ground with a bang. Su Fan waved his hand and put the demon race elite into the kingpin treasure bag, then walked to the bone armor of the 5th level wild beast and looked at the dense holes on it. The golden insect race and demon race elites who can come to the time and space arena are really not given for nothing. That is to say, if it were a human cultivator, he might have died in front of the magic power just displayed by the demon race. The bone armor on the 5th level wild beast was corroded into this state by the golden sand particles. The 3rd level protective talismans and top-grade magic weapons of the human race are probably unable to stop it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. When the nest is destroyed, no egg can remain intact. Su Fan put away the bone armor of the 5th level wild beast, then took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. He put away the jade slip, and a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. After a while, a demon elite with a cow's hoof and a human body rushed out of the dense forest. It was 3 feet tall, with a red face and fangs, a pair of curved horns on its head, and its eyes bulged out like copper bells. Its appearance was very terrifying. Especially the demon arms that were as thick as a human waist, and a pair of demon claws that were like giant scissors, opening and closing, making a creepy snapping sound. This was the middle-level race of the demon race, the curved-horned evil demon, with an extremely cruel temperament, and liked to use its demon claws to tear its prey into pieces. The curved-horned evil demon looked at the traces of fighting left on the ground, sniffed again, and then looked around with a solemn expression. The human cultivator was clearly nearby, How could he disappear? The curved-horned evil demon took off a huge bone tablet from his waist, and his copper bill-like eyes suddenly opened wide. At this moment, a sturdy arm suddenly appeared in the air and instantly slashed towards the neck of the curved-horned demon. But the curved-horned demon reacted very quickly, and the huge demon drive shook, barely avoiding Su Fan's sneak attack. Puff! Su Fan's demon-eyed claws slashed across the neck of the demon elite. Although the curved-horned demon made an evasive move, a wound was still cut on the neck. Since the sneak attack failed, he could only attack by force. Su Fan's demon drive suddenly surged and turned into the appearance of a wild beast. The more than 10-meter-long tail behind the demon-eyed body swung violently and entangled the demon arm of the curved-horned demon. Su Fan's beastly body took advantage of the situation and pounced on it, opening his ferocious big mouth and biting the opponent's neck. Waving his two sturdy forearms, he inserted two claws into the head of the curved-horned demon and twisted it fiercely. Woo! The curved-horned demon screamed miserably, and the huge figure fell to the ground with a bang. Su Fan removed his demonic body, put the curved-horned demon into the kingpin treasure bag, took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead, and then disappeared from the spot. Another curved-horned demon several feet tall was rampaging in the dense forest, knocking down countless towering ancient trees like a bulldozer. Suddenly, the curved-horned demon stopped and turned its ferocious head to look around. As a high-level race among the demons, the curved-horned demon has inherited high-level blood from generation to generation. It has inherited the magical powers of its ancestors since birth, and has experienced countless battles. Only then did it stand out among the curved-horned demon population. At this moment, the curved-horned demon, who had experienced hundreds of battles, felt an inexplicable crisis. Although it did not find anything, its intuition told it that there must be danger hidden around. Suddenly, a ferocious big mouth appeared in the air and bit the back of the curved-horned demon's neck fiercely. With a puff sound, the nearly 1-meter-long fangs and sharp teeth pierced deeply into the back of the curved-horned demon. Arwoo! The curved-horned demon let out a shrill howl. Shaking the huge demon drive violently, trying to throw the beast-transformed Su Fan off from behind. The beast-transformed Su Fan's two thick hind legs firmly stepped on the back of the curved-horned demon, and his 10 thorn-like toes were locked in the gap of the shell. A barbed tail swung violently and entangled with a curved horn on the head of the curved-horned demon. He raised a ferocious claw and inserted it into the pair of copper bill-like demon eyes of the curved-horned demon, and twisted it fiercely. Woo-ao! The curved-horned demon let out an extremely shrill howl, and the huge demon drive fell to the ground with a bang. After removing the beast-transformed body, Su Fan waved his hand and put the curved-horned demon into the kingpin treasure bag. He was about to observe the movements of other demons from the jade slip in the dark, but suddenly turned his head and took out a magic sword from the ring without thinking. He held the hilt tightly with both hands, jumped high, and slashed with his sword. Rage slash! An extremely angry mood instantly spread around, and an endless oppressive atmosphere permeated everywhere, and even time seemed to have stopped. Swish! A sword light of dozens of meters flashed, and the space seemed to be distorted and broken wherever it passed. With a sword light with a fierce murderous intent, it slashed down at a bent-horned evil demon that had just rushed out of the dense forest. The huge demon driver, several meters tall, was slashed and flew backwards and fell into the dense jungle. The huge demon driver of the bent-horned evil demon fell down, with a deep wound several meters long on its body. It struggled to sit up and tried to stand up again. Su Fan took advantage of the situation and did not show mercy. A flash of blood flashed on his body, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already appeared above the head of the curved-horned demon, and thrust the sword fiercely into its copper bill-like magic smoke. Almost at the same time, the Tao seed in Su Fan's body turned violently, and countless manic thunder currents and hot positive poles flowed into the head of the curved-horned demon along the magic sword. Su Fan did not pull out the magic sword until the curved-horned demon fell to the ground and did not move. He glanced at the several-meter-long sword mark on the curved-horned demon, and then nodded with satisfaction. Now Su Fan's sword intent is no longer what it used to be. He can actually cause such damage to high-level demons from dozens of meters away, which is already very awesome. At this time, Sister Zhen and Yaksha, who had been on alert around, sent him a thought respectively. 2 more curved-horned demons have already killed their way out of the dense forest from different directions. Su Fan sighed, "It's not over yet, right?" He took a deep breath, and a flash of blood appeared on his body. He appeared outside the dense forest and saw two curved horned demons rushing towards him. Su Fan pinched his right hand and chanted a spell, and sacrificed a small tower about an inch in size. The small tower grew in the wind and instantly turned into a pitch-black giant tower, more than 10 feet in size. He formed a sword finger with his right hand and pointed at a curved horned demon. The demon realm pagoda disappeared in an instant, and instantly enveloped a curved horned demon in it. It fell to the ground with a boom and sealed it in the demon realm pagoda. In just a blink of an eye, another curved horned demon had already killed it. It swung its magic arm violently, and a gray wind blade visible to the naked eye whistled and slashed towards Su Fan. The wind blade cut through the air and made a sharp whistling sound. Su Fan raised his hand and sacrificed a pitch-black tortoise shield defense magic weapon to block in front of him. Bang sound. The tortoise shield magic weapon was shattered in an instant, and it could not resist the opponent's magical power at all. In a hurry, Su Fan raised his magic sword with both hands and slashed it fiercely. Bang! The gray wind blade was chopped off by the sword, and Su Fan's arms were sore from the shock. His body also retreated more than 10 steps in succession before he stabilized his body. The magical power of the curved horned demon is indeed very powerful. The few who were just killed were all sneak attacks, and they did not give the opponent a chance to use their magical power. If they were all head-on like this, it would be really troublesome. Fortunately, the heavenly demon Saint Bodyart broke through the 4th level, and he ate so much 5th level wild beast meat in the past few years, and then he practiced hard for several months in the extreme gravity environment of the heavenly prison. Otherwise, this blow would have taken half of his life. At this moment, the curved horned demon had already killed him close to him, waving his several-meter-long magic arm and slashing at him. Su Fan's body flashed with lightning, and his figure disappeared from the spot, narrowly avoiding a pair of demon claws that looked like giant scissors. In the blink of an eye, he had come behind the curved horned demon and swung his magic sword to cut fiercely. The curved horned demon reacted very quickly. Although the demon was huge, he turned around and swung his thick demon arm to block the demon sword. The thick bone armor on the demon arm blocked the magic sword, but it was also chopped into pieces. Su Fan's magic sword is specially designed to defeat the bodies of demons. The bone armor on the opponent's demon arm is obviously not simple. Although it was chopped into pieces, it also blocked the sword. Despite this, the huge inertia still made the sword cut into the demon arm and stuck firmly in the bone gap. Seeing that the opponent's other demon arm had already smashed down, Su Fan let go of the magic sword, kicked the opponent's demon with his right foot, and jumped onto the shoulder of the curved horned demon. 9 strength bone dissolving hand, Su Fan punched the back of the curved horned demon with a fierce punch, and penetrated several sinister and strange forces into its head. Ouch! The curved horned demon screamed miserably, shaking its huge head violently, trying to throw Su Fan off. But Su Fan didn't care about that at all, and continued to use the 9 strength bone dissolving hand to hit the opponent's head fiercely. At this moment, the mysterious magic sword stuck in the arm of the curved horned demon also began to devour its energy. After a while, the huge demon fell to the ground. Su Fan jumped down, pulled out the big sword stuck in the opponent's demon arm, and then turned and walked towards the demon realm pagoda in the distance. He came to the dark giant tower, pinched the formula and chanted the spell to put the demon realm pagoda into the ring. The curved horned demon in the demon realm pagoda was attacking frantically. The giant tower suddenly disappeared, and the curved horned demon trapped inside was a little confused. But before it could react, a sharp sword light swept across. Whirlwind slash, a terrifying sword light flashed, and it seemed that an endless storm had been set off around it, rolling up countless dust and gravel, and all the towering ancient trees within a radius of hundreds of meters were cut off at the roots. The curved horned demon at the center of the storm was immediately cut in half by the magic sword with a sharp murderous intent, and fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Su Fan was panting heavily while leaning on the big sword. This mysterious magic sword was too lethal to the demons. As long as he avoided the bone armor worn by the demons, he could basically kill them with one sword. It seems that if you want to quickly kill the demon elites, you still have to use the huge power of the magic sword to get close and kill them. He took out the jade slip and put it on his forehead, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he solved all the bent-horned evil demons that surrounded him. Su Fan was about to put away the jade slip, but suddenly he thought of something and quickly put the jade slip on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip with a serious face. Something is wrong. According to past experience, in the space-time arena held every 100 years in the King Star region. Although the number of human cultivators is small, they are often very united. The demons and insects don't care so much, and they often kill each other. But the strange thing is that in this century-old space-time arena, the demons and insects seem to have united. According to the map in the Jade Slip, countless red and golden light spots all gathered around the blue light spot. And the blue light spot is still flashing, and then slowly disappears. This shows that not only he was besieged by the demons, but other human cultivators in the space-time arena were also besieged by the demon elites and the golden insects. What the hell? I came to the space-time arena just to fish and swim here. Who would have thought that the situation would become so serious? Now even if Su Fan wanted to stay out of it, it would be impossible. If the human cultivators were allowed to be killed by the demon elites and the golden insects, even if he was the only one left, he would still not be able to escape the fate of death. When the nest is destroyed, the eggs will be destroyed. Moreover, the time and space arena lasted for 6 months. Even if Su Fan wanted to hide, he couldn't. The demon elites and the golden insects could easily find his hiding place. No matter how strong Su Fan was, he was just one person. He couldn't face the crazy siege of countless demon elites and golden insects. For now, he could only fight his way out. It is estimated that all the human cultivators in the time and space arena should understand their situation and will fight back desperately. Damn it, fight. He didn't want to become a pile of shit for the demons and insects. Thinking of this, Su Fan put the jade slip on his forehead again. After a while, he put the jade slip into the ring, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he had disappeared on the spot. At this moment, all the human planes in the King Star region were immersed in endless grief and anger. Now, all the light screens in each plane were playing the scenes of human monks being surrounded and killed. The human monks who were surrounded and killed were already blood-curdling. Many seriously injured human monks even adopted the secret technique of self-destruction and died together with the demons and insects. The eyes of the human monks under the light screen were red, watching their kind being torn apart by the demon elites and the golden insects, and then eaten up. At this moment, the light screens under the major human planes were very quiet. Everyone stared at the tragic scene on the light screen, and many female monks were already in tears. There was no way, the number of human monks was too small. Moreover, in comparison, in terms of individual strength, human monks were also inferior to the demon elites and the golden insects. Of course, the human monks in the King Star region were not afraid of war. Although the demons and insects occupied the majority of the planes, in terms of organizational ability and productivity, the two races could not catch up with a human race. Except for a few high-level elite races, the vast majority of demons and insects are scattered, despite having endless cannon fodder at the bottom. But if the human cultivators really get ruthless, countless years later, the Blue Sky Star region has not yet been able to make up for the demons and insects. Clang. At this time, a sword chant that resounded through the void suddenly came from the light curtain, and a cultivator rode a flying sword and whistled from a distance. The sword cultivator flicked his fingers and controlled the flying sword to fall from the sky. The flying sword brought a sharp edge, sweeping up a mighty force, sweeping across like an overwhelming force. The many demon elites who were besieging the human cultivators were instantly chopped to pieces by the flying swords, and the huge demon elites fell in groups. Sword cultivators. Sword cultivators are here, kill. Kill them, kill. Kill these damned bastards. At this moment, all the light curtains under the human planes turned into a sea of cheers. The human cultivators under the light curtain, who had been holding back their anger for so long, also vented out all at once with the arrival of this sword cultivator. Finally, they saw ruthless human. Just now, they were all seeing the scenes of the human race being surrounded and killed, which made them feel very upset. Everyone stared with red eyes and screamed loudly, not caring about their hoarse voices. The human cultivators who were originally surrounded and killed saw the arrival of this sword cultivator, and their morale was greatly boosted, and they launched a crazy counterattack. At this time, a blood-red character appeared on the light curtain. Kunlun Dawn, Cheyenne Ayu Sword Sect, Liu Muin, 12 consecutive kills in the time and space arena. Kunlun Dawn, Cheyenne Ayu Sword Sect, Liu Muin, record 106, promoted to the top of the human race killing list in the time and space arena. Boom. Seeing the blood-red characters on the light curtain, the light curtains of all human planes exploded instantly. At this time, Several flying demon elites roared down from the sky and pounced on Liu Muyin. More demon elites on the ground also surrounded and killed him. Although Liu Muyin was powerful, he was outnumbered. With serious injuries, he took back his flying sword and took away several demon elites by self-destruction. Kunlun Gan, Cheyenne Ayu Sword Sect, Liu Muyin, record 138, top of the human killing list in the time and space arena, fallen. All the human cultivators under the light curtain fell silent again, and some young female cultivators had already started to cry loudly. Everyone had tears in their eyes and stood up silently to see Liu Muyin off. Chapter 406. As long as he is still a human being. Zhou Liang drove the magic weapon and fled forward desperately, with more than 20 Zergs chasing him. He was lucky. Not long after entering the time and space arena, he joined several human monks nearby and formed a team. Unexpectedly, he was surrounded by more than 10 demon elites soon. Although everyone fought desperately, they were outnumbered in the end, and all the members of the team were killed or injured. Zhou Liang was also seriously injured, and finally he relied on a third-level great teleportation talisman to break out of the siege. He thought he could escape, but who would have thought that he would be surrounded by these golden Zergs again? At this time, a flying Zerg suddenly appeared in the air in front of him, and it was whistling and rushing towards him. Zhou Liang threw out 2 third-level talismans, which barely blocked the attack of the flying Zerg, but he also fell from the air. With a bang, he fell to the ground. At this moment, the Zerg behind Zhou Liang was almost catching up, and the flying Zerg in the air also fell from the sky and swooped down towards him. He was already seriously injured at this moment, and his spiritual energy had almost been exhausted. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Master, I am incompetent and cannot go back to honor you. Zhou Liang smiled bitterly, took out a third-level talisman from his ring, and was about to activate it to die with the flying Zerg. Swish, a sharp sword light flashed in front of him, and the cold murderous aura in the air made him shudder. The head of the flying species that was swooping down from the sky was cut off in an instant. The huge headless insect body flew over almost above his head, fell to the ground, and rolled several times before stopping. Bang! The huge insect head also fell not far away, rolling to the side. Zhou Liang was stunned to see all this. That was a golden insect race, but it was beheaded by a sword. Could it be that the other party was a sword cultivator? It would be great if he met a sword cultivator. Even in Kunlun Heaven where he was, the fighting power of sword cultivators was the strongest. Zhou Liang turned his head excitedly and finally saw the cultivator who saved him. He was wearing a black robe, a wide hood on his head, and a black silk scarf on his face. He couldn't see his face at all. He held the sword in both hands, his body slightly bent, like a violent monster, with a strong momentum all over his body. This is a demon cultivator, but at this time, Zhou Liang didn't care about the immortal sect or the demon sect, as long as the other party was a human cultivator. He forced his hands and said, "Thank you for saving my life." After hearing Zhou Liang's words, the other party turned his head and glanced at him. The man's eyes were cold and gloomy, as if a violent monster was staring at him. It was the first time Zhou Liang had seen a demon cultivator. In his plane, the demons were no different from the evil cultivators. They were simply wanted by everyone. As long as they appeared, they would be hunted down. There were at least 7 or 8 demon cultivators who died in his hands. Who would have thought that he was the one who was in a state of near death today, and was actually saved by a demon cultivator? Stay still. Zhou Liang was immediately confused when he heard it. What did you mean by asking me to stay still? Brother, there are still a large group of golden insects behind us. Shouldn't we run away at this time? Are all demon cultivators so arrogant? Do you still want to fight with so many golden insects? That's too crazy. Zhou Liang was about to speak, but before he could open his mouth, he was stunned by the other party's actions. The demon cultivator put the big sword in his hand into the ring, and then a thick demon smoke filled his body. Then, the other party's body slowly expanded, and in a short while, it turned into a 2-meter-tall demon. Zhou Liang was immediately stupid. He had not seen many demon cultivators, and did not know the secret art of blood fusion of the demon sect. Zhou Liang suddenly became nervous. What was going on? Could it be that this guy was not a human at all? He quickly took out the third-level talisman from the ring, ready to activate it at any time and die with the guy in front of him. But then, something happened that made him even more terrified. He saw that the other party's figure changed again, and continued to expand into a nearly 10-meter-long monster. The monster turned its huge head and made a gesture to him to stay here with its thick forelimbs, and then its body slowly turned into a phantom and disappeared into the air. It was not until he saw the other party make that very human gesture that Zhou Liang fell to the ground. His body was already dripping with cold sweat. He breathed a long sigh of relief. No matter what the other party became, as long as he was still a human, it would be fine. The other party asked him to stay here, so he stayed here with peace of mind. Anyway, in his current state, he couldn't run far. At this time, more than 20 insects had already chased after him with a roar. The giant mantis-like Zerg in the lead kicked the ground with its thick hind legs and instantly jumped hundreds of meters away. Its two giant knife-like forelimbs whistled and slashed at Zhou Liang, who was lying on the ground. Zhou Liang closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate, tightly holding the third-level explosion talisman in his hand. He knew that the demon cultivator was hiding nearby, and he had to create a chance for the other party no matter what. Anyway, he was willing to give it his all. Let him die. But even if he died, he had to take a few Zergs with him. With a puff sound, Zhou Liang opened his eyes quickly and was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that the huge mantis-like Zerg had been cut in half and fell in front of him. The ground was full of dark green juice and exuded a pungent smell. But at this moment, Zhou Liang did not see the figure of the demon cultivator. He knew that the other party was still in stealth mode. Seeing that the Zerg behind him had not caught up, he suddenly had an idea and took out a third-level mist talisman from his ring. Zhou Liang used up his last bit of spiritual power to activate this talisman, and swung it forward violently, creating a thick fog dozens of meters away. The thick fog also blocked the sight of the Zergs behind him, which temporarily prevented them from seeing the mantis-like Zerg being killed. After Zhou Liang activated this talisman, he took out a key replenishing pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then sat cross-legged on the ground to replenish his spiritual power, staring at the fog. At this time, a huge ant-like Zerg rushed out of the fog. A tail over 10 meters long suddenly appeared from the air and entangled the front feet of the ant-like Zerg. The huge inertia instantly made it fall headfirst, and the huge insect body rolled forward. Before it could stop, a thick beast claw appeared in the air again and fiercely pierced into the head of the Zerg. Because the Zerg chasing behind were of all kinds and at different speeds, it also gave the demon cultivator an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Next, the invisible demon cultivator continued to attack and kill the golden Zergs. It was obvious that the opponent had experienced many battles, and his timing of attack was very accurate, and he killed them with one strike every time. Zhou Liang was almost dumbfounded. Are the demon cultivators so awesome? Those were golden Zergs, and he had killed more than 10 of them in just a short while. Finally, the golden Zergs behind him also found something wrong, because there were Zergs of the same species, and they sensed the death of their own species. They found through the map that there were only 2 humans in front, and they did not run away. So the remaining 9 golden Zergs gathered together, and did not rush into the fog rashly, but waited patiently for the fog to slowly dissipate. At this time, a ferocious demon claw suddenly whizzed down from the air above the head of a Zerg, and easily cut off the head of the Zerg in an instant. Hiss, hiss, the surrounding Zergs screamed crazily, but the demon claw that attacked the Zerg disappeared in the air in an instant. The gathered Zergs were in chaos. Although these golden Zergs were strong, they were inferior to the elite demons in both defense and attack. After the beast transformation, Su Fan used his invisibility ability and entered the swarm of Zergs without any human intervention. He killed several golden Zergs in a short time. Although the wild beasts had no spells or magical powers, their bodies were extremely strong. Whether it was strength, defense, or speed, they were all abnormal. They were like the body cultivators of the human race. Once they got close to them, even the powerful demons would have to kneel. Su Fan, who had merged the blood essence of the 5th level wild beasts, could definitely be described as abnormal in his physical strength after the beast transformation. Now these golden Zergs not only let Su Fan get close to him, but he was also in stealth mode at the moment. So in a short time, he killed the remaining few golden Zergs like cutting melons and vegetables. At this time, seeing that the Zergs no longer rushed into the fog rashly, Zhou Liang panicked. Fortunately, the key boosting pill restored some of his spiritual power. He took out another 3rd-level mist talisman, and just as he was about to continue activating it, he heard a series of unique hissing sounds from the Zerg in the distance. Could it be that the demon cultivator rushed into the Zerg swarm? Is he stupid? Although this guy has become an invisible monster, he is facing so many golden Zergs alone, which is no different from seeking death. Zhou Liang wanted to run at this moment, but after all, the other party had just saved him. He couldn't bear to leave the other party here. He stood up from the ground with a hard heart, grasped several third-level explosion talismans in both hands, and walked towards the mist. But before he took a few steps, Zhou Liang felt something was wrong. Why are the Zergs screaming so shrilly? Because he heard a hint of fear and despair from those hissing sounds. Could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he deal with so many golden Zergs by himself? Thinking of this, Zhou Liang gritted his teeth. Ah, he roared, holding the talisman in both hands and rushed into the mist. When he rushed out of the mist, he saw a ferocious claw pulled out from the head of the last golden Zerg. Looking at the Zerg corpses all over the ground, Zhou Liang's face was full of disbelief, as if he was dreaming. 9 golden Zergs, just a short while, they were all gone. Zhou Liang felt extremely excited, and couldn't help himself. Ha ha ha. I don't have to die. At this time, a huge monster appeared in the air, and then the beast's body slowly changed, and it returned to its willful state in a short while. Su Fan looked at Zhou Liang, who was dancing there, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This idiot is sick. It was not until then that Zhou Liang saw Su Fan, who had recovered his true body. He stood there awkwardly, and hurried over. Dao is too powerful. He actually, before he could finish, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and then looked at him expressionlessly. Do you want to follow me? Zhou Liang nodded desperately after hearing Su Fan's words. Nonsense, if I don't follow you at this time, isn't that courting death? Dao, I want to follow you, you can follow me, but from now on, you must obey my orders. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. What the hell? Why? I am a disciple from the Kunlun Heaven Super Immortal sect. How can I obey the orders of a demon cultivator like you? Dao, don't worry. From now on, I will obey your orders. Zhou Liang just refuted it slightly in his heart, but his body was very honest. He agreed without thinking. At this time, anyone can feel that something is wrong. This time, the time and space arena is too weird. The demons and insects must have colluded with each other. This is clearly the rhythm of killing all the human cultivators. Now in his state, if he is left alone, he will definitely die. Not to mention asking him to obey the orders of this demon cultivator, he will have to do it even if he is asked to sell his ass. Su Fan didn't know what this guy was thinking. Seeing that Zhou Liang's attitude was not bad, he accepted him. Although this guy was a funny guy, he was smart. He had a good grasp of the timing of the mist talisman he just activated. Su Fan was not a saint who didn't care about the life and death of others. But this time was different. He didn't want all the human cultivators in the space-time arena to die. Although he liked to fight alone in the past, it might not work in the space-time arena. Su Fan thought it was best to form a team that was completely obedient to him, so that he would have a chance to survive in the space-time arena. Even if he was strong, he still needed the cooperation of other cultivators. At least someone had to be the bait. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip. You should heal your wounds immediately. We don't have much time. Another Zerg is coming here. Zhou Liang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air after hearing this. He hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a bottle of pills with determination, poured out 2 pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He was also fighting hard. These 2 top-grade pills were specially given to him by his master when he came here. But now he couldn't care less. If he didn't take them now, he probably wouldn't have the chance to take them again. The top-grade elixir Zhou Liang took was indeed extraordinary. After only a moment, his injuries had recovered a lot. Moreover, the top-grade key replenishing pill he had just taken also allowed his spiritual energy to slowly recover, at least giving him the strength to fight. Get up, we should go. After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhou Liang hurriedly got up from the ground and followed Su Fan into the nearby dense forest. Chapter 407 He is a pervert. The next day, Su Fan and Zhou Liang killed more than a dozen golden Zergs in the dense forest. Their tactics were simple. Zhou Liang acted as bait to attract the attention of the surrounding Zergs, and Su Fan hid beside them to attack. The two trekked for a day and finally walked out of the mountains. For some reason, they did not encounter the siege of the demons and Zergs for nearly a day. It was not until Su Fan took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead that he understood what was going on. At this time, the human cultivators had realized the seriousness of the situation. Almost all the human cultivators in the time and space arena were trying to get closer to each other as much as possible, and chose a position with steep terrain to form a defense line. Now most of the demons and zergs are besieging the strongholds of the human cultivators, or concentrating their forces to besiege the larger team of human cultivators. Lonely ghosts like the two of them had no time to care about the two. Master, a group of demons in front are chasing a few human cultivators and are heading towards you. At this time, Sister Zhen sent a thought. Su Fan thought for a moment, then turned around and said, "The demon elites are coming, let's go over." After he finished speaking, he used his demonized body, activated the blood form of the ghost clan, and walked over first. Zhou Liang also took out a third-level talisman and followed Su Fan carefully. Not long after the two of them walked, they heard a violent roar coming from the front. After the demonization, Su Fan turned around and gestured to Zhou Liang, then activated the invisibility and stealth magic, and slowly moved forward. I saw several human cultivators rushing out of the dense forest frantically, and were fleeing forward in panic. At this time, several huge demon elites also rushed out of the dense forest. They were wrapped in pieces of bone armor all over their bodies, and there were hideous bone spurs on their shoulders and elbows. They held a bone shield in their left hand and a huge bone hammer in their right hand, looking like majestic armored warriors. Black bone violent demons. Su Fan instantly recognized these demon elites, the upper-level high-level races in the demon clan, with great strength, amazing defense, and wild and rough fighting style. Although this high-level demon clan does not have any powerful magical powers, it has a strong body and a hard bone armor, and its strength is extremely strong. A sword cultivator in charge of the rear guard desperately controlled the flying sword to attack. Although this sword cultivator is extraordinary, his previous powerful flying sword could not penetrate the bone shield in the hands of the black bone violent demon at this moment. In addition, there are several flying demons in the air, constantly whistling down from the sky, and several human cultivators are already on the verge of death. At this time, Zhou Liang suddenly popped up from behind an ancient tree. He held several third-level talismans in his hand, roared and rushed towards the leading black bone violent demons, and threw out a handful of talismans. In an instant, Fire Dragon circled and pounced over, covering several black bone violent demons in a sea of fire. Zhou Liang started to yell again after throwing out a few talismans. Constantly activating various third-level talismans and frantically attacking the group of demon elites. Although the power of these third-level talismans was not enough to kill the demon elites, it also greatly relieved the pressure of several human cultivators. Although Zhou Liang's behavior at this moment seemed like a fool, because his operation not only failed to save a few human cultivators, but he might even have to sacrifice himself. In fact, his purpose was to attract the attention of the demon elites as much as possible and win a chance for Su Fan to kill. The black bone violent demon was entangled by the fire dragon, which also greatly reduced the pressure on the sword cultivator behind him. He pinched his sword finger and pointed it into the air. Clang! A sword light full of fierce murderous intent instantly penetrated a flying demon that was swooping down, and a huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The remaining two flying demons quickly soared into the sky and no longer dared to swoop down easily. Several other human cultivators also took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. For a time, all kinds of magic weapons and talismans were overwhelming and smashed at the demon elites behind them. Unprepared, two demons with weaker protection fell to the ground. But that was all. Zhou Liang's sudden appearance caught them off guard. But these demon elites were not only powerful, but also experienced in many battles. The panic only lasted for a while before they withstood the crazy counterattack of the human race. The demon elites adjusted their tactics in an instant. Several black bone violent demons stood in front and held the attacks of the human cultivators. The demon elites behind continued to launch various magical powers, and the two flying demons in the air began to swoop down and harass the human cultivators. After a while, the situation on the battlefield changed, and Zhou Liang and others were once again in a precarious situation. While Zhou Liang activated the talisman, he looked around and waited anxiously for Su Fan to appear. "Brother, you should do something. If you don't come out, I'll be left here." A seriously injured human cultivator took out a jade talisman from his ring with a smile. "Fellow Daoists, I'll go first." He was about to pounce on him, triggering the jade talisman to self-destruct and die together with a demon elite on the opposite side. Zhou Liang hurriedly shouted, "Can you wait a while before dying?" After hearing his words, Several human cultivators were all confused and didn't understand what he meant. Listen to me, wait a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick demon claw suddenly appeared from the air and cut off the neck of a demon elite with a fierce stroke. The dark demon blood splashed everywhere and fell on the surrounding land. Su Fan took advantage of the opportunity of the battle between the two sides and quietly sneaked behind the demon. He suddenly launched an attack and killed his opponent with one blow. Ouch! A demon next to him suddenly panicked and howled miserably. But Su Fan didn't give it a chance at all. He pounced on it fiercely, opened his ferocious mouth, bit the back of the demon elite's neck, swung his thick demon arm, and stabbed his sharp demon claws into its head. The reason why Su Fan chose to assassinate these two demon elites was because their magical powers were very threatening. So the two demon elites fell to the ground, which immediately disrupted the offensive rhythm of the demons. The two black bone violent demons turned around quickly, carrying huge bone shields and bone hammers, and roared towards Su Fan. At this moment, Su Fan disappeared into the air again. Puff! Another demon elite had his neck cut by his demon claws. The two black bone violent demons couldn't find their target, and attacked everywhere frantically, even at the cost of accidentally injuring a fellow tribe member, but still couldn't find Su Fan's trace. Su Fan didn't entangle with them at all. He used invisibility, stealth and fatal blows to kill two more demon elites in succession. The human cultivators on the opposite side were awe-stunned when they saw Su Fan, who had transformed into a beast, kill several demon elites in succession. The combat power of these demon elites was extremely strong. In many cases, several human cultivators could only kill one together. But look at him again. He has killed several in a short while, and each time it was a fatal blow. Even the sword cultivator who boasted of his strong attack power felt inferior. He had to admit that the guy on the opposite side was a perverted existence. The sword cultivator was also experienced in many battles, and he knew that the opportunity had come. While he called on several people next to him to intensify the attack and cooperate with a perverted demon cultivator, he controlled the flying sword and frantically attacked several black bone violent demons on the opposite side. At this time, a demon activated his magical power, and the huge demon suddenly burst out a circle of black demon smoke. This demon smoke spread rapidly around it with it as the center. Zhou Liang hurriedly shouted, "Everyone retreat, avoid that demon smoke." Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly retreated. Not only several human cultivators, but also several demons nearby also changed their faces when they saw the magic smoke, and fled in panic. This magic smoke is a large-scale magical power, which is simply not recognizing relatives. A demon elite was unable to dodge and was instantly affected by the magic smoke. Half of the demon was instantly corroded beyond recognition. "Awoo!" It howled loudly, and the demon was like a burnt candle, and nearly half of its body had disappeared. Black Mist Yin Demon, a high-level upper race among the demons, with powerful and treacherous magical powers, good at casting a large-scale black fog, leaving no grass wherever it passes. Its disadvantages are that its body is weak, its speed is average, and its defense is relatively poor. At this moment, facing the magic smoke that was spreading rapidly towards him, Su Fan was also terrified. Without thinking, he instantly removed the demonized body and restored his true body, and took out a huge bone armor of a 5th-level wild beast from the ring. Bang! The huge bone armor several meters thick fell heavily to the ground, and the spreading magic smoke also spread almost at the same time. The thick magic smoke continued to corrode the bone armor of the 5th-level wild beast, making a creepy hissing sound. The originally hard bone armor was also corroded and kept dropping bone powder. Fortunately, the bone armor of the 5th-level wild beast was really awesome. Although the corrosiveness of the magic smoke was very strong, it was only peeled off by a layer. Seeing that the bone armor blocked the erosion of the magic smoke and had begun to fade gradually, Su Fan kicked the ground with his right foot and pushed the bone armor towards the black mist demon on the opposite side. The huge bone armor fell down like a mountain, and the black mist demon quickly retreated. Boom! The heavy bone armor fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up endless smoke and dust. Two black bone demons rushed towards Su Fan. One of them just rushed out a few steps, and suddenly felt that his eyes went dark. He entered an unfamiliar space. He was trapped in the demon domain pagoda. Another black bone demon rushed to Su Fan's side, swung a huge bone hammer and smashed it down. But Su Fan's figure disappeared from the spot, and the bone hammer smashed a huge deep pit where he was originally. Su Fan appeared again, and he was already next to the black mist demon. Swish! I saw a flash of sword light, and the several-foot-tall black mist demon was actually cut into two by his sword. After killing the black mist demon, Su Fan's body flashed with lightning, dodged the attack of the black bone demon, and his figure appeared behind it. Whirlwind slash, Su Fan swung the big sword, his body rotated a full circle, and fiercely slashed at the joint of the black bone demon's right leg. There was no bone armor here, which was considered a relatively weak part of the black bone demon. The surrounding area of several dozen feet seemed to have stirred up a violent hurricane, and the battlefield was covered by the smoke and gravel that were rolled up wildly, almost blocking everyone's vision. Puff, the big sword swept through the black bone violent demon, and cut off its demonic legs as thick as bridge piers, and the huge demon fell to the ground with a bang. Su Fan turned his body, drew an arc in the air, and then slashed again fiercely. Reverse wind slash, a fierce and sharp sword light fell from the sky, and the whole space seemed to be split in half. Su Fan chopped off the head of the black bone violent demon with a sword, and the dark demon blood splashed everywhere. The huge head rolled a long way before stopping. Seeing Su Fan kill the black bone violent demon, the other demon elites all rushed to Su Fan and surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Zhou Liang and the sword cultivator had retreated a long way at this moment. Seeing Su Fan was surrounded by the demons, they all rushed over. But they had retreated too far just now, and it was too late to rescue them. At this time, a flying demon in the air had already swooped down with a roar, and a pair of sharp claws grabbed Su Fan. Su Fan knew in his heart that he should not hide it at this time. Let's go all out. His eyes focused, and with a whoosh, a flash of lightning rushed out of his body and rushed towards the flying demon. Today's Thunder Sword is no longer what it used to be, especially after the fusion of 9 Tribulations Green Jade Thunder Benbu. Its power has increased several times. The Thunder Sword wrapped in manic thunder and lightning pierced the throat of the flying demon with one sword. The flying demon's demon with huge inertia passed over Su Fan's head and fell to the ground. The huge demon rolled on the ground several times before hitting a boulder and stopped. At this time, several black bone violent demons also rushed over with huge bone shields and bone hammers. Su Fan slapped the corpse coffin on his waist, and a tall and strong demon zombie appeared in front of Su Fan with a boom. The demon zombie turned around and rushed towards the black bone violent demon. With a bang, the huge black bone violent demon was knocked back a few steps. Before it could stand firm, the zombie rushed over again, hugged its thighs, and entangled it tightly. Then, Su Fan took out a puppet in the late Jinden period. The cheetah-shaped puppet kicked the ground with its legs, and its body suddenly flew into the air, and it pounced on a black bone violent demon and entangled with it. At this moment, Su Fan's heart was bleeding. That was a top-grade spiritual stone, and it was gone just like that. Although the demon zombies and leopard-shaped puppets in the late Jinden period were no match for the black bone violent demon, they could at least entangle them temporarily. Temporarily controlling the strongest black bone violent demons, the remaining demon elites were no match for him. Su Fan waved his hand again, and the air around him suddenly dropped, and drops of cold raindrops as big as beans suddenly poured down. This was one of the 2 magical powers he obtained after breaking through the 4th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art, the 9 Nether Mysterious Ice Rain. This magical power belongs to a large-scale magical power, which turns the 9 Nether Mysterious Water in the Tau Seat into drops of raindrops, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Crackle, the bean-sized raindrops of the 9 Nether Mysterious Water were bone-chilling, and the raindrops were extremely heavy. They fell on the demons of these demon elites, smashing their bone armors one after another. Moreover, the extremely cold ice also penetrated into their demons, slowing down the movements of these demon elites. Life-taking curse, as Su Fan muttered to himself, spells fell on these demon elites, making them feel slow, weak and other negative states. After doing all this, Su Fan's blood flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Infinite slash, reverse wind slash, sacrifice slash, tidal slash, ghost wheel slash. Su Fan's figure kept flashing around many demon elites, waving the magic sword in his hand and slashing fiercely. He also did not forget to control the Thunder Sword to continuously harvest the lives of the demon elites. After a while, there were only 3 of the most powerful black bone violent demons left around. One of them was trapped in the demon domain pagoda, and the other 2 were entangled by demon zombies and leopard puppets. After cleaning up the other demons, Su Fan also started to attack them. It didn't take long for him to kill the remaining 3 black bone violent demons. Now only the flying demon in the air was left. It screamed shrilly and flapped its flesh wings to escape from here. But just as the flying demon turned around, a pair of sharp claws suddenly appeared in the air and pierced into its head fiercely. Bang sound. The huge flying demon fell headfirst from the sky, stirring up endless dust. The figure of the ghost crow flashed in the sky and disappeared into the air again, as if it had never existed. Chapter 408. This guy just did it. Su Fan glanced at the corpses of the demons scattered all over the ground, and took out the jade slip and put it on his forehead. He looked at the map and found no traces of demons and insects around, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Fan walked over and put the corpses of the demons into the kingpin treasure bag on his waist, one by one. This is all money. After he finished cleaning the battlefield, he found that Zhou Liang and others were standing not far away, staring at him in amazement. It was not until this time that Su Fan realized that in the critical moment just now, he had to go all out and forgot that there were other people around him, and accidentally exposed his strength. He rarely had such a time. In the past, he was used to being alone, and usually hid some of his strength in front of others. Su Fan didn't know that when he went all out just now, the people on the opposite side were already dumbfounded. Not to mention Zhou Liang, even the sword cultivator looked unbelievable, looking at him as if he were a monster. These people all had a question in their minds: is this guy a demon cultivator, a physical cultivator, or a sword cultivator? The demonic body of the demon cultivator, the melee swordsmanship and escape technique of the body cultivator, and the thunder-flying sword of the sword cultivator, no matter which one, they are all very good at it. What is most confusing is that the aura permeating this guy is upright and dignified, and it is obvious that he is practicing the orthodox method of the immortal sect. This is too chaotic. How did this guy get these unrelated Taoist veins together? The most annoying thing is that they are all practicing properly. Just now, Su Fan alone dealt with more than a dozen demon elites, including 4 powerful black-bone violent demons. Even the most powerful sword sect cultivators in the large plains dare not say that they can fight against 4 black-bone violent demons alone. But what is incredible to them is that this guy did it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would not believe it at all. If they heard it from others, they would definitely think that person was bragging. Su Fan was also wondering why these people were staring at him like that. He walked over and nodded to a few people, and said expressionlessly, "Everyone, please introduce yourself. Zhou Liang, Kunlun Bian Saoshin Zianzong, majoring in the Dao of Talismans." After hearing his words, Zhou Liang reacted the fastest and spoke first. Unlike the others, he had already seen the strength of this pervert, so although he was shocked, he could at least accept it. Hearing that this guy was actually a disciple of Kunlun Bian, Su Fan couldn't help but look at him more. Originally, I thought that the strength of Kunlun Bian's disciples should be very strong, but now it seems that it's just so-so. Li Shuo, Miluo Yan's Guangling Sword Pavilion, sword cultivator. Although the opponent's strength shocked him, as a sword cultivator, Li Shuo still has an innate arrogance. Although Su Fan's thunder sword has great lethality, it is not much worse than the flying sword that has followed him for more than 100 years, but he still does not recognize Su Fan as a member of the sword cultivator. As a sword cultivator, you should be brave and diligent, and there is nothing outside the sword. This guy is good. He is proficient in various means and is not worthy of being a real sword cultivator. Hearing that the other party came from Moroshan, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it weren't for the Thousand Illusions Demon Lord who intercepted him in advance, he would have gone to Moroshan. Next, the other 4 human cultivators also introduced themselves. These people are similar to Su Fan. They come from some unknown planes, and they are all immortal cultivators. And they all practice magic and talisman. In fact, at this time, Su Fan hopes that the team can have a few people who practice array and puppet, even psychedelic. It would be better if there were a few magic cultivators. The magic cultivators are more realistic and pay more attention to actual combat. In addition to the main cultivation of the Dao, most of them will practice some other exercises. Anyway, the pursuit is to win, which is the hard truth. As long as you can defeat the opponent, you can have no scruples. Although the sword cultivators are more powerful in combat, there are not many sword sects. In the time and space arena, sword cultivators are very popular. It's good to have one in the team. And in Su Fan's opinion, sword cultivators are sometimes quite stupid, and they don't care about anything when their brains are hot. It is enough to have one person in the team who can charge and fight fiercely in the front. If there are too many sword cultivators, These crazy sword cultivators will definitely go crazy and you can't stop them. Okay, my team has just opened, so I can take it slowly with a few broken guns. According to the map, there are still many lonely ghosts like them scattered around. If it doesn't work, just absorb them into the team. Su Fan thought about it in his mind, and then he began to introduce himself to everyone. Su Fan, from Conceal's Chunjin demon sect, majoring in physical Taoism and soul Taoism. After hearing Su Fan's words, everyone showed an incredible expression again. This demon cultivator with such a strong strength actually came from an inconspicuous human plane. They originally thought he came from the powerful Jiu Ocean. Despite this, even Zhou Liang from the powerful plane Kunlunshan and the arrogant sword cultivator Li Shuo did not dare to be arrogant in front of Su Fan. Especially Zhou Liang from Kunlunshan, he had never heard of Conceals at all, and it was an inconspicuous small plane at first glance. In the past, even if it was a nascent soul master from such a small plane, he would not even look at him. But now the situation forced Zhou Liang to be humble. The world of cultivation emphasizes strength, and worshipping the strong is a matter of course for every human cultivator. Admiring the strong is human nature, let alone such a super abnormal person. Fellow Taoist Su Fan, we will listen to you about what to do next. As soon as Zhou Liang finished speaking, Li Shuo also nodded, and he straightened his body with a serious face. Li Shuo, owe your life. From now on, no matter whether it is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you will follow your orders. After the two of them said so, the other human cultivators dared not to get angry, and express their attitudes one after another. After hearing the opinions of everyone, Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I will make a rule. From now on, everyone must obey my orders unconditionally. Even if I ask you to die, you must die without hesitation. He glanced at everyone expressionlessly, and then said, if anyone has any objections, you can leave immediately, but if you decide to follow me, anyone who dares to disobey my orders, will be killed. Everyone heard Su Fan's words, especially the last word, and the pervasive cold murderous aura made everyone's heart tremble. Zhou Liang felt a little unhappy and even a little aggrieved. After all, he was a disciple from the Kunlunshan super immortal sect. No matter where he went before, he was treated like a star. When had he ever suffered such an injustice? But Zhou Liang just muttered a few words in his heart, and didn't even dare to fart. After all, he was a cruel and violent demon cultivator who couldn't even speak human words. You can die if you are polite. It made people feel uncomfortable. Li Shuo didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As a sword cultivator, he felt that Su Fan's words were correct. There is no way, the emotional intelligence of the sword cultivator is just like that. In fact, compared with the hypocritical immortal sect cultivators, Su Fan, the demon cultivator, is more to Li Shuo's liking. As for the other few people, they were very unhappy after hearing Su Fan's words. It is rare for immortal sect cultivators to speak so bluntly and without leaving face. But Zhou Liang and Li Shuo didn't say anything, so what are they? Su Fan didn't even want to be polite to them. It's time now. If he doesn't unify his thoughts and establish his authority as soon as possible, will he talk to them one by one? The situation is so dangerous that it's still uncertain whether he can go back alive. How can Su Fan have the leisure time? Su Fan took out a jade slip again and put it on his forehead. After a while, he put it down. Now the human cultivators in the time and space arena have understood their own situation, so they began to move closer to each other from all sides. The situation in the time and space arena has completely changed. The human cultivators are no longer in a completely passive situation like at the beginning, but have gathered together. At this moment, dozens of gathering places of human monks have appeared on the map. They use the terrain to form a defense line to fight against the siege of demons and insects. Around each human stronghold, countless demons and insects gather and are frantically attacking. But Su Fan discovered a detail, that is, although the demons and insects seem to be together, they are also clearly divided outside the human stronghold. The insects and demons also occupy their own areas. The number of insects is the largest, and the demons are relatively small. They are very distinct outside the stronghold. This shows that the demons and insects are only temporarily together. Once the human monks are dealt with, the two sides will also fall into deadly fight. This detail can be used. Su Fan already has a rough plan in his mind, that is, let his team choose a place suitable for sneak attacks, and he will use his demon eye body to perform invisibility magic to go deep into the outside of the stronghold to fish. In this situation, the demons and insects are all focused on the human stronghold, and have no intention of paying attention to him, a lonely ghost scattered outside. In addition, it is to deal with the flying demons and insects in the air as much as possible. There is no way. In the time and space arena, the most lacking thing for human cultivators is air supremacy. Not to mention driving flying boats and spiritual weapons, even sword cultivators riding flying swords are no match for the air forces of the two races in the air. Without air supremacy, human cultivators can only move on the ground. Facing endless demons and insects, they can only be in a passive defense. Of course, if the contradiction between the demons and insects can be provoked, it must be the best solution, but the difficulty is also very high. Thinking of this, Su Fan gathered a few people around him and told them his ideas. Of course, he did not mean to discuss with these people. After speaking his ideas, he directly issued tasks to them. Su Fan had no room for maneuver. That is, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. If you don't do it, get out of here. If anyone dares to explode, I will cut you with a sword. According to the map, a valley hundreds of miles ahead is a stronghold established by human cultivators. Now this stronghold is in danger, with a large number of demon elites and golden insects gathered outside. Although the human cultivators fought desperately, the number of demons and insects was too large, and the situation was quite dangerous. Fortunately, the immortal cultivators were good at casting spells and arrays, and the sword cultivators and demon cultivators were strong in combat. The stronghold of the human cultivators was at least safe for the time being. But with the arrival of more and more demons and insects, the stronghold could not last long. At midnight, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A bright moon hung high in the night sky, and the moonlight seemed to cover the entire earth with a layer of bright gauze. The moonlight poured down like mercury, and under the melting moonlight, the mountains were solemn and desolate, and the distant mountains were vast and the shadows of the mountains were near and far. At this moment, several flying demons were leisurely soaring in the dark night sky, flapping their flesh wings from time to time, or turning the magic drive to change direction. The shapes of the flying demons are roughly the same, but these few are high-level demons, named iron-winged crazy demons. Iron-winged crazy demons are not only powerful in combat, but also extremely violent in temperament. Once provoked, they will fight to the death. The flying demons are powerful in combat and have various strange magical powers. They are not only good at air combat, but also can launch fierce ground attacks. But there are also many disadvantages. The first is that there are few in number, and the second is that the flying speed is slow. When flying in the air, they are not as flexible as the flying insects. Even so, if the human monks encounter the flying demons in the air, they can only run. The flying insects are just the opposite. They have very poor defense, but they win in large numbers, and they are flexible and agile, and they fly very fast. If the human race encounters a flying insect that is alone, they dare to rush up and fight hard, and most of them can kill the opponent. Unfortunately, the flying insects often gather in dozens or even hundreds of thousands. Once they are surrounded by them, they will definitely die. Suddenly, an iron-winged crazy demon let out a shrill scream. It found a blue light spot on the map representing a human cultivator, which was rushing towards it. This meant that this human cultivator was flying from the air, driving a magic weapon or a contracted beast. In the space arena, few human cultivators dared to fly in the air. The iron-winged crazy demon was one of the most warlike ones. This human reptile dared to fly around in the air like this. As a high-level race among the demons, this human cultivator really didn't take himself seriously. The iron-winged crazy demon flapped its flesh wings fiercely and rushed towards the direction of the human cultivator at a high speed. Several iron-winged crazy demons flying nearby heard it, howled in response, and then flew over with a roar. Zhou Liang flew here with a ghost crow. He saw several iron-winged demons rushing over. He turned around and fled without thinking. He took advantage of the ghost crow's invisibility and instantly disappeared into the dark night. How could the iron-winged demons let him go easily? They chased him regardless. Zhou Liang flew the ghost crow to the outside of a valley, landed on the ground, and ran desperately into the valley. The ghost crow flapped its wings and instantly soared into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. According to Zhou Liang's mark on the map, several iron-winged demons also flew over the valley. They found that there were actually several human cultivators here on the map, and they were immediately excited. Although there was no support from the ground demon elites, they didn't care about just a few human cultivators. An irritable iron-winged crazy demon took the lead in launching the attack. Its wings instantly folded up, and its body was like a sharp sword, whistling towards the ground. Clang! The swooping iron-winged crazy demon had just rushed into the valley when it heard a sharp sword chant. It suddenly felt bad and knew that it had encountered a sword cultivator of the human race. It was about to turn around and fly back into the air, but it was too late. The huge iron-winged crazy demon was not so flexible, and it was in a diving posture at this time, so it was not easy to fly. Puff! Before the iron-winged crazy demon could lift its body, it was pierced through by a sharp flying sword. The huge demon fell headfirst and fell to the ground with a bang, smashing a huge pit. The huge inertia made it tumble several times before it stopped moving. Several iron-winged crazy demons followed closely, seeing their kind being killed by the flying sword, and launched their magical powers one after another. For a moment, countless black and sharp iron wings pierced the ground, densely packed like a storm. Almost at the same time, several iron-winged crazy demons changed their flying postures and tried to rush into the air. At this time, Su Fan, who was hiding in the air, had already swooped down on the ghost crow. His eyes condensed, and the thunder sword in the Tao seed had already roared out. A dazzling lightning flash instantly pierced the iron-winged crazy demon. With a puff, the thunder sword came with a manic lightning flash, and with one sword, it cut the throat of the iron-winged crazy demon from the air. Seeing that a sword cultivator was ambushing in the air and beheaded their kind, several iron-winged crazy demons knew that they were tricked even if they were stupid. Even if the iron-winged crazy demon was warlike, it had to flee in all directions at this time. The chaos of the iron-winged crazy demon also gave the sword cultivator Li Shuo, who had just taken action, another opportunity. He controlled the flying sword and cut off the flesh wings of another iron-winged crazy demon at the root. The huge demon lost control and fell headfirst from the air. Just after falling to the ground, it was immediately submerged by a pile of talismans and magic weapons. Although Zhou Liang and others were not as powerful as the sword cultivators Li Shuo and Su Fan, they would not miss the opportunity to beat the drowning dog. Seeing that Su Fan's thunder sword had already flown far away, an iron-winged crazy demon took the opportunity to flap its flesh wings fiercely and pounced on Su Fan fiercely. Against the wind, a sharp sword light suddenly flashed by, and the whole world seemed to have stopped at this moment. The space had completely twisted, as if it would be shattered and annihilated at any time. Puff! As a flying demon, the iron-winged demon had relatively poor defense. How could it withstand such a violent sword? The huge demon was cut in half in the air, and the dark demon blood fell like a rainstorm in the sky. The two pieces of the demon also fell heavily to the ground. The remaining two iron-winged demons were really scared. They had lost their initial ferocity and fled to both sides with a shrill scream. But at this time, how could Su Fan let them escape? The iron-winged demon had just taken off, and a pair of sharp claws suddenly appeared in the air opposite, and grabbed it fiercely. Although the ghost crow was majestic when attacking the flying insects, it was no match for the powerful flying demons. But at this time, facing the sneak attack of the ghost crow, the iron-winged demon had no intention of fighting at all, and turned around and wanted to fly past. But what greeted him was a violent sword beam from Su Fan. Raging slash, the whole space was instantly enveloped by a feeling of grief and anger. Even Zhou Liang and others on the ground felt an inexplicable oppression that made them breathless. Puff! Su Fan used a fierce raging slash, once again causing the blood of this iron-winged demon to spill into the sky. Before the last iron-winged demon could fly up, it saw a sword light piercing from the ground. Facing the flying sword, it did not dare to resist it. The iron-winged demon swooped down fiercely and barely avoided Li Shuo's flying sword, but unexpectedly plunged into the formation set up in advance by Zhou Liang and others. Faced with the numerous magic weapons and talismans that were overwhelming him, the last iron-winged demon trapped in the formation was also killed by the blades and died a very miserable death. Chapter 409, Better Than Nothing. Su Fan fell from the sky to the ground, and Zhou Liang, Li Shu and others all surrounded him. No one expected that this sneak attack would be so successful. Not only did they not suffer any damage, but they also killed several iron-winged demons in less than a quarter of an hour. Of course, everyone knew that without Su Fan, their sneak attack would not have been successful. Once the iron-winged demons ran back, with their relentless nature, they would definitely attract a large number of their kind to take crazy revenge on them. Su Fan glanced at the corpses of several iron-winged demons that fell on the ground, walked over and put the corpses of the few he killed into the green banner treasure bag. He turned around and saw several people behind him, all looking at him in confusion. Su Fan realized that these people were all giant and disciples of super immortal sects in various planes. When had they ever lacked spiritual stones? They were not like him, running around for a few melons and dates every day. There was no other way. He didn't even have a master in the Chunjin demon sect, and he didn't have the support of his family. He could only struggle hard on his own. He was already a giant in Henren, but he still worried about the spirit stones. Anyway, no one else could do it. In Su Fan's eyes, as long as he could sell the spirit stones, no matter what it was, it couldn't be wasted. Dao Su Fan, what do you want this thing for? After hearing Zhou Liang's words, Su Fan didn't hide it and smiled and said, take it back and sell the spirit stones. You don't want it. In his opinion, this was not a shameful thing. Who made him poor? It's not shameful to be poor, but it's shameful to pretend to be rich without money. After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhou Liang and others were stunned. Although several iron-winged crazy demons were high-level demons, they could only be sold for a few dollars. And they didn't have such a big ring. If they could really survive, they could just pick up some in the space-time arena and take them back. Anyway, the corpses of demons and insects were everywhere in the space-time arena. You really don't want them? Then I'll take them all. Seeing several people nod, Su Fan didn't hesitate to put several iron-winged crazy demons into the green banner treasure bag. After he cleaned up the battlefield, he turned around and looked at Zhou Liang and others behind him. These people were very excited, and they looked at him excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. We are still a little weak for a sneak attack. I just looked at the map and there are still some human cultivators scattered around. Zhou Liang and Li Shuo, you two go and gather some people back. After hearing his words, Zhou Liang and Li Shuo each took their people and left excitedly. Su Fan glanced at their backs, he recalled the ghost crow, and then flew towards the direction of the human stronghold. He landed on the periphery of the stronghold, then used his demonized body, activated the invisibility magic and moved forward. Although the demons and insects would find his position on the map, they were concentrating their forces to attack the human stronghold at this time, and they didn't care about the scattered one or half-human cultivators at all. It was early in the morning, and most of the Zerg were sleeping soundly. The few Zerg on duty also focused their attention on the direction of the human cultivators' strongholds. There was no extreme Zerg paying attention to the periphery. Of course, Su Fan did not dare to enter rashly, and could only use Sister Zhen and Yaksha to scout the Zerg territory from the periphery. Su Fan left carefully until the sky was already white. When he returned to the valley, Li Shuo, Zhou Liang and others had already returned. They had taken in a total of more than a dozen human cultivators nearby. Seeing Su Fan, Zhou Liang and Li Shuo came to his side. I only found 7 people nearby, 5 immortal cultivators, 2 demon cultivators, but unfortunately there are no sword cultivators. After listening to Li Shuo's words, Su Fan nodded. You are enough for a sword cultivator. If there is another one, 2 crazy people will get together. Who knows what will happen? I also found 5 people, all immortal cultivators, one of whom is also from Kunlun Heaven. She majors in formation. Zhou Liang turned around and called a female cultivator over, and then introduced Su Fan. Dao, this is junior sister Luo Zhu, from Kunlun Heaven's Linghai Dao Palace. The other party looked to be in her 20s, wearing a white robe full of wrinkles and scratches, and her hair was messy. It seemed that she had suffered a lot in the past 2 days. Despite this, it was still difficult to hide the beauty of this woman, especially her temperament with a hint of flower and willow, and her petite appearance made people feel pity and want to protect her at any time. Hello, Dao. Junior sister Luo Zhu's voice was soft and she bowed to him. Su Fan nodded and said, you major in formation, and you will inevitably be used in the future. After he said that, he turned his head and said to Zhou Liang, have you told her the rules I set? Do you need me to repeat them to her? Zhou Liang waved his hand and said, no, Dao, don't worry, I have told her. Su Fan glanced at him, knowing that this guy was moved by sympathy. Moreover, the way he looked at the other party was different, and he showed the intention of protecting her everywhere, which clearly had evil thoughts. What a useless thing. It's already this time, and she's still thinking about these messy things. But he didn't care. This girl looked weak, but she was very scheming. She was definitely not as simple as she looked. Who could survive the chaotic and dangerous situation in the first few days? Who could be simple? Su Fan called 2 more demon cultivators over. One of them was named Su Tao and the other was named Chu Hong. Like him, they came from the inconspicuous human plane in the King Kwang Star region. Su Tao majored in the zombie way, and minored in the poison way and the ghost way. Chu Hong majored in the bone way, and minored in the insect way. The zombie way and the bone way were okay, at least they could be used as a meat shield in the front, but the poison way, the ghost way and the insect way were useless. The demon elites and the golden insects were both strong in body, and had strong restraint on the poison way. As for the ghost way, it was even more useless. There was no threat at all, just some reconnaissance and alert work. The insect poisoning technique may still have some restraining effect on a single demon elite, but it is useless for the golden insects. If you play with insects with a golden insects, won't that be troublesome? How should I put it? It's okay. It's better than nothing, better than nothing. But no matter what, Su Fan still hopes to have more demon cultivators under his command. At least the demon cultivators are cunning and have very strong combat effectiveness, unlike those sword cultivators who only know how to rush up and chop randomly. Su Fan summoned all the newly joined human cultivators and reiterated the rules he set. No one raised any objections, and no one would be stupid enough to quit the team at this time. Su Fan divided the 18 human cultivators in the team into 2 tribes, with Li Shuo and Zhou Liang each leading a group of people. In the next 10 days, Su Fan led the team to successfully organize more than 10 ambushes and killed more than hundreds of demon elites, including more than 100 flying demons. Because the plan was more thorough, the team cooperated well, and Su Fan, the pervert, was fully fired, so no one in the team died in battle. Their team had less than 20 people, and it was already amazing to achieve this record. Su Fan finally established his authority in the team, and those who were originally dissatisfied also accepted his leadership. Because Su Fan accounted for at least half of the team's record, as for the others, they just cooperated with him. If they accidentally found a lone demon, they would attack together. Only the sword cultivator Li Shuo was acceptable, but his record was not even a fraction of Su Fan's. Su Fan's record also caused a prompt to appear on his map Jade slip, saying that he had entered the top 100 of the Spacetime Arena's killing list. Among the top 100 human cultivators on the killing list, sword cultivators accounted for nearly half, and demon cultivators accounted for 1/3. Moreover, most of them were disciples from human superplanes such as Kunlun Heaven and Jiu Iao Heaven, and the rest were disciples from very famous large planes in the King Kwang Star region. Only Su Fan was a disciple from an inconspicuous small plane, so he was particularly conspicuous. Every time the killing list was announced, the human cultivators from other planes in the King Kwang Star domain were all confused when they saw Su Fan's name. Who is this guy Su Fan? Where is Conceals? And which sect is Chunjin Demon Sect at this time in Conceals? The cultivators under the light curtains in various places were completely crazy when they saw Su Fan's name on the killing list. This is definitely a major event that will go down in history in the history of Conceals. Since the opening of the King Kwang Star Domain Centennial Spacetime Arena, Su Fan is the first disciple to enter the Spacetime Arena killing list. Chunjin Demon Sect has also become very lively these days. The light curtains in various places are full of people day and night. Everyone is waiting day and night, hoping to see Su Fan's battle scenes. Unfortunately, the pictures played on the light curtains now are mostly from several human cultivators' strongholds. In order to stop the crazy attacks of the demons and humans, the human cultivators there are fighting desperately every day. The human cultivators there are very tenacious, and all kinds of high-burning battle scenes make people's blood boil. Su Fan, who hides in the periphery and sneaks around like a thief every day, has a good record, but obviously does not have enough traffic and is not qualified to appear on the light screen. Every day, the Yuanying cultivators from the major immortal sects and demon sects in Conceals come to the main hall of the Chunjin Demon Sect to ask questions. Several Yuanying old demons in the sect are almost regretting that Su Fan has been in the Chunjin Demon Sect for 10 years, but he doesn't even have a master. If they had known that Su Fan was so fierce, they would have broken their heads to accept him as their disciples. Unfortunately, no one is optimistic about him. Su Fan is like a thug hired by the sect for a short period of time. He has been thrown in the Tibetan Dharma Hall for 10 years, and no one cares about him. Now, other sects in Conceals are asking about Su Fan's situation. Several demon lords in the sect know that these guys have no good intentions. Moreover, Su Fan has no sense of belonging to the sect. Once these sects promise better conditions, based on their understanding of Su Fan, this kid can turn around and sell the Chunjin Demon Sect. In a secret room in the main hall of the Chunjin Demon Sect at the Demon Cloud Peak, dozens of nascent soul demon lords in the sect have all arrived, and all of them have solemn expressions on their faces. The purpose of their gathering today is to study how to keep Su Fan. Seeing that the various sects are eyeing Su Fan covetously, how could their sect be willing to let these sects prize Su Fan away? Unfortunately, after discussing for a long time, they still couldn't find any good solution. There is no way. Who made the sect not pay attention to him at the beginning? Yesterday, the Yi family of the Demon Zhuanshen sect came and said that they came to propose marriage for their girl Su Yun. The Yi family of the Demon Zhuanshen sect sent someone to find Su Fan to inquire about the two of them for the sake of senior sister Su Yun, which made Su Fan very angry. Senior sister Su Yun also left her hometown and fled to other planes. Since Su Fan entered the top 100 list of the space-time arena killing list, everyone in the Yi family regretted it. Not only did they send people to the outside world to try to forcibly bring senior sister Su Yun back, they also sent people to the Chunjin Demon Sect to propose marriage. How shameless! How can the Yi family be so shameless? I have never seen such a shameless person. Several demon lords and old monsters of Chunjin Demon Sect were furious at the time, and they were so anxious that they cursed. The demon lord Jialuo next to him thought for a while and said, "My fellow brothers, my granddaughter Chu Han has always been a close friend of Su Fan. If you want to keep Su Fan, you might as well let her marry this kid." The people next to him were not happy when they heard it. Is it only your family that has granddaughters? Who doesn't have them? I also have several granddaughters with good talents. For the sake of the sect, it's not impossible to let her marry Su Fan. I don't have granddaughters, but I have several great-granddaughters. Their looks and qualifications are all top-notch. Can they be allowed to marry Su Fan together? Seeing that these demon kings and old monsters had lost all their dignity, the great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage sitting at the head was immediately furious. Enough, he roared, and then glanced at everyone with a cold gaze. Let's take a long-term view of this matter. I will go to see the old ancestor Shianzan and let him make the decision. In the early morning, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, and a large area of fish belly white appeared in the distant sky, and the whole earth was awakened from its slumber. Su Fan rode the ghost crow and came to the outskirts of the stronghold again. These days, he would come here for a stroll every day to see the situation of the human stronghold situation. No matter what, the demons in Zerg cannot be allowed to break through the human stronghold. Only by defending them can they have a chance to survive. Once the human stronghold is breached, none of these wandering ghosts will survive. The lips and teeth are interdependent. Su Fan took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, with a solemn look on his face. The team's frequent fishing trips to the periphery in the past few days must have attracted the attention of the demon elites. The number of flying demons in the sky ahead has obviously increased a lot. At this time, the flying demons in the distance may have discovered him from the map, and they rush towards him in an overwhelming manner. He saw at least 100 or 200 red dots on the map. This bunch of demons have gone crazy. It seems that they can't stay here any longer. Thinking of this, Su Fan turned around and fled on the ghost crow. Fortunately, the distance was quite far, and the ghost crow flew very fast. In a short while, the demons behind it disappeared without a trace. Su Fan took out a jade slip and put it on his forehead. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He returned to the valley. Zhou Liang and Li Shuo saw him coming back and hurried over. "We can't stay here any longer. The demons have stepped up their vigilance. Let's change direction and go to the Zerg to take a look." Zhou Liang and Li Shuo heard it and hurriedly gathered the people in their respective groups. Everyone simply packed up and left the valley. They had just walked out of the secret valley. Lin, a cultivator behind him, suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone be careful, a few demons are coming." Everyone hurriedly took out the jade slips and put them on their foreheads. Seeing that only a few demon elites came, they all breathed a sigh of relief. There were even a few people who looked eager to try, shouting that they wanted to kill them. Su Fan also took out a jade slip and put it on his forehead, and saw several red dots appearing around the valley, slowly moving towards them. Although there were only a few demon elites, they were quite far apart from each other, and there was no large group of demons following behind. But for some reason, Su Fan felt that it was not that simple. "Everyone, leave quickly, speed up." After hearing Su Fan's words, Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It's just a few demons. Is it necessary to be so careful? The team has successfully hunted dozens of demons in the past few days. Many people have become a little arrogant and have long lost their initial awe. Stop talking nonsense, listen to me, and retreat quickly. Several demon elites dared to go deep into this place. It can only be said that they didn't take them seriously at all. Thinking of this, Su Fan was about to ask Sister Zhen to go over and take a look, but then he changed his mind and looked back at Su Tao. Old Su, summon a few ghosts to take a look. Su Tao nodded after hearing this, patted the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, summoned a few ghosts and went to several whizzed in the direction. After doing all this, Su Tao took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, then used his mind to control the ghost to approach several red dots on the map. After a while, Su Tao put down the jade slip. He moved closer to Su Fan and whispered. Several ghosts just approached those demons and lost contact. Su Fan glanced at Su Tao, who had a serious face, and the other party nodded slightly at him. He understood what the other party meant at the time. Su Tao was afraid of causing panic among the other members of the team. It seems that the demon elites nearby are not simple. Not only did they easily discover the ghosts, but several ghosts were killed before they even sent back their thoughts. No need to guess. You know, these are assassins from the demon clan. Su Fan's mind suddenly emerged with the names of several high-level demon clans: Phantom Void Demon, Charming Heart Demon, Yin Yang Ghost Demon and Confusing Heart Mist Demon. By the way, there is also the Shadow Ghost Demon that he had seen before, which is also one of them, but it can't be compared with those demon clans at all. These are assassins among the high-level demon clans, who are good at secret pursuit and killing. They come and go without a trace, and you can't see their traces at all. Once you are targeted by these demon clans, they will stick to you like a dogskin plaster, and they will never leave unless you kill them one by one. Fortunately, these difficult demon clans are extremely rare. Even if you can find their location from the Jade map, the map is a map after all. Even if the distance is as short as a hair, it will take hundreds of meters in reality. Even if you know it is hidden next to you, you can't see or touch it at all. Chapter 410, It's not that easy to run away. Su Fan knew that once he was targeted by these assassins, the fight would often end in a fight. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. His team was too noisy. They had sneak attacked and killed so many demon elites in the past 10 days. Although Su Fan was very successful in organizing the team to sneak attack and kill the demon elites, it was not appropriate to stay in one place all the time. You can't just catch a sheep and fleece it. It may be that the demon elites outside the human monk's base had no intention of sending a large group of people to encircle and suppress them, so they sent these assassination demons to deal with them. In addition, Su Fan felt that there was another possibility. That is, he had used his demonized body more than once these days, using invisibility, stealth and fatal blow to sneak attack the demons outside the base. He deliberately led some demons to chase him, and then led these demon elites to the place arranged in advance to catch them all in one net. Although this fishing tactic was very successful, it must have attracted the attention of the demon elites. Especially the assassination-type demons such as Illusionary Ghost Demon, Charming Heart Phantom Demon, Yin Yang Ghost Demon and Confusing Heart Mist Demon. They must have smelled some of his remaining breath at the scene. For these killer-type populations in the demon race, they are all vindictive. In order to avenge his fellow tribesmen, the Shadow Ghost Demon of Ocean specially sent a high-level demon equivalent to the human race's Golden Core realm to attack and kill him at the deepest point of the human race's defense line. The number of killer-type demon elites is extremely rare. Seeing the breath of their fellow tribesmen remaining on the human cultivators, how could they remain indifferent? Su Fan thought about it and still felt that the second possibility was more likely. After all, the demon elites are now focusing on how to break through the human race's stronghold. How could they send out powerful killer-type demon elites for just a few hundred of their own kind? Su Fan frowned immediately. It seems that if he doesn't kill these demon elites, he will not be able to rest in the time and space arena. Su Fan glanced at the dozen people around him and decided to let them retreat first. It was not that he was a saint, but these people here would only be a burden to him. If abandoning these people could allow him to escape the pursuit of these demon assassins, Su Fan would definitely use blood escape without thinking. But Su Fan knew these demon assassins too well. If he didn't kill them, it would be useless even if he escaped to the horizon. The time and space arena was so small, And these demon assassins had already smelled his breath. Where could he escape to? Su Fan didn't want to hide and seek with these guys for the past few months. By then, the human race would probably have been killed, and there would be only 2 or 3 kittens like him left. Even if there were no demon assassins chasing him, he would not survive. Thinking of this, Su Fan said in a deep voice, "You retreat first, I will cover your rear and leave here immediately." Before Su Fan finished speaking, a human cultivator standing at the outermost edge screamed. His head shot up into the sky, blood splattered everywhere, and the headless body shook a few times before falling to the ground. At this time, only a gray smoke remained in the air, but it disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened. "Quickly retreat," Su Fan shouted to the people around him, then took out his magic sword and slashed at the place where the gray mist just disappeared. Swish, with a sharp sword light full of murderous aura, it passed through the air and instantly left a gully more than 10 meters long on the ground in the distance. But Su Fan's sword did not cut a demon assassin who launched the sneak attack. He turned his head suddenly, pointed in a direction and shouted, "Go quickly, fly over there." It was not until this time that Zhou Liang and others woke up from their dreams and drove their magic weapons in the direction of Su Fan's finger. They turned around and looked at Su Fan's lonely figure, and their hearts were filled with guilt. In fact, these people thought too much. Su Fan didn't have the intention to stay behind alone. He just thought that these people here would distract him. If one more person stayed here, he would lose a chance of winning. Because every cultivator has his own aura, and sweating and heavy breathing due to nervousness will greatly interfere with the effect of Su Fan's 9-nether stealth technique. Fortunately, the weather is good today, with only a little breeze. If it were windy and rainy, Su Fan would definitely be the first to escape from here. "I'll stay and help you." At this time, Li Shuo didn't leave. He waved his hand and summoned the flying sword. "I can't leave you here alone." After hearing Li Shuo's words, Su Fan almost died of anger. He turned around and pointed at Li Shuo's nose and yelled, "Get out. Don't stay here and get in the way. If you don't leave, I'll kill you with a sword." After hearing this, Li Shuo seemed to have received a great insult. His face flushed and stared at Su Fan. Su Fan sighed. He knew that sword cultivators were all stubborn and he really couldn't provoke him. He took a deep breath and said patiently, "These are killer demon assassins. You can't help here, and you can only distract me." Li Shuo's face looked much better after hearing this. He knew that Su Fan was right. Although he was powerful, he couldn't help at all against these killer demon elites, and he might even have to sacrifice himself. Su Fan practiced a way of demons, and he could become invisible by using his demonized body. If he stayed here, he would only delay other people's business. "Take care." After saying this, Li Shuo summoned the flying sword, jumped on it, and then disappeared in a whoosh. Seeing that the others had left, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he would be in an extremely dangerous situation next. Su Fan had to deal with several powerful demon assassins alone. If he was not careful, he would die. Just now, he used the 9-nether stealth technique, but only when the gray fog disappeared did he smell a trace of the demon assassin's breath. The 9-nether stealth technique that was integrated with the scent technique has been upgraded to the true meaning realm by him. The original scent technique has a much better function than before. But even so, he only caught a trace of the opponent's breath. This shows that the several demon elites hiding nearby are definitely extremely powerful demon assassins. However, fortunately, the 9-nether stealth technique still played a certain role, and he had already smelled the opponent's breath. At least at the moment when these demons attacked, he was still able to catch the opponent's trace. Moreover, since he had integrated the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast and eaten so much 5th level wild beast meat, not only did his physical body get greatly enhanced, his hearing, smell and perception have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Even the slightest movement within a few miles could not escape his perception. So despite the critical situation, Su Fan was confident that he could keep all these elite demon assassins here. In fact, these killer demon assassins were very weak in both physical strength and speed. Once their whereabouts were discovered, their strength would be just that. Su Fan continued to use the 9-nether hiding technique to maximize the function of his breath, and all the breath around him was amplified countless times. Now, as long as the breath of the demon appeared, even if it was just a trace, he could instantly determine the exact location of the opponent. At this moment, there was silence all around, and time seemed to have stopped. Only the breeze blew slightly, and the branches and leaves in the dense forest swayed slowly, making a rustling sound. But this pleasant sound in the past, at this moment, sounded like a ghost crying in Su Fan's ears. Su Fan knew that several demon elites had already touched the vicinity and occupied a favorable position, surrounding him tightly in the middle. Moreover, these elite assassins among the demons were very patient, and never made a single move, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Su Fan was the same. He closed his eyes quietly, holding the magic sword in both hands, and stood there with his body slightly bent, motionless. At this time, it depends on who loses patience first. I don't know how long it took. Su Fan felt a slight fluctuation in his ears. This kind of fluctuation cannot be heard by ears alone, but comes from Su Fan's perception, but that's all. He can't judge the opponent's position through this slight fluctuation. This made him nervous. At this moment, a demon assassin used his stealth magic and was slowly approaching him. Su Fan did not make any response. Under the cover of the wide robe, his muscles were already tightly collapsed, ready to attack at any time. As a slight fluctuation came, Su Fan suddenly smelled a faint breath. This was the breath left by the demon assassin just now, but this breath was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, and it was impossible to judge the opponent's position. Su Fan could only continue to wait. He knew that the opponent had lost patience. At this time, the faint breath of the demon suddenly became clear, and Su Fan quickly judged the position. Right now, he turned around abruptly, and the magic sword in his hand also slashed down. Puff! The sword in Su Fan's hand swept past, and the dark demon blood splashed everywhere in the air. Then, a demon corpse split in two appeared and fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, a few more traces of demon aura appeared around his body almost at the same time. He didn't expect that these demon assassins would attack him almost at the same time. If he hadn't sensed that slight fluctuation and let him enter the battle state in advance, he really couldn't avoid the continuous attacks of several demon assassins. Since they are all here, let's just kill them all at once. Su Fan didn't think about it. He swung the sword with both hands and spun a full circle on the spot. Whirlwind slash, a violent hurricane was instantly generated, and the whole world seemed to be divided into endless fragments by the hurricane. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was blown away with a rustling sound. The gravel, stones, and dead branches and leaves on the ground swirled in the air, and were blown up and fell back to the ground, making a noisy collision sound. A murderous sword light whizzed past, and wherever it passed, whether it was a towering ancient tree or a huge rock ridge, it was cut off by the sword light wrapped in an endless hurricane. Su Fan was panting heavily. He almost used up all his strength and almost exhausted all his spiritual sense in this sword. Until the hurricane stopped, leaving dead branches and leaves all over the ground, the corpses of several demon assassins were revealed on the ground, all of which were cut off by Su Fan's sword. Fortunately, these demon assassins all sneaked to his side. If there were a few left outside, he really couldn't guarantee that he could take them all down with his sword. No. His eyes suddenly condensed, and his spiritual sense spread all around, covering everything within a radius of hundreds of feet. A few drops of dark demon blood on the ground in the distance also instantly caught his eyes. Such a powerful sword actually allowed a demon assassin to escape. It's not that easy to run. No matter what, he must not be allowed to escape from here. Su Fan put away the big sword, his body quickly expanded, and he performed the second-level beast transformation, transforming into the form of a wild beast. At this time, he didn't want to be invisible. With a thick hind leg, he kicked the ground fiercely, and the huge beast body instantly jumped out, leaping hundreds of meters away. After the beast transformation, Su Fan increased his speed to the extreme and chased after him all the way. At this moment, his sense of smell, hearing and perception were fully open, and even the slightest movement within a few miles could not escape his perception. Although the demon assassin who survived by chance was in stealth mode, because it was injured, the breath of demon blood also allowed Su Fan to quickly lock the opponent's position. After the beast transformation, Su Fan rushed into the dense forest like a huge bulldozer. Countless tall and sturdy trees were knocked over by the beast-transformed Su Fan. He did not change direction at all and rushed towards the injured demon assassin frantically. Once his whereabouts were discovered, even the most elite demon assassin might not be as good as an ordinary monster in Su Fan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan caught up with the demon assassin. Bang! Su Fan did not even use his claws, but rammed into him unreasonably, and his huge body hit the demon assassin hard. The already injured demon assassin was knocked into the air by an extremely huge force. After the beast transformation, Su Fan kicked his hind legs fiercely, and his huge body suddenly jumped up, opened his ferocious mouth, and bit the demon assassin. He exerted force fiercely, and with a click, the demon assassin was bitten into 2 pieces by him. Wow! Finally defeating several elite demon assassins, Su Fan was under tremendous pressure, and all his spirits were tense. But all the pressure and depression were vented out with this roar. Su Fan released his beastly body and restored his original body. He put the broken demon corpse on the ground into his ring. He took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put away the jade slip and turned away. Su Fan did not immediately join the rest of the team, but found a hidden place nearby, took out the corpses of several demon assassins and threw them on the ground. He had long recognized these demons, all from the same group of phantom ghost demon. Su Fan finally understood why these demon assassins came to trouble him. Because this kind of killer-type high-level demon assassins all came from Yuan Mansion. Yuan Mansion is one of the largest planes of the demon clan. When Su Fan killed those ghost demons, he inherited the blood of the illusionary ghost demon. Su Fan took out a spiritual knife from the ring, walked to the side of an illusionary ghost demon, threw open its chest, and collected the other's heart essence. After a long time, Su Fan collected a jar of heart essence. He put several bloody corpses of the demon clan into the Queen Pham treasure bag, and then took out the fire-gathering array and the red phoenix cauldron. He directly activated the fire-gathering array, and then placed the red phoenix cauldron on the array. When the temperature was reached, Su Fan poured another jar of the heart essence of the illusionary ghost demon into the red phoenix cauldron, and then began to refine it. After refining for 2 hours, Su Fan extracted a few drops of the blood essence of the illusionary ghost demon. Su Fan put away the fire-gathering array and the red phoenix cauldron, and then sat down cross-legged. He glanced at the jade bottle in his hand. A few drops of dark blood essence kept rolling in the jade bottle, emitting a strong bloody smell. Su Fan took a deep breath and poured the few drops of blood essence in the jade bottle into his mouth. Chapter 411 What is the cultivation? The pain that was like purgatory finally ended. Su Fan was so painful that he was dumbfounded. His body kept twitching. It took him a long time to recover. Damn it, other people's cultivation was like taking drugs, and they were so happy. Look at me, what kind of thing is this? This is not cultivation, it's more like overcoming tribulation. Su Fan took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. He pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, and cast the demon body, and his whole body swelled up instantly. After integrating the blood essence of Phantom Ghost Demon, except that the demon driver became a little shorter than before, there was almost no change in appearance. However, Su Fan slowly felt a slight change. This change was very strange, and he couldn't explain it for a while. He thought about it, and then activated the invisibility magic. When his demon driver disappeared into the air, Su Fan immediately felt the change. Whether it was the speed of activating the magic power or the effect of invisibility, it was faster and smoother than before. Next, Su Fan launched stealth and fatal strikes, and the changes in his magical powers were even greater. Especially the fatal strike, the speed and power were at least doubled. I didn't expect that just a few drops of the blood essence of the Phantom Void Demon would make his demonized body undergo such a huge change. It's a pity that the blood essence of the Phantom Void Demon is too little. If he kills more, the effect will definitely be better. It doesn't matter, there are still a few months in the time and space arena. Intuition tells him that the Phantom Void Demon will never give up, and there will always be a chance when the time comes. At this time, Zhou Liang's voice came from the communication instrument hanging beside his ear. Dao Iao Su Fan, are you there? The other party spoke very softly, with a hint of tension and worry in his tone. Su Fan knew that these people had not contacted him until now because they were afraid of affecting him. After all, he had to face several demon assassins hiding nearby alone, and even the slightest sound would put him in an extremely dangerous situation. He smiled and said, I'm here. I've escaped their pursuit. Su Fan didn't tell them about killing several demon assassins because he was afraid that these people would have something to rely on and lose their fear. The human cultivators in the team encountered several demon assassins this time, which must have brought them unforgettable memories. It is estimated that for a long time in the future, these guys may have to open one eye even when sleeping. The whole team must remain highly vigilant in the past few months in the time and space arena, and not make even the slightest mistake. You're okay, That's great, Zhou Liang shouted excitedly, and the other members of the team gathered around him also cheered. They knew clearly in their hearts that anyone in the team could be missing, but Su Fan could not be missing. If the team did not have him leading, it would be difficult for these people to survive for a month. Moreover, Su Fan's behavior of taking the initiative to cover the rear today also made everyone have a little respect for him, and they became more and more devoted to him. After hearing Zhou Liang's words, Su Fan couldn't help laughing. Where are you? I'll meet you. After hearing their location, Su Fan took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After finding the location of the rest of the team, Su Fan was about to put the jade slip away when he suddenly discovered that there were several red light spots moving quickly towards him from the direction of the human cultivator's base. It was obvious that these red light spots must be several flying demons. Su Fan thought about it and realized that the flying demons were no threat to him at all, so he wanted to put the jade slip down. Suddenly, his eyes condensed. Because he just discovered a little detail of the red light spots, which was a little different from the other light spots. Because these light spots were not only brighter, but also seemed not so round. He enlarged the map and checked some other red light spots, and finally proved that his guess was correct. Su Fan suddenly had an idea in his mind, that is, there should be a demon on the body of these flying demons. He let his brain hole open, thought about it, and suddenly had a guess in his mind. Su Fan quickly held the communication device beside his ear and gave orders to the rest of the team. Zhou Liang, you leave there immediately. Stay as far away from this area as possible, and find a safe and secluded place to settle down. I have something to do here, and I will meet you later. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Su Fan tore off the communication device beside his ear and put it into the ring. He used the magic body, and his figure quickly disappeared into the air. After a while, several flying demons flew over the valley and landed on the ground of the battlefield just now. Several illusionary ghost demons jumped off the backs of the flying demons. They looked at the traces left on the battlefield, then squatted down, dug a little soil with their claws, and put it in front of their noses to smell for a while. This illusionary ghost demon stood up, took out a bone tile and looked at it, then pointed in the direction of Su Fan and said a few words. After hearing this, several illusionary ghost demons used their invisibility skills, and the huge demons disappeared into the air almost at the same time. The next morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, panting heavily. Finally, he had survived another wave of blood fusion. Yesterday, he killed several illusionary ghost demons and also killed several flying demons. Last night, he refined a few drops of blood essence overnight, but unfortunately, the changes in the demonite body after the second fusion were not as great as the first time. However, several magical powers were more or less enhanced. In any case, as long as the demonite body had changed, he would not lose this fight. Next, if he wanted to kill the illusionary ghost demon so easily again, it would not be so easy. The demons would definitely not continue to give him food like this, and Su Fan would definitely face the crazy pursuit of the illusionary ghost demon. He wanted to fly away, but unfortunately the space-time arena was so small that he could not escape there. Moreover, he had killed so many illusionary ghost demons. With their vengeful nature, they would definitely not let this matter go. Since Su Fan and the illusionary ghost demon have been fighting to the death, he decided to make a complete break with them here. At this moment, his demonite body is not much worse than the illusionary ghost demon. In addition to his beastly body, as well as his powerful physical and spiritual ways, he is confident that he can defeat them even if the demons send more assassins. Su Fan changed his location again, not far from the last battlefield. He didn't want to toss it around. Anyway, no matter where he escaped, the illusionary ghost demon would be able to find his location. The number of illusionary ghost demon population is rare, and there are only dozens or hundreds of them that can come to the time and space arena, so just kill them all. After 2 battles with the illusionary ghost demon, plus the fusion of the blood essence of the 2 illusionary ghost demons, this powerful assassin in the demon clan is just so-so in his eyes. It's not that he is boasting. Even if dozens of illusionary ghost demons come at the same time, he is confident that he can kill them all. Once the trace of the phantom ghost demon is discovered, the so-called elite assassins are not as strong as an ordinary demon. The next day, Su Fan quietly waited for the arrival of the phantom ghost demon. Unfortunately, after waiting for a whole day, he did not wait for the phantom ghost demon to chase him. The whole day was calm. Su Fan decided to wait for another day. If the phantom ghost demon did not come again, he would go to join the team. At midnight, the dark sky enveloped the world, and only a cold moon hung high in the sky. The pale moonlight shone on the earth, reflecting the surrounding mountains and forests in a gloomy and terrifying way, adding a bit of a weird atmosphere, making people feel cold all over. Su Fan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged under a towering ancient tree. After a while, he took out the jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. Hey! I saw several red light spots approaching him rapidly from the direction of the human stronghold. Su Fan didn't know what the illusionary ghost demon was thinking. He felt embarrassed to send him food again and again. He enlarged the map with his mind and found no trace of other demons nearby. He breathed a sigh of relief. Since the illusionary ghost demon took the initiative to send food, he accepted it with a smile. Su Fan stood up from the ground and used the demon body. The huge beast body slowly disappeared into the air. He stood behind a towering ancient tree, and from time to time he took up the jade slip and put it on his forehead to observe the location of the red light spots on the map. The red light spots were getting closer and closer, and Su Fan also entered the combat state. After a long time, there were no flying demons flying over his head, and Su Fan frowned immediately. He took out the jade slip again and put it on his forehead. Fuck. Looking at the map again, Su Fan was almost scared to death. It was just a little while, and he found that there were dozens of red light spots densely around him. And judging from the brightness of the light spots, each flying demon clan is carrying a phantom void demon. What the hell? Su Fan knew that he was fooled by the phantom void demon. These light spots that suddenly appeared must have circled from a distance and surrounded him. But Su Fan was not worried at all. He didn't really take these dozens of phantom void demons seriously. At worst, he would use blood escape to escape from here. Since he took the 5th level wild beast meat, his blood is now extremely vigorous. Now Su Fan can escape more than 10,000 meters at a time. Just like nothing happened. At this time, the red light spots on the map, like decomposed cells, separated one by one and surrounded his position. Su Fan sneered, "Since you are all here, then I will kill you all." At this time, the yaksha who was on guard in the distance suddenly sent a thought. "Master, I feel the breath of many ghosts coming from afar, not good." Su Fan felt his eyes go dark. The demons coming this time were not the illusionary ghost demons at all. If he guessed correctly, these demons emitting the breath of ghosts should be another elite assassin of the demons, the yin-yang ghost demons. "Master, a magic fog has appeared here and is spreading towards the dense forest." After hearing what Sister Zhen said, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The demons really think highly of him. Not only did they send the illusionary ghost demon, they even sent the bewildering mist demon. Su Fan quickly sent out a thought, asking Sister Zhen and Yaksha to come back quickly. If the ones who came were really the yin-yang ghost demon and the illusionary ghost demon, his 2 ghost slaves would be dead if they didn't come back. After receiving Su Fan's order, Sister Zhen and Yaksha floated back in the blink of an eye and were collected by him into the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. Su Fan picked up the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down. The only solution now was to escape from here as soon as possible. He was not so arrogant as to fight dozens of illusionary ghost demon and confusing mist demon alone. The strength of these 2 killer demons was very strong, and the information of these 2 demon assassins was very scarce. Few people had even seen their true bodies. Because most of the human cultivators who had seen the illusionary ghost demon and the confusing mist demon were already dead. Thinking of this, Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he disappeared from the spot. When Su Fan's figure appeared again, he found that he was still in the dense forest. He frowned immediately, thinking that he would not still be in that forest. He took out the jade slip and put it on his forehead, and his face turned pale at that time. This time it was all over. Su Fan found that his blood escape was ineffective. He didn't need to guess that these demon assassins must have arranged means around him. He made up his mind and patted the beast bag on his waist. With a whoosh, a black shadow jumped out of the beast bag. The ghost crow circled around him twice and then landed on his shoulder. Su Fan patted the ghost crow, and it flew up, instantly turning into a giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. He jumped onto the back of the ghost crow. The ghost crow flapped its wings, and its huge body instantly soared into the sky, and then slowly disappeared into the air. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, We Must Think of a Way. Crack. In the dark night sky, there was a shocking explosion, and a dazzling flash of lightning flashed across, and the sky and the earth were instantly dyed pale white. Su Fan drove the ghost crow and rushed away with a roar. He raised his head. At this moment, dark clouds had covered the entire sky. The dark clouds made the sky above seem to be pressed down. The clouds rolled violently, like a galloping army, rolling and sweeping from the sky above. Although the ghost crow was in stealth mode, it could not hide its tracks on the map, so it was soon discovered by the flying demons patrolling in the air nearby. Cry! Cry! With the screams of the flying demons, the demon assassins who surrounded Su Fan chased up from behind on the flying demons. Although the speed of the ghost crow was much faster than that of the flying demons, the space-time arena was only tens of thousands of miles in radius, and the other party near location. How could he get rid of this group of vengeful demon assassins? Su Fan took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. He had temporarily shaken off the pursuers behind him, but it was not a good idea to continue like this. He had to think of a way. Should he lead a group of demon assassins to circle around in the time and space arena in the next few months? Suddenly, a bold idea came to Su Fan's mind. But he immediately dismissed the idea, which was a bit whimsical. It would be too dangerous to do so. This idea was indeed a bit incredible. If it went wrong, he might really get himself involved. No, don't play with fire, forget it. Although Su Fan dismissed the idea took root in his heart like a seed, and it grew higher and higher. His heart was like grass growing, which made him feel itchy and a little irritable. Crack! A dazzling lightning flash under the night sky, followed by a thunderous explosion like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. The sound spread all over the fields, shaking the world. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder, and his inner irritability slowly calmed down. He took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Unconsciously, Su Fan drove the ghost crow and actually came to the outside of the human stronghold, which was the border between the Zerg and the demon. Although he rejected this idea in his heart, his body was very honest. At this moment, dozens of red dots behind him had caught up, and they really didn't stop until they died. He made up his mind and decided to die. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Anyway, it was not certain whether he could survive if he continued like this. Su Fan let the ghost crow fall to the ground, hugged a big bird's neck and hugged it, then patted the ghost crow's head and let it fly away. At this time, a gust of wind swept by, blowing the leaves rustling, dark clouds swept like waves, and the air was extremely dull. Suddenly, bean-sized raindrops fell like a downpour, and the whole world seemed to have become a world covered by rain at this moment. Su Fan looked up at the night sky and let the big raindrops fall on his face. He wiped his face and took a deep breath. He used the magic body and then activated the invisibility magic. The demon drive slowly disappeared into the air. After a while, dozens of flying demons flew over and landed on the ground. The leading demon jumped off the back of the flying demon and stood there staring at the direction where Su Fan left. This demon was only a few meters tall, and a thick magic fog was all over his body. It was even impossible to see its demon drive clearly. It was the most mysterious high-level race in the demon clan, the confusing mist demon, and also the most elite assassin. This terrifying demon assassin only appears late at night. Even among the vast majority of demons, few of their kind have seen the true body of the confusing mist demon. At this time, another demon came over. It was nearly 2 meters tall, and the demon drive looked very illusory, giving people a very unreal feeling, like a shadow floating everywhere. This is also the most elite assassin race in the demon clan, the yin-yang ghost demon, who possesses the extremely rare netherworld demon drive, which is invisible and comes and goes without a trace. Once they are targeted, they will fight to the death like a maggot on the tarsal bone. These two high-level upper races are extremely rare even in the huge demon clan. It takes many years to replenish each death. Therefore, their identities are very precious in the demon clan and their status is also very transcendent. The confused mist demon and the yin-yang ghost demon stood there side by side, with more than 10 of their fellows standing behind them. However, dozens of illusionary ghost demons could only stand in the distance, not even qualified to stand with these two high-level upper demon clans, and each of them was as respectful as a servant. At this time, the confused mist demon standing in front said a few words. After it finished speaking, its body instantly turned into a magic mist and spread in the direction where Su Fan left. The demon of Yin Yang Ghost Demon also gradually faded and disappeared into the air, as if it had never appeared here. After hearing the words of Mist Demon, many demon assassins behind him responded loudly, and then followed it into the dark night. At this moment, in the dark night sky, countless thunderbolts were shaking crazily, and the lightning snake seemed to tear through the sky, pouring down like a waterfall. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and the earth were instantly bright. Ka! A shocking explosion followed, as if the sky and the earth were shaking. At the moment when the lightning flashed across the night sky, in the overwhelming rain curtain, it seemed that an illusory shadow flashed by. Su Fan had already touched the depths of the Zerg area. He was sneaking carefully, and he might be discovered by the Zerg at any time. But for some reason, no Zerg had discovered his trace until now. Although the most noble golden Zerg races are in the space-time arena, the nature of the golden race is no different from that of other Zerg races. Some Zerg races like to burrow into the ground, digging huge bottomless pits on the ground, and even the entire underground has been hollowed out by them. Now there are countless Zerg races gathered underground in this area. Other Zerg races like earth mounds. They built huge nests hundreds of feet high around them, and no one knows where they got so much earth from. Anyway, no matter how noble these golden Zerg races are, bugs are bugs. Suddenly, Su Fan stopped and saw that the trees not far ahead were densely hung with things. In the pouring rain, they swayed around with the howling wind. Su Fan walked over carefully, and he could not see clearly until he walked in. It turned out that all the people hanging on the trees were human monks, and their bodies were broken and had been dead for a long time. Although Su Fan was indifferent, he still felt a surge of blood rushing to his head when he saw such a scene. Damn, these Zergs deserve to die. Some brutal Zergs like to eat living prey, so they will use secret methods to keep their prey rational unconscious. When gnawing on their prey, they enjoy the pain of their prey struggling, which makes them feel the joy of tyranny. These human monks should be in this situation. I don't know how long they persisted in such a cruel environment, and finally died in endless pain. No. There is still one alive. Su Fan felt a very weak breath. He slowly came to the bottom of a human monk, jumped lightly, waved his claws to cut off the old vine hanging on him, and then carried him to a hidden place. The situation of this human monk is very miserable. Most of his body is gone, leaving only part of his torso, and his life signs are already exhausted. Even if the Dalao Jinkson came, he might not be able to save him. I don't know how this tenacious human monk has survived until now. Maybe there is an obsession in his heart that he can't let go. Su Fan removed his demonic body, took out several pills from his ring and stuffed them into his mouth. After a while, the lifeless eyes of this human cultivator showed a glimmer of light. Su Fan sighed. He knew that even if he took several healing pills, it would only keep him alive for a moment longer. If he came a little later, the other party might have died. At this time, a thought came to Su Fan's mind. Taoist, can you help me? This human cultivator could no longer speak, and could only rely on his tenacious will and the only remaining trace of thoughts from the divine chaos. Su Fan took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Can you take my soul? I want to go home. This human cultivator sent out the last thought, and then lost his life. Su Fan sighed, put his hand on the other's staring eyes, and then patted the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. Swoosh! Sister Zhen jumped out of the ghost device, circled around Su Fan for a few circles, and then floated in front of him. Collect his soul, help me take good care of him, I want to take him home. After receiving Su Fan's thoughts, Sister Zhen was stunned for a moment, then waved her hand and pulled a shadow out of the sea of consciousness of the human cultivator, and then returned to the ghost device. Su Fan took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip. No wonder, he had sneaked into the depths of the Zerg-occupied area for so long, but no Zerg discovered him. It turned out that among the dense golden light spots on the map, there were many blue light spots scattered sporadically, and he would not be able to find them if he did not look carefully. There is no need to guess that these human cultivators are in a similar situation to this one. So the Zerg here may also regard him as a fresh prey brought by some tribe. Although Su Fan was angry at the brutality of these Zerg, this would greatly help his next plan. This is also an unexpected surprise. Thinking of this, Su Fan waved his hand and put the corpse of the human cultivator into the ring. Thinking of taking him back to the human plane for a proper burial. Su Fan had no intention of saving the human cultivator's ear, because he had to do something important here that concerned the fate of all human cultivators. Not to mention saving people, it was not even certain whether he could get out alive. Su Fan picked up the jade slip and put it on his forehead. At this time, dozens of demon assassins had surrounded him from both sides. He sneered, put away the jade slip, and then used the demon body to disappear in the dark rain. Next to a tall insect nest not far away, several blood-sucking rot ants were guarding the entrance of the insect nest, lying there and dozing off. Suddenly, a dark devil claw appeared in the air, and instantly scratched the blood-sucking rot ants. Puff! The claws almost cut off half of the neck of the blood-sucking rot ant, and disgusting green juice splashed everywhere. Before it could scream and howl, the huge insect body had already laid there motionless. Hiss, hiss. This also alarmed several blood-sucking rot ants nearby, and they let out a shrill hiss, which immediately broke the silence in the middle of the night. Several blood-sucking rot ants pounced on it, but the claws had disappeared in the dark rain. Puff! The claws appeared again and scratched the neck of a blood-sucking rot ant again. Seeing two of their own kind being killed one after another, several blood-sucking rot ants went completely crazy, and the hissing sounds they made became louder. Their hissing sounds also alarmed the blood-sucking rot ants in the nest. The huge nest was like a boiling pot, and countless blood-sucking rot ants swarmed out. At this moment, Su Fan had already slipped away. He came to a cave of silver-winged centipede and ambushed and killed two silver-winged centipede guarding the cave entrance. The silver-winged centipede in the cave was alarmed again, and countless silver-winged centipede poured out of the cave like a tide. In just a moment, Su Fan, relying on the invisibility and stealth of his demonized body, turned the Zerg-occupied area upside down. Seeing those fellows who were ambushed and assassinated, all the golden Zergs were enraged and looked for the murderer like crazy. Especially when they saw dozens of demons deep into the Zerg territory through the map, they became even crazier. Although the Zerg and the demons temporarily got together in this time and space arena, the two tribes also had deep resentment. Now outside the human stronghold, the two tribes each occupied an area. There would be fights every day at the junction of the two tribes, and the two sides would fight from time to time. These golden Zergs in the space-time arena are not those low-level ordinary Zergs without brains. But no matter how noble a bug is, it is still a bug. Although the golden Zerg is a little smarter, its brain is still not very bright, and the golden Zerg are all irritable and easily angered. Once they are overwhelmed by anger, their limited rationality is immediately replaced by endless violence. Countless Zergs can't find the demon assassins hidden in the rain, so they vent their endless anger on the nearby demon-occupied areas. A large number of Zergs rushed into the demon territory, killing the demon elites when they saw them, and the demons suffered heavy losses when they were caught off guard. Seeing the Zerg launching a crazy attack, all the demon elites were also confused. The demon elites still maintained their rationality at first and tried to negotiate with the Zerg, but the Zerg had already determined that the killing of their kind was caused by the demon assassins. There is no way. The wounds of the killed Zergs were caused by the demon assassins, and dozens of demon assassins had penetrated into the Zerg territory in the middle of the night. As for the motives of the demons, sorry, there is no such concept as motive in the limited thinking of the Zerg. Especially at this moment, the golden Zerg has been overwhelmed by anger. Their brains are not very smart, so they don't care so much. If the golden Zerg had a Zerg king, they could suppress the many violent golden Zergs. Now, these Zergs in the time and space arena, although they have noble blood, they are all elites of various tribes, and no one can suppress their tyranny. The same is true for the demon elites on the opposite side. Although the demon elites are not lacking in wisdom, they are very arrogant and look down on these inferior reptiles from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention these Zergs, the demon elites don't even take human monks seriously. In the world of the demon elites, in the entire King Kong Star region, the demons are the noblest race, and other races are humble and inferior creatures. Moreover, the demon elites are all elites from various populations, and there is no suppression from the demons of various races, so they can't stand the provocation of these inferior reptiles. So the war between the Zerg and the demons began. At the beginning, it was just a fierce battle at the junction of the demons and the Zerg. With countless Zerg and demons coming from the rear joining the battle, a tragic war finally started out of control. At this moment, Su Fan saw that the demons and the Zerg had already fought fiercely, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Fan didn't expect that he would really do this. Not only did it resolve the crisis of this human stronghold, it would even affect the battle situation in the entire space-time arena. The contradiction between the Zerg and the demons did not accumulate in a day or two. With his understanding of the demons and the Zerg, once the two sides had a fierce battle, they would never stop, and it would be a killing spree. The only trouble now is the dozens of demon assassins. They have been creating chaos in the Zerg territory just now, and he doesn't know where those demon assassins are. At this moment, Su Fan had only one thought, that is, to escape from this place as soon as possible. He removed his demonic body, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. When Su Fan's figure appeared again, he looked around, and his heart suddenly turned cold. Just now, when he was creating chaos, those demon assassins had set up a killing trap for him around him. Su Fan tried to summon the Ghost Crow, but he couldn't contact the Ghost Crow at all. He braved the heavy rain falling on his face, looked up at the dark sky, and saw a thick layer of demon fog in the air. These demon assassins took great pains to kill him, and they didn't care about the war between the demons and the insects. Maybe in the eyes of these demon assassins, as long as they killed this human cultivator, the demons in the space-time arena would die, and it would have nothing to do with them. At this time, endless fog spread to him from all directions. Several shadows also appeared in the heavy rain, floating slowly towards him. The mind-baffled mist demon and the yin-yang ghost demon have both arrived. It seems that these demon assassins will not stop until they kill him here. Chapter 413, the work is done and he leaves, hiding his merits and fame. Crack! A blinding flash of lightning tore through the dark night sky, and the world suddenly lit up. Dozens of huge figures around him suddenly appeared in the dark rain curtain. Just now, while Su Fan was fanning the flames in the Zerg territory, these demon assassins had already surrounded him. A few dozen meters away from Su Fan, a demon assassin whose figure was shrouded in thick magic fog was looking at him gloomily. The other party smiled grimly and said something in his mouth. The sound was as grim and harsh as tearing a piece of brown paper, which was creepy. What a mess. Damn, can't you speak human language? This guy kept talking for a long time, but he didn't understand a word. Su Fan cursed inwardly. Didn't he know that the villain would die quickly if he talked too much? The heart-baffled mist demon on the opposite side kept talking for a long time, and then waved his hand. Dozens of demon assassins and huge demons disappeared in the dark rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. With a howling wind, the surrounding mountains and forests seemed to be in turmoil. An invisible murderous aura was gathering towards Su Fan from all directions. He knew that these demons had already come up. I'm just waiting for you to surround me. Su Fan sneered. He was not frightened, but sat cross-legged on the ground to practice the first level of the Heavenly Demon Holy Body Art. As the Heavenly Demon Holy Body Art was running, an inexplicable aura in Su Fan's body actually had an inexplicable connection with the world. Boom! Thunder sounded and echoed for thousands of miles. The terrifying thunder of heaven and earth was slowly brewing in the dark clouds. The torrential rain that was originally pouring down became smaller. The howling and raging wind suddenly fell silent. At this time, the hard-confused mist demon who was leading suddenly realized something. The magic fog that permeated the surroundings gathered together in an instant, transforming into a huge demon. The bewildering mist demon raised his head and looked at the dark night sky, with a solemn look on his face. Boom boom! At this moment, the violently rolling dark clouds above the dark sky suddenly became agitated. Lightning flashed like a dancing silver snake, emitting a terrifying and ferocious aura. Although the bewildering mist demon in the lead did not know what happened, his intuition told him that danger would come. The bewildering mist demon and the yin-yang ghost demon are both demons with dark attributes of the netherworld, and they are most afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. Although ordinary thunder and lightning cannot cause harm to them, the terrifying thunder clouds in the dark night sky at this moment are obviously wrong, and it seems that something is brewing. The bewildering mist demon in the lead made a prompt decision and decided to immediately call on his fellow tribes to evacuate. Although this human cultivator who attempted to challenge the dignity of the demon assassin allowed him to escape for the time being, the time and space arena still has several months to go, and there are plenty of opportunities to kill him. But before it could give the order, there were bursts of continuous thunder in the sky. Above the dark sky, the wind and clouds surged in an instant, and the sky and the earth changed color. A terrifying pressure spread. The restless and terrifying thunderclouds in the air finally broke out completely under the influence of the energy in Su Fan's body. In the dark night sky, the dark clouds rolled violently like a boiling pot. Dense lightning flashed continuously in the thick clouds, like silver snakes dancing wildly. The violent storm that had originally stopped began to rage wildly again, even bigger than before. The whole world was like the end of the world. The face of the confused mist demon changed, and he raised his head suddenly. Such a terrifying power of heaven and earth made it tremble. The bewildering mist demon had a bad premonition in his heart. He looked down at Su Fan on the opposite side and saw that he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. Not good. Even if the bewildering mist demon was stupid, he could guess that the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth at this time was obviously caused by this human cultivator. But even if it wanted to escape at this time, it was too late. Crack! Suddenly there was a terrifying explosion in the sky. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was shaking. Finally, the first thunder roared down. The extremely dazzling lightning was like a sharp sword, instantly crossing the dark night sky, roaring and stabbing the ground fiercely. The first thunder did not fall on Su Fan's head, but actually struck the bewildering mist demon on the opposite side. Although the thunder was caused by the aura in Su Fan's body, the masculine thunder power was extremely sensitive to the bewildering mist demon, who was surrounded by the evil aura. At this time, the bewildering mist demon was so close to Su Fan, so of course he had to attack it first. Su Fan had already broken through the 4th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, and he had been constantly drawing heavenly thunder into his body over the years to refine his physical body. The power of the heaven and earth thunder he drew now was no longer comparable. Although the bewildering mist demon was mysterious and its strength was very strong, no matter how strong the demon assassin was, his physical body was just that. Facing this violent heaven and earth thunder, he was instantly struck to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Next, one after another heavenly thunder followed, falling like a rainstorm. Su Fan frantically urged the Tao seeds in his body, and countless thunders were like violent silver snakes, completely covering the area of hundreds of meters in radius. Seeing the thunder and lightning roaring down from the sky, dozens of demon assassins hiding around were immediately scared out of their wits. They were too busy killing Su Fan to care about it now. They began to show their true bodies and then turned around and fled. However, no matter how fast these demon assassins were, they could not be faster than the thunders of heaven and earth that poured down like a rainstorm. The confusing mist demon and the yin-yang ghost demon were both demons of dark and dark attributes, and they were filled with a strong evil spirit. The power of thunder was specifically designed to overcome all kinds of evil things. Not to mention these demon elites who were equivalent to the human giant in realm, even if the demons of the demon clan came, they would not dare to resist. The most unlucky ones were the illusionary ghost demons, who were also covered by dense thunders of heaven and earth. Although the evil spirits of the illusionary ghost demons were not as strong as those of the confusing mist demon and the yin-yang ghost demon, they were still demons after all, and they were all very susceptible to thunder. Su Fan activated the Tao seed in his body regardless of anything, and the terrifying thunder clouds in the sky had completely rioted. The dense lightning and thunder were like free, hitting the ground crazily. Of course, Su Fan was also hit by a lot of lightning. But he was used to being struck by lightning. Apart from the pain, it did not hurt his body. It was unknown how long it took, until Su Fan's spiritual power was almost exhausted, and the Tao seeds in his body slowly stopped rotating. At this moment, the rainstorm was still pouring down, but the originally restless dark clouds and violent thunder had calmed down. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual consciousness was completely released in an instant, and all the scenery within a radius of 1 kilometer was in sight. He breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was solved. Su Fan stood up from the ground, looked up at the dark night sky, and let the big raindrops hit his face. He walked to the corpse of the mist demon opposite and found that the corpse of this mysterious demon clan, which made people shudder, was less than 10 feet long after death. Su Fan picked up the corpse of the mist demon of confusion. The skin of this demon is very soft and feels like a transparent jelly. Because this place is in the territory of the Zerg, he did not look closely and put the corpse of the mist demon of confusion into the Qing Nang treasure bag. Su Fan came to the corpse of a yin-yang ghost demon in the distance. As a result, there was nothing left on the ground, only a shiny black crystal core. He stretched out his hand to pick up the black crystal core, but as soon as his fingers touched it, a cold breath rushed into his body along his fingers. Ah! Su Fan screamed and retracted his hand violently. You must know that Su Fan's physical strength is very strong, and this crystal core is like a piece of extremely cold ice, almost freezing his arm. At this time, the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist shook violently. Master! Master! I want... Sister Zhen suddenly had a thought, but Sister Zhen seemed to be stimulated by something and couldn't even speak clearly. Su Fan frowned immediately. What's wrong with this woman? Is it really okay for you to be so horny? I have no interest in ghost bodies. But he soon understood that Sister Zhen was not horny at all, but was interested in the crystal core of the yin-yang ghost demon. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Sister Zhen flirted with him every day, he would be disgusted. He slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist, and with a whoosh, Sister Zhen jumped out of the ghost weapon and flew wildly around him. She stared at the dark crystal core on the ground with a pair of red ghost eyes. Master! Master! Please give it to me, I can do anything for you in the future. Feeling the thoughts from Sister Zhen, Su Fan rolled his eyes. Can you still talk properly? It's like I'm threatening you. Take it away quickly, get out. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, he saw a whoosh sound, and Sister Zhen's ghost turned into a puff of black smoke, wrapping the black crystal core on the ground, and instantly rushed back to the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. He smiled. It seems that this crystal core is very important to Sister Zhen. Since taking her as a ghost slave, this is the first time that Sister Zhen is so excited that she can't help herself. Although relying on his hard feeding, Sister Zhen's strength is no longer what it used to be. But Sister Zhen's talent is average, and she has always been stuck at the level of Ghost General. It has been several years, and there is no sign of loosening. I hope this yin-yang ghost demon crystal core can help her break through the shackles. After all, I am also a Jinden's Henren. What's the matter with carrying a ghost soldier every day? At this time, another top-grade ghost weapon on my waist also shook. Su Fan rolled his eyes. It seems that Yaksha also smelled the smell. Although he thought Yaksha was ugly and never treated him well, and all the good things were given to Zenji first, Yaksha had been working hard since he followed him. Even if he had no credit, he had worked hard. Thinking of this, he came to the corpse of another yin-yang ghost demon and slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist to summon Yaksha. Yaksha was much calmer, but his ghost eyes kept looking at the crystal core. What's more, he made a flattering look and smiled at Su Fan in a flattering way, which almost made him sick to death. Hey! It's really ugly. If you look so ugly, don't come out to scare people. I reward you. Take it and get out of here. Yaksha trembled when he heard the ghost, and the excited ghost almost swayed and scattered. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times, and then the ghost turned into a ball of black smoke and wrapped the crystal core back to the ghost weapon. Sister Zhen is so simple, how can this guy have so many tricks? This guy is just an old-fashioned man. Although this guy is not as considerate as Sister Zhen, he has a good talent in the way of ghosts and has already quietly touched the edge of the Ghost King. With this yin-yang ghost demon crystal core, it is estimated that it will not take long to break through to the Ghost King realm. When a ghost cultivator breaks through to the Ghost King realm, the ghost body will gradually become substantial, and the strength will have a drastic change. Su Fan simply cleaned up the battlefield and put all the corpses of dozens of demon assassins into the green banner treasure bag. He summoned back the ghost crow that was cruising in the air in the distance, and then drove the ghost crow away. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the ghost crow, Su Fan took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, just outside the base of the human cultivators, countless red and golden light spots were entangled densely. Now the Zerg and the demons have killed each other, and the battlefield is full of countless corpses of the elites of the two races. Now they are fighting frantically. How can they care about attacking the base of the human race? Su Fan breathed a long sigh of relief, put away the jade slip, smiled with satisfaction, and then quietly left. The work is done and he left, hiding his merits and fame. This time, not only did he cause a fight between the demons and the insects, solve the trouble of the human base, but also solve the trouble of the demon assassins. This trip was worth it. Especially the more than 20 corpses of the confusing Heart Mist Demon and Yin-Yang Ghost Demon that he put into the Queen Banner treasure bag, which are worth a lot of spirit stones. These two kinds of mysterious demons are terrified, and the human cultivators have not yet obtained more information about them. The main reason is that these two kinds of mysterious demons are very rare, even in the huge demon plains, they are rare. In the past, On the battlefield between human cultivators and demons, once these two kinds of demons appeared, all human cultivators would retreat, and even union cultivators had to be careful to deal with them. Moreover, they are extremely cunning. Even if there is a slight movement, they will disappear without a trace, and it is almost impossible to catch their true bodies. I didn't expect that dozens of bewildering mist demons, yin-yang ghost demons and illusionary ghost demons joined forces to surround and kill him, but they were all destroyed by him in one day. Su Fan had an impulse to laugh wildly at the sky, just like he was injected with chicken blood, and he couldn't suppress his excitement at all. Huh? He exhaled a long breath and forced himself to calm down. Low-key, it should be low-key at this time. At this moment, the sky was already dawning. The strong wind had calmed down, and the heavy rain that was pouring down was also smaller, turning into a drizzle like cow hair tips. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of light mist, like smoke and fog, hazy. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the back of the ghost crow, turned his head to look in the direction of the human stronghold, and then patted the ghost crow. The ghost crow with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters suddenly flashed its wings, and its speed suddenly increased several times, and slowly disappeared in the dreamlike rain and fog. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 414 Turning the Tide. Su Fan successfully created a conflict between the Zerg and the demons, causing the elites of the two races who were besieging the human stronghold to launch a brutal war. Not only did it solve the crisis of the human stronghold, but it also alleviated the passive situation of the human monks in the entire space-time arena to a certain extent. The space-time arena is so large that although the demon elites and the golden Zerg do not have communication instruments, they have ways to communicate with each other. The Zerg and the demons outside the human stronghold here have gone to war. It won't be long before the elites of the two races in the space-time arena will join the brutal war. From then on, it is impossible for the Zerg and the demons to get along with each other. Since the human monks fell into an extremely unfavorable situation, they were besieged in dozens of human strongholds by the Zerg and demon coalition forces. Facing the human monks who are about to be completely resolved, the contradictions between the two races have begun to emerge. Because the human monks were resolved, both sides would definitely tear off their disguises and continue to fight bloody battles in the space-time arena for several months. So at this time, at the border area between the two sides, the elites of the demon clan and the golden Zerg have begun to fight constantly. The conflict between the two clans is like dry firewood and raging fire, which can be ignited as long as it is touched. At this time, Su Fan just threw a fire starter, and the long simmering firewood pile was lit in an instant, and the flames rose to the sky. After Su Fan lit the fire, he patted his buttocks and left, but left a mess for the Zerg and the demon clan. The war between the elites of the two clans was out of control. Now they have become bloodthirsty. Countless demon elites and golden Zergs are fighting crazily outside the human stronghold. Su Fan originally thought it was good. He would run away after finishing the work, leave quietly, and then find a place, take a small bench and eat melon seeds to watch the fun. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. Su Fan was so excited that he forgot that in the space-time arena, his every move would be transmitted back to the light curtains of various planes in the King Kong star domain in real time. His image could not be seen on the light curtain before, because the traffic was not enough, or the impact was not great. But Su Fan has done such a big thing this time, and both the traffic and influence have surpassed everyone. At this moment, on the light screens of each human plane in the King Kong star region, the images of the monks and the human strongholds fighting desperately against the elites of the demon race and the golden insect race are constantly being played. Faced with the endless elites of the two races, the human monks are fearless and even detonate their dharma bodies to perish together with the elites of the two races, and scenes of epic battles have emerged. In recent days, the tragic battle in the time and space arena has also touched the hearts of countless human monks. They gathered under the light screen without sleep, watching the tenacious human monks fighting to the death with the elites of the two races, and everyone was incomparably sad and angry. At this time, everyone can see that the demons and insects have united to strangle the human monks in the time and space arena. Although the human monks in the time and space arena are extremely tenacious, the people under the light screen feel very aggrieved while admiring them. Those who can participate in the once-a-century time and space arena in the blue sky star region are the most elite disciples in the major super sects of the human race. If all these people were defeated here, it would be a heavy blow to the human cultivators. But now the situation of the human cultivators in the time and space arena is already precarious, and they can only be trapped in various strongholds and fight desperately. But the number of demon elites and golden insects is too large, and the human cultivators have no air superiority, so they can only passively withstand the attacks of the elites of the two races on the ground. Everyone under the light curtain knows in their hearts that few of the human cultivators participating in the time and space arena this time will survive. At this time, the images on the light curtains of all the human planes in the blue sky star region were cut off almost at the same time. Looking at the light curtains that have lost the image, the people below suddenly quit. Fuck, why is it gone? Is the light curtain broken? Who is in charge? Repair it quickly. Is there something wrong with the space-time arena? Stupid. The 100 years space-time arena is at least a means of the Divine Master. When all the light curtains were in chaos and noisy cursing, the light curtains suddenly recovered. However, the picture on the light curtains had changed. A human cultivator in a black robe threw away the chopsticks in his hand and took out a big sword. Because he was wearing a white hood, it was impossible to see the appearance of this cultivator clearly, and it was unknown whether the other party was from the immortal sect or the demon sect. At this time, the cave opposite shattered, and a unicorn beetle squeezed out of the broken cave. Then, the human cultivator jumped high and slashed with a sword. A sword beam with a fierce murderous aura instantly cut a deep crack in the unicorn beetle's almost abnormal defense shell. Oh my god, this sword cultivator is too powerful. Are you blind? He is obviously a physical cultivator, that's a unicorn beetle, and this guy broke its shell with one sword. Just now, there was a battle between the human race and the demon race. Let's see what he is capable of. At this time, several blood-red characters appeared under the light curtain. Cultivation, Chunjin demon sect, Su Fan, killed the golden insect race unicorn beetle. After seeing the blood-red characters on the light curtain, the people below were stunned. What was going on? Fuck. Didn't he just kill a golden insect race? Is it necessary to introduce him like this? Who is this idiot? Why are you watching him? We want to watch the battle of the human race stronghold. There are so many battles in the space-time arena. Why are you watching this guy? I remember, this guy was in the top 100 of the space-time arena killing list. Then, all the battles that Su Fan entered in the space-time arena were also presented on the light curtain frame by frame. This also stunned the human cultivators under the light curtain, who pointed at the light curtain and loudly questioned and cursed. Of course, countless cultivators gathered under the light curtains of all human planes, and some saw something different. This is a replay, all of which are replays of this guy. I have watched the time and space arena 3 times, but this is the first time I see a replay. Who is this guy? He actually replayed it for himself. At this time, the picture on the light curtain changed again. Su Fan used the demonized body, and then disappeared in the dark rain curtain. Seeing Su Fan disappear, the cultivators under the light curtain were boiling again, and all the demon monks saw the door. Demonized body. He used the demonized body, which high-level demon blood essence did this kid merge with to inherit the invisibility ability. This is the blood of a high-level demon assassin. Where did he get such a powerful blood? When everyone saw Su Fan rampaging in the Zerg territory, killing Zerg everywhere, and running away without dragging his feet after killing them. At this time, Su Fan's behavior also made the monks under the light curtain a little confused. What on earth is this guy going to do? What's the point of killing these minions? He inherited the magic power of the demon assassin. Why doesn't he kill the leader of the Zerg? Then, the Zerg territory was in chaos. Because of Su Fan's instigation, the Zerg and the demons had a fight in the end, and then the two races started a war. Seeing this, even the most stupid people could understand it. At this moment, all the light curtains under the human plane suddenly became a sea of joy. All the monks were roaring loudly and hugging the people around them like crazy. Many people shouted themselves hoarse, but they didn't care at all. Some people burst into tears, or even cried loudly. They had been frustrated these days. The resentment that had been weighing on their hearts for days finally came out at this moment. The human race is saved. Fuck, you can actually do this. Haha, haha, the Zerg and the demons are fighting. This kid has made great achievements. At this time, blood-red characters appeared again on all the light screens, and there was one more sentence. Save the sky when it is about to fall, stop the raging waves when it is about to fall. Cultivation, Chunjin demon sect, Su Fan, save the raging waves, created unprecedented achievements, and ranked first on the human race's killing list. In fact, it was not only the disciples of the human plane who were frustrated these days, but also the old monsters and demons at the top of the human race were even more angry. The human race was obviously fooled by the Zerg and the demons. No one expected that the two races would temporarily unite and want to kill all the human cultivators in the space-time arena. But they were playing an open conspiracy and did not violate the rules of the space-time arena. Watching the human cultivators die one by one at the hands of the elites of the two races, these old monsters and demons of the human race could only sulk. In fact, the death of some juniors is nothing, but in the space-time arena held once 100 years in the King Kwan star region, the great powers of the incarnation and refining levels of all races sit together to watch. Not only that, every time the space-time arena held once 100 years in the King Kwan star region, the great powers of all races will place a huge bet. The miserable situation of the human cultivators in the space-time arena also made all the old monsters and demons of the human race lose face in front of the insect race and the demon race. Originally, they thought that this time in the space-time arena, not only did they lose face, but their heavy bets would definitely be wasted. But what surprised them was that a junior quietly created such a big drama, taking advantage of the contradiction between the Zerg and the demon, and actually caused a war between the two races. A fiery demon sect master, Liangsu Great Heavenly Venerable, was so excited that he deliberately wrote an extra paragraph on the light screen. This also made the demons and Zerg masters present so angry that their faces turned green, but they had played a mean trick first, so they could only endure it at this time. All the cultivators under the light screen stared at the two blood-red lines of characters in amazement, and suddenly fell silent. According to Su Fan's great military exploits, it is not an exaggeration to rank at the top of the list of the killing list of the time and space arena. But the extra sentence is extraordinary. This is the evaluation of the Supreme Master of Transformation, or even the Supreme Master of the human race, Liangsu Great Heavenly Venerable. For a human cultivator, this is absolutely an unparalleled supreme honor. Even if his descendants are nothing, they can still brag about their ancestors' deeds for the rest of their lives. Chapter 415 This guy is too perverted. But just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, the scene changed again. In the dark rain curtain, Su Fan stood there calmly, surrounded by dozens of demon assassins. The confusing mist demon in the lead was wrapped in thick mist, exuding a terrifying aura. That's the confusing mist demon, the most mysterious assassin in the demon clan. It's over now. With so many demon assassins surrounding him, Su Fan is afraid that it will be difficult to escape this disaster. Why don't you run? Why are you staying there waiting to die? Fuck. Are the demons crazy? They sent so many confusing mist demons, yin-yang ghost demons and illusionary ghost demons to surround him. At this moment, under the light curtain of the human plane, countless cultivators held their breath and looked at the picture on the light curtain, with great grief and sadness in their hearts. Because of the fierce battle, the top of the human race's killing list in the time and space arena during this period of time and space will fall after a short time. This kind of scene has long been commonplace. Now Su Fan has been surrounded by dozens of demon assassins. In the eyes of all human monks, this newly promoted leader of the killing list is about to fall. At this time, with a wave of the hand of the mist demon, all the demon assassins disappeared into the air almost at the same time. At this moment, under the light curtain of the human plane, there was a sad atmosphere. All human monks had tears in their eyes, and silently straightened their bodies to see Su Fan off. But what is puzzling is that Su Fan did not make any resistance, but sat cross-legged there. Why sit down, get up and kill them? Has he given up? Anyway, it's all death, kill, get up for me, kill those demons. The human monks under the light curtain were angered by Su Fan's behavior. Although the human monks suffered heavy losses in the time and space arena, there was not a coward. Countless people chose to perish with the demons and insects before they died. So when they saw Su Fan sitting cross-legged, they were all angry and began to shout loudly. But the next scene stunned everyone. No one expected that Su Fan would actually draw down countless thunders from heaven and earth, and wipe out dozens of demon assassins in one day. Fuck. He actually drew down thunders from heaven and earth, Alice. I didn't expect that he would die with the demons in this way. Great. He died a worthy death. Those were dozens of elite assassins of the demons. His death was worth it. At this time, in everyone's opinion, Su Fan was dead, and everyone thought that he had used a secret technique to die with the demons. After all, the dazzling thunders from heaven and earth on the light curtain hit the ground in an overwhelming manner. In this case, No one could escape. It was not until the thunder gradually subsided that they saw Su Fan standing up from the ground. This incredible scene made everyone dare not believe their eyes, and they couldn't recover for a long time. He didn't die in this way. This guy is too perverted. Of course, under the light curtain of the human plane, after a brief silence, endless cheers came at any time. Countless human cultivators jumped and jumped, cried and hugged, venting their inner excitement. At this time, a line of bloody handwriting appeared on the light curtain again. Cultivation, Chunjin Demon Sect, Su Fan. 39 consecutive kills, ranked first on the human race's killing list, in the space-time arena held once 100 years in the King Kong Star region. The record of 39 consecutive kills can definitely be ranked in the top 10, but in terms of gold content, it is definitely the whale-deserved first. There are more than 30 elite demon assassins, and there may be only so many demons in the space-time arena this time. Although the number of demons is huge, such elite demon assassins can be said to exist only 1 in a million. Especially the confused mist demon and yin-yang ghost demon, the number is even rarer, and they are definitely rare among the demons. Su Fan killed so many people at once this time. For the already scarce demon assassins, it was a serious injury. At this moment, the cultivators under the light curtains in Cultivation were even more excited. No one expected that such an awesome person would appear in the plane, which had little presence in the King Kong Star domain. With his own strength, he turned the tide and reversed the precarious situation of the human race in the time and space arena. He was surrounded by dozens of elite demon assassins, but he wiped out his opponents in one day and retreated without any injuries. This is a great military exploit that is famous throughout the King Kong Star domain. In the future, the cultivators of Cultivation will no longer feel inferior when they go outside the domain. Because from today on, everyone in the King Kong Star domain will know the existence of Cultivation. It is such a small plane that has never been seen in person, but Su Fan is such an awesome person. Chunjin Demon Sect, Demon Cloud Peak Sect Hall. Several Yuaning demon lords in the sect were gathered here, staring at the light curtain in front of them with a dull look on their faces, with a helpless look in their eyes. At this time, a great cultivator in the late Yuaning stage sitting at the top put down the communication array in his hand. He sighed and said, I just received the decree from the ancestor of the sect. Jiaoshan has taken a fancy to this kid, and he can't come back. After hearing his words, several Yuaning demon lords of Chunjin Demon Sect were not disappointed, but relieved. If he can't come back, then he can't come back. Anyway, with this kid's character, even if he returns to Cultivation, he may turn to other super sects. We can't keep this kid, and other sects can't get him. Anyway, this kid has made Chunjin Demon Sect famous in history, and they are already very satisfied. On a lonely peak deep in the Chunjin Demon Sect, Zhang Junpu sat cross-legged in the abode and looked at the light curtain excitedly. This room is the room of the Zhang family leader. Since Su Fan entered the top 100 of the space-time arena killing list, he was called back to the family by the family leader because he and Su Fan were close friends. He has been staying in the family leader's room for the past few days, accepting the old man's teachings. In the past, Zhang Junpu was a mediocre disciple of this generation in the family. When did he get such treatment now? Seeing Su Fan's performance in the space-time arena, Zhang Junpu was also shocked. He knew that Su Fan was awesome, but he never thought that this guy was so awesome. When this guy comes back, he must treat us. After hearing what Zhang Junpu said, the Zhang family leader who was sitting cross-legged next to him smiled bitterly. Last night, the ancestor of the family sent back a message. Su Fan might not be able to come back. Zhang Junpu was stunned when he heard it, and frowned and said, why, now this kid is amazing. Jiaoshan and Kunlanshan have both taken a fancy to him. What the hell, ancestor? Jiaoshan is still okay, but Kunlanshan doesn't even have a demon clan. Why are they making a fuss? The ancestor of the Zhang family glanced at Zhang Junpu and scolded with a smile. The hypocrites of the Xianzong are notoriously shameless and can't do anything. When Zhang Junpu heard that Su Fan would not come back, he suddenly fell silent. He stood up from the ground and respectfully saluted the patriarch of the family. Ancestor, your grandson will take his leave. Looking at Zhang Junpu, who was frustrated, the old man smiled. Go back and practice well. If you can break through the nascent soul realm, you will see it. Go. Zhang Junpu came out of the clan leader's abode. He drove the magic weapon to the top of a mountain, sat down cross-legged, and took out a bottle of spirit wine from the ring. He looked up at the sky. The golden glow of the setting sun gradually disappeared. The sky dyed red by the sunset glow had darkened, and the endless mountains and forests turned into dark black. I'm afraid I will never see this guy again in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Junpu took a sip of the spirit wine, and a trace of melancholy inexplicably arose in his heart. Isn't it just an assassin's soul? I don't believe that I can't break through. Su Fan knew nothing about what happened in the outside world. He didn't know that he had become famous throughout the entire King Kwang Star region. Not only him, but also the human cultivators in the time and space arena were also confused. They were all full of doubts. Why did the Zerg and the demons fight? The war between the Golden Zerg and the demon elite has spread from the outside of the human stronghold at the beginning to the entire space-time arena. Both sides have been furious and the killing is so intense that the world is dark. Of course, this is absolutely great news for all the human cultivators in the space-time arena. Finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief. It has not even been a month, and the human cultivators in the space-time arena have been consumed by almost half. Many human strongholds are about to collapse. If the Zerg and demons attack for a few more days, most of the human strongholds will be breached. By that time, there may not be many human cultivators left in the space-time arena. Su Fan drove the magic weapon to the agreed place and joined the other members of the team. Seeing him come back, Zhou Liang, Li Shuo and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Now Su Fan is the backbone of this team. Without this perverted guy, even the powerful sword cultivator Li Shuo feels lost. At this moment, in the territory of the Demon King in Yuan Mansion, one of the most powerful planes of the Demon Clan, several huge phantoms were gathered in a cave, looking at the light curtain in front of them with gloomy faces. The Demon King sitting at the top waved his hand with anger on his face, smashing the huge light curtain to pieces. It roared loudly, saying something in its mouth, and the phantoms of several Demon Kings below bowed their heads in response, and then dispersed one after another. Chapter 416 New Demonic Form. At this moment, in the location of the time and space arena, Yuan Helongshan. On a battlefield between the demons and the Zerg, a huge demon elite, holding a huge bone stick in both hands, was roaring and rushing towards the dense swarm of Zergs on the opposite side. This demon was several feet tall, and his whole body was covered with dark golden bone armor. There were also hideous bone spurs on his shoulders and joints. This was the high-level upper race of the demon race, the Golden Bone Thorn Demon. Not only was his body strong, but he was also extremely powerful and had amazing defense. Even among the high-level demons, he was the top existence in terms of strength. The Golden Bone Thorn Demon rushed into the Zerg swarm savagely, and countless Zergs were smashed to pieces wherever he passed. It alone drilled through the entire Zerg swarm, leaving behind the broken limbs of Zergs. Suddenly, the Golden Bone Thorn Demon stopped and received a message in his mind. It froze for a moment, then swung the huge bone club in its hand, sweeping dozens of golden Zergs that were besieging it away. Their broken limbs and arms flew all over the sky, and green juices spurted everywhere. This Golden Bone Thorn Demon took out a bone and looked at it for a while. Instead of returning to the battlefield, it ran wildly in one direction. Cry, cry. In the sky above another mountain forest area in the time and space arena, a group of filthy blood-winged demons were fighting desperately with several times more flying Zergs. These filthy blood-winged demons had a wingspan of 5 feet, and their bodies were as red as blood, as if they had been skinned alive. A pair of fleshy wings were covered with dense tentacles that kept wriggling, which made people's scalps numb. The leading filthy blood-winged demon pounced on a flying Zerg, and a pair of scarlet and bloody ferocious claws under its body tore the opponent to pieces. It shook its bloody wings violently, and suddenly scarlet blood beads splashed all over the sky, covering the dense flying Zerg on the opposite side. After the scarlet blood beads fell on the Zerg, they instantly corroded the flying Zerg's shell and wings, making a creepy sizzling sound, and then the flying Zergs fell from the sky one by one. At this time, the filthy blood-winged demon who was leading the group suddenly received a message. It turned its huge body, soared into the sky, and then flew in one direction. Almost at the same time, the same scene happened in many battlefields of the demons and Zergs in the time and space arena, and all the demon elites who received the message gathered at the same place. After Su Fan joined the team members, he and everyone found a valley nearby to hide. Now the golden Zerg and demon elites in the time and space arena have killed each other red-eyed, and the elites of the two races have no time to care about them. Anyway, it's better not to go out and hang out at this time, and wait until both sides are almost dead. Su Fan sat cross-legged in a cave. In front of him were several crystal-clear jade bottles, each containing a drop of pitch-black blood essence. He originally thought that the blood essence of the 7 confusing heart mist demons could be used to refine a lot of blood essence, but unfortunately, after repeated refining, he only got 7 drops. The confusing heart mist demons are high-level upper demons. And they are also the most mysterious race among the demons. You can imagine how rare their blood essence is. Su Fan took a deep breath, picked up a jade bottle in front of him, and poured the drop of pitch-black blood essence into his mouth. He originally thought that the confusing heart mist demons were the same as other demons, but who knew that it took him 2 days to fuse the 7 drops of blood essence of the confusing heart mist demon. Moreover, the process of fusing the blood essence was extremely painful. Su Fan wanted to die because of that. Although it was painful, he finally survived. After fusing the blood essence of the confusing heart mist demon, Su Fan's demonized body now has a new form. Not only that, he also inherited 2 magical powers of the confusing heart mist demon. One is the netherworld mist, which can transform himself into an illusory mist, which can be collected or released, gathered and dispersed at will. Especially when this magical power is used at night, it is simply silent and invisible. The other magical power is called Confusing Heart Demon Realm, which once used will make the opponent fall into an extremely confused and bewildered state in the area covered by the mist. Su Fan couldn't help but frown. It is said that the Confusing Heart Mist Demon is the most mysterious race among the demons. But from the 2 magical powers he inherited, the Netherworld Mist is just okay, and the Confusing Heart Demon Realm looks even worse. In order to integrate the blood essence of the Confusing Heart Mist Demon, he tossed for 2 days and suffered a lot. Just like this. Thinking of this, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he used the demonized body, and then launched the Netherworld Mist. His figure seemed to melt away, slowly forming a cloud of mist, which then became lighter and lighter, spreading in the valley. A thin layer of invisible mist not only covered the entire valley, but also covered the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. And this thin, almost invisible mist, like Su Fan's eyes and hands, can be transformed into various forms and act arbitrarily in the area he covers. In a dense forest outside the valley, Su Fan turned the mist into a sharp blade. He manipulated the mist to gently stroke, and easily cut a towering ancient tree that several people hugged in half, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, showing how sharp it was. He turned the mist into a rope, wrapped it around a boulder, and gently tightened it, and the boulder was instantly crushed. Su Fan was immediately excited. This was awesome. He was like a child who had just got a new toy, giving full play to his imagination, constantly changing the mist into various forms, and having a lot of fun. The most amazing thing is that the other members of the team, who were close to each other in the valley, didn't notice it at all. Then, Su Fan activated the magical power of Bewitching Demon Realm, and an invisible and mysterious aura instantly permeated the area he covered. At the beginning, there was indeed no significant change. This mysterious aura was like an invisible spell, but it was slowly affecting the team members in the valley. The 2 human monks who were chatting, I don't know what happened, the more they talked, the more aggressive they became. Neither side gave in, and finally they quarreled, and they were about to fight with each other's magic weapons. The others were not much better. Becoming more and more manic, one by one, like being possessed by evil, and the whole valley was filled with a resentful atmosphere. Fuck. Su Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly, and quickly retracted his magical power. He knew the state of the team members too well. These people were obviously aroused by the inner demons. Bewitching Demon Realm is too terrible. It looks inconspicuous, but it can subtly invade the deepest part of people's hearts, making people fall into the state of demons little by little. Su Fan released his demonic body and took a deep breath. No wonder the mist demons were called the most mysterious race in the demon clan. These 2 magical powers alone were so awesome. Chapter 417 This is a fight to the death. Su Fan was extremely excited because he had just obtained 2 magical powers. He recalled that night when he was surrounded by dozens of demon assassins. The bewildering mist demon might have also used the bewildering demon realm on him. But before the magical power could affect him, he triggered the thunder of heaven and earth and annihilated the demon assassins. Su Fan stood up from the ground and walked out of the cave. He saw Zhou Liang and Li Shuo comforting the 2 people who had just quarreled, and the other members of the team were also around them. Su Fan, the instigator, also walked over. He frowned and asked with a gloomy face, "What's going on?" Zhou Liang and Li Shuo hurried over to intercede for the 2 people who had just quarreled, fearing that Su Fan would blame them. After hearing what the two said, Su Fan almost laughed. "Take care of your people," he said this with an unchanging expression, and then left the valley, which also made Zhou Liang and Li Shuo breathe a sigh of relief. Su Fan came to the outside of the valley, took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip. It seems that the dangerous situation of the human cultivators in the time and space arena has been temporarily resolved. Next, the team's affairs will be handed over to Zhou Liang and Li Shuo, and he will of course find a hidden place to fish and swim. Suddenly, Su Fan turned around abruptly. He saw a man standing behind him at some point. The other party looked to be in his 20s, wearing a gray robe, and his long black hair was neatly groomed. His eyes were calm and deep, like two quiet and deep oceans, and the corners of his mouth under his straight nose outlined a calm and self-assured smile. Although Su Fan did not feel a trace of spiritual energy from the other party, he knew in his heart that this person's cultivation was unfathomable. At this time, he could appear here silently, and the Yuaning demon lord was afraid that he was not qualified. Although he looked young, if he was considered old, he could be his grandfather's 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 grandfather. Junior Su Fan pays homage to the senior. He didn't even think about it, and bowed respectfully. Seeing that Su Fan was so calm when he saw him, he couldn't help but praise him. "Well, not bad." After the other party finished speaking, he laughed and said, "I didn't want to come, but those old guys of the demon clan, they look stupid, but their hearts are not as big as a needle nose." After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan was shocked. It seems that he is still too high profile. Now he has been noticed by the high level of the demon clan. This time you have hurt them. You actually violated the rules of the time and space arena, sent a message to those little demon cubs, summoned the demon clan elites in the top 100 of the demon clan killing list, and issued a killing order against you. Su Fan's eyes went dark after hearing this. It seems that it is impossible to fish. The demon clan elites in the top 100 of the demon clan killing list are not a joke. It is not easy to pick any one of them. And they are not fighting alone, but forming a team to hunt him down. He has offended the demon clan badly this time. This is the rhythm of a life and death struggle. Seeing that Su Fan's face was not good, the other party laughed. "If I don't kill you, those demons will lose face. So you must die," Su Fan said with a bitter face. "Senior, you won't ignore me, haha." The other party laughed and said, "Don't worry, we humans are not easy to mess with." Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since the other party came in person, it should be to protect him. "Thank you for your care," the other party sighed and said, "although the demons have violated the rules of the time and space arena, who can blame them for being so powerful? We can only try our best to create a fair environment for you." This is so. Su Fan was anxious when he heard it, but then he calmed down. He sneered secretly. It should be that the demons violated the rules of the time and space arena and were caught by the human race. But from what the other party said, the demon's killing order against him is still valid. No need to ask, the demons must have offered benefits that those human monsters could not refuse. Su Fan really guessed it right. A demon clan leader secretly summoned the demon clan elites and issued a killing order against him, but the human clan saw through it. So he took out a top quality resource and used it as a bargaining chip to bet with those old monsters of the human clan. Faced with the coveted top quality resources, those old monsters of the human clan would certainly not refuse. Anyway, whether they win or lose, they would not lose anything. After the agreement of both parties, we are going to open a fighting arena for the top 100 of the two clans killing list, and the time will be 9 days. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan was relieved. This is more or less. Although he will definitely become the focus of the demon clan elites after entering the fighting arena, at least he will not be surrounded by the demon clan elites. Seeing that Su Fan's complexion was better, the other party smiled and said, "You still have the corpses of the confusing mist demon in your hands." Su Fan understood at that time that this was the purpose of the other party coming to see him. It seems that the human cultivators really don't know much about the situation of the confusing mist demon, and they even let a human clan leader come to ask for it in person. What else could he say? He could only take out all 7 corpses of the misty devil. The other party collected 6 and returned the remaining 1 to him. "You keep this." He took out a ring and threw it to Su Fan, then said, "There are still 3 days left, you should prepare well. I know your strength. Just kill them when you enter the arena." Su Fan took the ring with both hands and said respectfully, "Thank you, senior. If you perform well in the human arena this time, I will promise you one thing." After the other party finished speaking, he smiled at him, and his body began to slowly fade away, and then disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Su Fan knew in his heart that this should be the projection incarnation of a great man. But even if it was a projection incarnation, it would only take a blink of an eye to kill him. It still depends on strength. Without strength, you don't even have the qualifications to lie down in this world of cultivation. Su Fan sighed, his eyes condensed, and he scanned the ring in his hand with his spiritual sense. Fuck. He is a great human being after all, and he is really generous. The things in the ring made Su Fan feel like a bumpkin who had never seen the world, and almost blinded his eyes. First of all, there was an exquisite box, which contained a full 50 top-grade spirit stones. There were also 10 fourth-level talismans, including 3 powerful sword talismans, and the quality was very good. At first glance, they were top-grade from a super sect. What shocked him the most was that there was also a 4th-level puppet in the ring, which was a puppet with the strength of a unimaginable cultivator. The only drawback was that every time it was used, 10 top-grade spirit stones had to be consumed. This was too much of a waste of spirit stones. The top-grade spirit stones in Su Fan's hand were only enough for this 4th-level puppet to use 4 times. But top-grade spirit stones were external things after all. If he really encountered a unimaginable cultivator in the future, this 4th-level puppet would be very useful. At least it could help him resist for a while and create an opportunity for him to escape. In addition, there are 10 bottles of top-grade elixirs, all of which are top-grade healing and soul-soothing elixirs. It must be said that what the other party gave is definitely far more valuable than the corpses of the heart-baffled mist demon. A 4th-level puppet alone is enough. I had something to do at home today, so the second chapter was updated a little late. Please forgive me. Chapter 418. He has done enough. Su Fan returned to the valley, and Zhou Liang and Li Shuo hurriedly came to meet him. Li Shuo thought about it and said, "Brother Su Fan, are we going to stay here forever?" Su Fan smiled and said, "Then tell me, what should we do? Should we go out for a walk? I just looked at the map and there are still many human cultivators scattered around." After listening to Li Shuo's words, Zhou Liang also felt that it made sense. Yes, although the crisis of the human stronghold has been resolved, the war between the Zerg and the demon will not end for a while, and this is the time for us to expand our team. Expand your team for nothing. After the fight between the top 100 of the 2 races is over, I will find a place to fish. Okay, you 2 can lead the team later. The 2 of them became excited when they heard it, and turned around and left excitedly. Su Fan glanced at their backs and shook his head. They are all people who are unwilling to be lonely. He returned to the cave and sorted out his belongings. After the transaction with the great man just now, Su Fan looked down on the corpses of the demons and insects in the Kingfin treasure bag. No matter how many of these things there are, they may not be as valuable as the corpse of a bewildering fog demon. Things are more valuable than quantity. In the next 2 days, Su Fan stayed in the cave in the valley, constantly practicing the demonization state of the bewildering fog demon. Especially the netherworld mist and the bewildering demon realm, Su Fan always felt that he had not mastered the essence of these 2 magical powers. If these 2 magical powers are used well, there will definitely be unlimited possibilities when fighting with others in the future. This can't be rushed, take your time. In the past 2 days, Zhou Liang and Li Shuo have been leading people to constantly search for scattered human monks around. Their harvest is not bad, and now the team has dozens of people. It's only been 2 days, and it is estimated that after a while, it is not impossible for the team to have more than 100 people. The 2 took the opportunity to expand their respective strengths, and Su Fan had no idea about it. Anyway, the crisis of the human monks has been resolved, and this team is no longer necessary for him. In the early morning, it rained all night last night. The ground was a little muddy, and some fallen leaves fell into it, making a slight squeaking sound when stepped on. The air in the valley after the rain was very fresh, and a breath was refreshing. Su Fan walked out of the cave and found that there were many more unfamiliar faces in the valley, all looking at him in confusion. Now there are no more than a dozen kittens in the valley. He roughly counted and found that the number of people is about 50 or 60. It may be that Su Fan laid a foundation for them, and Zhou Liang and Li Shuo managed it well. Su Fan stretched out his hand and waved to the 2 people, and the 2 hurriedly ran over. The two wanted to report to him about the expansion of the team, but Su Fan waved his hand to interrupt them. I'm going to be out for a few days. I'll leave the team to you two. If you have anything to discuss, come and discuss it. After hearing Su Fan's words, Li Shuo hurriedly said, I'll go with you, so I can take care of you. Although the sword cultivators are sometimes annoying, their character is really good. Su Fan shook his head and said, Don't follow me. I'm fine alone. I'll have to take care of you when you go. After he said that, he nodded to the two of them and turned to walk out of the valley. After coming out of the fighting arena of the top 100 of the two races killing list, Su Fan didn't plan to come back. Now that the demons and insects are killing each other, the situation of the human cultivators is not so bad. Although Zhou Liang's strength is average, he was born in the super sect of Kunlunshan. This title is still very impressive, and most people will buy into it. Li Shuo's background is a bit poor, but he is a sword cultivator. Even disciples from big plains like Kunlunshan and Jiwaoshan have to give him some face. So with these two people, Su Fan is not worried about the future development of the team. Moreover, after a few months, when the time-space battle is over, everyone will go back to their own homes and mothers, and it is not certain when they will meet again. After Su Fan left the valley, he slapped the beast bag on his waist and summoned the ghost crow. He drove the ghost crow and used the invisible state to come to the periphery of the human cultivator's base, and then took out a jade slip from the ring and put it on his forehead. Now the outside of this human base has become a main battlefield between the demon elites and the golden insects. On the map of the jade slip, countless golden and red light spots are densely entangled together, and there are more than a dozen main battlefields of this scale in the entire time-space battle. The two races have completely killed each other, and it is really hard to say when the war will stop. In the past, in the time-space battle held once 100 years in the King Kwang Star region, the demons and insects would fight whenever they met, but the scale of the battlefield was very small, with at most hundreds of people on both sides. But this time it was different. The insects and demons temporarily joined together and launched a ruthless siege against the human cultivators. Although the human race suffered heavy losses and could only gather together to form strongholds to build a defense line to resist the crazy attacks of the two races. However, it also made the elites of the Golden Zerg and demons gather outside the human strongholds, which created conditions for the large-scale war between the two races. After this war, the two races lost at least half of their manpower, or even more. The human cultivators in dozens of strongholds in the space-time arena were very calm, and they were all silently licking their wounds. Before the war between the two races was over, the human cultivators would definitely not show up. The human cultivators suffered such heavy losses, and everyone had a blood feud with the Zerg and demons. Once the Golden Zerg and demon elites were both injured, they would definitely not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Fan was not interested in these things, he had done enough. When he came out of the killing list top 100 arena, he would find a deserted place and spend a few months of leisure time. At this time, Su Fan felt the jade slip in his hand suddenly vibrate, and it was also a little hot. He knew that the top 100 fighting arena between the human race and the demon race was about to start. At this moment, Su Fan remembered a movie called Gladiator in his previous life. He suddenly felt that he was no different from the gladiators in the movie. Damn! Those powerful monsters of the two races would not be betting excitedly. Su Fan was not wrong. At this time, the powerful monsters of the human race and the demon race gathered under a light curtain and took out their chips to bet. Suddenly, Su Fan felt that his figure slowly became ethereal. Then, he once again felt the feeling of falling from a high altitude. After an unknown period of time, Su Fan fell heavily to the ground. He leaned up from the ground and crushed two third-level bone talismans. The dark magic smoke filled the air and instantly formed several invisible barriers outside his body. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness was completely released. Everything within a radius of more than 1,000 meters was in his sight. He was relieved until he found no demon elites around him. Su Fan took out the jade slip from the ring and found that the map on it had changed. Although there was also a red circle, there were only 200 red and blue light spots on it, scattered in various positions of the red circle. At this time, he found that a blue light spot representing himself suddenly became brighter and brighter, even a little dazzling. Fuck. At this moment, all the red light spots in the map aperture were converging towards him. Su Fan immediately understood that although the top 100 of the human and demon killing lists gathered in this arena, he was still the target of the demon elite. It was really like what the senior said, the demons looked stupid, but their hearts were as sharp as needles. In the eyes of all the demon elites, he must die. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Hexagonal Warrior. Although Su Fan had become the target of all the demon elites in the top 100 fighting arena, he didn't take it too seriously. No matter how many come, just kill them. This is not really Su Fan's arrogance, he is really confident. As long as it is not the heavenly demon, those demon elites equivalent to the human giant in realm are really nothing in his eyes. According to the position shown on the map just now, these demon elites still have face and did not gather together to surround and kill him. Despite this, he still dared not be careless when facing the top 100 elites on the demon killing list alone. Su Fan took out the jade slip and put it on his forehead, then sneered. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and the man had disappeared from the spot. Instead of running away, Su Fan took the initiative to meet the demon elite closest to him and kill him. At this time, it is useless to escape. It is better to take the initiative to meet him and kill one less. Li Dong hid in a jungle trembling, carefully observing the situation around him. As an immortal cultivator in the top 100 of the human killing list, he now just wants to meet up with a human cultivator immediately. Li Dong is a talisman cultivator from the Xian sect facing the strongest top 100 elites of the demon clan alone. He was obviously a little overwhelmed. The combat ability of the Xian sect talisman cultivators is average, but they are very suitable for playing auxiliary in the team. When he first came to the time and space arena, Li Dong was lucky. He just came in and met a sword cultivator and several demon cultivators, so he was able to fully play the advantages of talisman cultivation. Li Dong relied on a group of powerful sword cultivators and demon cultivators in the team to kill into the top 100 of the killing list. When he received the information to participate in the killing list top 100 arena, Li Dong was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that he would actually enter the top 100 of the killing list. This also made him excited, nervous and scared at the same time. At this time, a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation flashed dozens of meters away, and a human cultivator appeared there instantly. I saw that this person was wearing a black robe, and the wide hood covered most of the other person's face. He also had a black silk scarf around his face, so he couldn't see the other person's face at all. Demon cultivator, Li Dong suddenly became excited. He was lucky. He had just entered the fighting field and met a human cultivator. He was also a powerful demon cultivator. Seeing that the demon cultivator was about to leave, he quickly ran out of the woods and ran towards him. Dao, wait for me. The demon cultivator turned around and glanced at him after hearing his shout. The other party ignored him at all, but took out the jade slip from the ring and put it on his forehead. Although he couldn't see the face of the demon cultivator, his eyes were filled with a chilling murderous aura, which made Li Dong shiver. Although this demon cultivator looked quite creepy, they were all human after all, so Li Dong quickly introduced himself. Dao, I am, but before he could finish, the demon cultivator put down the jade slip and waved at him. Stay away from me. After hearing what the other party said, Li Dong was immediately confused. I came to meet you, why are you chasing me away? Seeing his confused face, the other party seemed to be anxious. Get out of here quickly, don't stay here and get in the way. Li Dong was immediately angry. How could you be like this? It's too much? Dao, why do you say that? We are both human cultivators. We should join hands to fight the demons. The other party rolled his eyes after hearing this, picked up the jade slip again and put it on his forehead, and his face changed immediately. If you don't leave, I will leave, okay? The demon cultivator threw down a sentence, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and the person disappeared from the spot. Seeing the other party disappear on the spot, Li Dong was so angry that he was twitching. What kind of person is this? At this time, a demon suppression talisman on his waist suddenly became hot, and he suddenly became nervous. It means that the demon elite is already close at hand. Boom! Just as he was about to release his spiritual sense, he heard a loud noise, and a huge monster several feet tall rushed out from the dense forest next to him. Fuck. This is the Golden Bone Thorn Demon, one of the most powerful races among the high-level upper demons. Li Dong was immediately paralyzed. He was about to draw a few talismans from his ring, but it was too late. The golden bone thorn demon rushed to him. But what surprised him was that the golden bone thorn demon didn't pay any attention to him at all, and had already whizzed past him. The wind brought by the huge demon's rapid run blew his hair up. What was going on? Why didn't the powerful golden bone thorn demon attack him and just left him like that? Li Dong suddenly remembered the words of the demon cultivator, and he finally realized what was going on. Could it be that the golden bone thorn demon was hiding for him? It's impossible. The demon elite saw him in the top 100 fighting arena of the human and demon killing list. There is no reason to ignore him. Cry, cry, a sharp cry resounded through the sky. Li Dong raised his head suddenly, and his face turned pale. A huge scarlet shadow was seen whistling from a distance, its wings flapping constantly, and the demons flew through the air with a series of piercing whistles. This was the end of it. This was the most powerful flying race in the demon race, the filthy blood-winged demon, and he couldn't handle it with his strength. Damn it, let's fight. Li Dong took out a handful of talismans from his ring and looked at the filthy blood-winged demon in the air with a serious face. Who knew that the filthy blood-winged demon didn't pay any attention to him, and the huge demons whistled over his head as if they didn't see him. What the hell was going on? These demons really didn't take me seriously, so they were in such a hurry to go to the funeral. At this time, a line of bright red characters appeared on the light curtains of all the human planes in the King Kong Star region almost at the same time. The battle arena for the top 100 of the killing list of the human and demon races is open. Next, the list of the top 100 of the killing list of the human and demon races appeared on the light curtain. The human cultivators under the light curtain were immediately blown up. No one expected that this time, the King Kong Star region Centennial Spacetime Arena would actually have another top 100 arena. This was absolutely unprecedented in the previous spacetime arena. At this moment, a golden bone thorn demon was rampaging in the dense forest, swinging the huge bone stick in his hand from time to time, smashing countless towering ancient trees that were hugged by several people. Suddenly, the golden bone thorn demon felt a sense of inexplicable crisis. But before he could stop, he was hit hard by a huge force. Boom! The huge demon of the golden bone thorn demon fell dozens of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, a huge wild beast nearly 10 meters high appeared in the air. It took the opportunity to kick the ground fiercely, and its huge body jumped up and pounced on the golden bone thorn demon in the distance. The golden bone thorn demon struggled to stand up, and was pounced on by the beast-transformed Su Fan again. A pair of demon claws pierced its chest fiercely and stirred it fiercely. Ouch! The golden bone thorn demon wailed miserably, and with some strength, it threw the beast-transformed Su Fan away. It stood up, carrying a thick bone stick, and rushed towards Su Fan, smashing it down with a fierce blow. Su Fan became invisible again, and the huge beast body disappeared into the air. The bone stick slammed hard on the ground, creating a deep pit. Su Fan had already used stealth to get behind the golden bone thorn demon, and a ferocious claw stabbed into its back. This time, the golden bone thorn demon finally lost its vitality, and the huge demon fell to the ground with a bang. Su Fan removed his beast-transformed body, waved his hand to put the corpse of the golden bone thorn demon into the Queen Nang treasure bag, and then took out a jade slip and put it on his forehead. Fuck. At this time, a demon had already killed him close to him, and he didn't even think about it, and quickly launched a blood escape and disappeared on the spot. As soon as Su Fan's figure disappeared, a scarlet blood ball shot out from the air and hit the place where Su Fan had just stood. Boom! The scarlet snowball exploded, creating a huge pit several meters deep. Countless drops of red blood splashed everywhere, and the towering ancient trees within a radius of hundreds of meters were all corroded beyond recognition. Then, a huge flying demon clan roared through the air. The filthy blood-winged demon had failed in its sneak attack just now, so it could only follow the instructions on the map and fly to Su Fan's location. The distance of more than 10,000 meters was reached in an instant. Although the map showed that Su Fan was nearby, the filthy blood-winged demon did not find any trace of Su Fan. Cry! The filthy blood-winged demon screamed shrilly, and its huge flesh wings shook violently. Countless scarlet blood beads were like a torrential rain, covering the area of nearly 1,000 meters. Where the scarlet raindrops covered, countless towering ancient trees in the dense forest were corroded and fell down one after another. The blood-winged demon swooped down from the sky, gliding close to the dense forest destroyed by the blood rain, carefully looking for Su Fan's trace. Although the entire dense forest was destroyed and corroded, nothing was found in the dense forest except a thin layer of mist. The blood-winged demon flashed its flesh wings and was about to fly into the air. Suddenly, the mist in the dense forest gathered together in an instant, turning into a sharp blade, and passed through the fragile flesh wings of the blood-winged demon. Puff, the blood-winged demon was cut off. And the huge demon fell from the sky. It screamed shrilly, and just as it was about to use its magical power, the sharp blade had already swept through its throat, and the magic blood splashed everywhere and spilled all over the ground. The blood-winged demon struggled a few times and completely lost its life. The mist in the dense forest slowly gathered into a figure wrapped in thick magic mist, and finally turned into a human monk in a black robe. Su Fan waved his hand and put the corpse of the filthy winged demon into the Qing Nang treasure bag. The heart-confused mist demon is indeed the most mysterious assassin in the demon clan, and the netherworld mist is indeed extremely powerful. He took out the jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, several demon clan elites have come from all directions, and the closest one is only a few hundred meters away from him. This is it. Su Fan put away the jade slip, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. A curved horn demon roared and rushed to Su Fan's position. Seeing that this human boy was still there, it became even crazier. Several demon kings of the demon clan have issued a killing order. No matter what the price, they must kill this human monk in the top 100 fighting field of the killing list. Once this order is completed, the demon king will be rewarded generously. And at this moment, Su Fan's light spot on the map is dazzling, and all demon clan elites can find him on the map. Therefore, all the demons participating in the top 100 fighting arena of the killing list rushed to Su Fan's position like crazy, fearing that they would miss the opportunity to kill him. The curved horn demon who was running wildly suddenly felt the crisis. At this time, a mist-like sharp blade suddenly slashed towards its throat, and the curved horn demon raised its demon arm to block it. With a click sound, the mist-like sharp blade slashed on the curved horn demon's demon arm, but the blade did not break the shell, leaving only a scratch. The sharp blade turned into mist and spread out, and then turned into a thin layer of mist again. Ouch! The curved horn demon with a violent and cruel temperament was completely enraged. It waved a pair of demon claws like giant scissors, and attacked wildly in the dense forest, and countless towering ancient trees were cut off. Su Fan, who was in a misty state, looked at the crazy curved horn demon and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the netherworld mist is only suitable for sneak attacks. If you want to rely on the sharp blade transformed from the mist to harden the demon elite, forget it. The curved horn demon went crazy and ran around in the dense forest. At this time, a mist-like rope suddenly appeared in the air and entangled the lower limbs of the curved horn demon. The huge inertia made it fall to the ground. The rope transformed from the mist dissipated and instantly turned into a ferocious monster nearly 10 meters tall. It stepped on the descendants of the curved horn demon and swung its claws fiercely. Puff! The claws cut off the neck of the curved horn demon. The huge head rolled a long way before hitting an ancient tree and stopped. Next, Su Fan performed a blood escape, constantly changing his position in the arena, blocking the demon elites from different directions. Although he was busy all the time, he gained a lot. A single demon elite encountered Su Fan, and at most a few rounds, he was killed on the spot by this perverted Su Fan. The demon elites came up one by one to serve food, just like adding oil. In a short time, Su Fan had killed more than 20 demon elites. His record in the top 100 fighting field of the killing list soared to the top again. There was no way, Su Fan's strength was too abnormal now. The physical cultivation had broken through the 4th level of the heavenly demon saint body art. The degree of physical strength was so strong that even the monsters would cry in the toilet. After the Thunder Sword was upgraded again, it was nurtured in the thunder of the Tao Seed for more than 10 years. Even among the sword cultivators of the same level, its power was top-notch. Not to mention the mental power. Now Su Fan's consciousness, at least below the nascent soul cultivator, can no longer find an opponent. In addition, the demonized body, which integrated a large number of rare demons and wild beasts' blood essence, is now considered to be the most elite assassin. Just like a hexagonal warrior, there is almost no shortcoming. If the cultivators of the same level in the entire King Kong Star region are counted, there are not many such abnormal existences. Chapter 420 You all have to move. After killing more than 20 demon elites in succession, the demons in the fighting field did not rush towards him like before. Su Fan realized that something was wrong, and quickly took out a jade slip from his ring, and put it on his forehead. Damn, these demon elites have become shameless and actually gathered in one place. It seems that after losing more than 20 demon elites in succession, these guys don't want to continue to add fuel to the fire, but become rational. Su Fan put down the jade slip, thought about it, and came up with a solution. A flash of blood flashed on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had come to the vicinity of a human team. The dozens of demon elites in the fighting field are all top 100 on the demon killing list. They are the most powerful among countless demons. If he faces 3 or 5, it's okay, but if he is surrounded by these dozens of demon elites, it's still quite troublesome. So he has to find someone to share some of the pressure for him, and the human cultivators in the fighting field are the best. Although the human cultivators cannot be compared with the demon elites in terms of individual strength, they are still ordinary human cultivators. The strong ones among the human cultivators, such as the sword cultivators and demon cultivators in the top 100 of the killing list, dare to fight against the strongest demons. Although they will not kill the demon elites as easily as Su Fan, they will not be at a disadvantage. Because the demons are rushing towards him from all directions, the human cultivators on the map can't find opponents at all and slowly gather together. The top 100 of the human killing list who entered the arena have now gathered into 3 teams, and are quickly moving towards each other. At this moment, the human cultivators in the arena are confused. They have been in the arena for so long, but there has not been a single battle. Occasionally, they see a few demons, but they have no intention of attacking them, but all roar in one direction. Not only the human cultivators in the arena, but also the cultivators under the light curtain of the human plane are confused. Since the opening of the 2 races top 100 killing list arena, the screen has been showing the scene of Su Fan beheading the demon elites. The demons who entered the arena seem to be coming for Su Fan alone. Su Fan took out a jade slip from his ring and put it on his forehead again. He found that the remaining dozens of demons in the arena had all gathered together. It seems that these demon elites saw their companions being killed one by one, and they might be afraid of being killed by him. Now that they are gathered together, they must be holding back something bad. The next step should be to surround and kill him. At this time, he alone would be very embarrassed to face the siege of so many demon elites. Fortunately, there are 99 other good human players in the arena. If they cooperate well, they can also share a lot of pressure for him. At this time, 2 human cultivators came out of the woods in the distance and waved to him continuously. Su Fan hurried over and bowed to the 2. Hello, 2 Taoist friends. A human cultivator in a black robe also bowed. This is not a place to talk, come with us. After the other party finished speaking, he took Su Fan to a nearby valley, where 40 or 50 human cultivators had gathered. The 2 brought Su Fan to a sword cultivator, who looked at him. Devours, introduce yourself. Su Fan nodded and said, Council Heaven, Chunjin Demon Sect. Su Fan, hearing his words, the human cultivators around were stunned. After they entered the arena, the jade slip specifically introduced a ranking of the human race's killing list. Seeing Su Fan at the top of the list, they were all confused. Because those who can enter the top 100 of the human race's killing list are either super planes like Jiu Iao Heaven and Kunlun Heaven, or some relatively large planes. They have never heard of Kungsa Heaven and the Chunjin Demon Sect, so Deoao is the top of the killing list. I'm sorry, the sword cultivator opposite bowed to him and said with a smile. Although he said disrespect, he didn't mean it with respect at all, but with a hint of teasing. The others were the same, looking at him with no awe, but with a hint of mockery. In the eyes of these disciples from the big plains, Su Fan, a cultivator from the small plain, must have had some luck, and this is how he became the top of the killing list. Su Fan originally wanted to discuss with these people how to deal with the demons, but they didn't take him seriously at all. Even though he was the top of the killing list, these people didn't take him seriously at all. At this time, a person ran over from a distance and came to the side of the sword cultivator. Brother Qin Chang, fellow Taoist Mu Feng from the 9 Netherworld's heavenly demon palace is here. Brother Qin Chang smiled and said, this guy is here, let's go meet him. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Su Fan, and turned and left with a few disciples of the immortal sect. No one else in the valley paid attention to him, and they all cast their eyes outside the valley. Su Fan finally understood why no one cared about him, even though he was the top of the killing list. It seemed that this sword cultivator named Qin Cheng and the upcoming Taoist friend Mu Feng from the Xiansha Demon Palace were both famous in the Qingquan Star region. Even though Su Fan was the top of the killing list, he, a person from a small plane, could not be seen by these disciples from large planes. Su Fan regretted it a little. He should not have come. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked out of the valley, but before he had taken a few steps, he was stopped by someone. "Junior brother, please stay." Hearing someone calling him, Su Fan stopped. The person who called him like this must also be a demon cultivator. In this world of cultivation, the immortal sect and the demon sect are clearly divided. Disciples who do not have the same Taoist veins call each other fellow Taoists when they meet, and only disciples with the same Taoist veins call each other brothers. He turned around and saw a cultivator in a black robe coming to his side. "I am from the blood and bones of Tuangaoshan's demon sect." Hearing the demon sect of Tuangaoshan, Su Fan frowned. At the critical moment of his breakthrough to the golden collar, he was aroused by the powerful projection of a ghost demon and almost became the other party's corpse. At the critical moment, he was rescued by a powerful clone from Tuangaoshan's demon sect. Afterwards, he was given a bone talisman, which allowed him to break through the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art and go to the Heavenly Demon sect in Tuangaoshan to find him. Su Fan almost forgot about this matter, but he didn't expect to meet a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect here. "Brother Zugu, is there anything you want to talk to me about?" Brother Zugu smiled and said, "I have seen the time and space arenas of your Zuanluo realm and Daluo Ocean." Su Fan was stunned for a moment. It was because of his performance in that time and space arena that he was noticed by the immortal sect of Miluo Ocean. He originally thought that after breaking through the Jinden, he would go to Miluo Ocean, but he was forcibly taken away by the Qianhuan demon lord from Conceals. "Hello, Brother Zugu." Brother Zugu smiled and said, "I was deeply impressed by your performance in the time and space arena that year. The ghost demon lord in the sect also selected you. When you break through the Jinden, let me go to Zuanluo realm to take you in." He sighed when he said this. "Later, I went to Zuanluo realm and found out that you were taken away by the people of Conceals." Although other people didn't take him seriously as the top of the killing list, Zugu knew how powerful this kid was. At the beginning, he was only at the foundation building stage, but he dared to fight more than 10 demon elites alone and completed a terrifying 13 consecutive kills. This kid's fighting ability should never be underestimated. Su Fan was also a little confused after hearing this. He didn't expect that he would become so popular at the beginning, and so many planes would like him. He smiled bitterly and said, "This matter is a long story." Brother Zugu laughed and said, "The Heavenly Demon Saint body art that junior brother practices comes from the Dao vein of our sect. No matter when, our Heavenly Demon sect welcomes junior brother to join." Su Fan thought about it and took out the bone talisman that the senior gave him at the time from the ring. "This was given to me by a senior of your Heavenly Demon sect. It allowed me to break through the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art and go to the sect to find him." Brother Zugu took the bone talisman and was immediately shocked. "This is the token of Eastern Demon Lord." After he finished speaking, he bent his body and returned the bone talisman to Su Fan with both hands. "Junior brother, the Eastern Dark Demon Lord is practicing the Heavenly Demon Saint body art. You have a great opportunity. When you join my Heavenly Demon Divine sect in the future, I will have to rely on you a lot." Su Fan listened to his words and felt a little unconvinced. He had practiced the Heavenly Demon Saint body art to the 4th level by himself. If he went to the Heavenly Demon Divine sect, how would he explain to those old demons? Only 1 in 10,000 people can survive by practicing this technique. Anyway, Su Fan was not going to the Heavenly Demon Divine sect. He didn't want to become a test subject for those old demons. Seeing the bone talisman in Su Fan's hand, senior brother Zugu's attitude towards him became more and more enthusiastic, as if he had already regarded him as a member of the Heavenly Demon Divine sect. "Junior brother, where are you going?" Su Fan thought about it and told him about his current situation. Senior brother Zugu frowned upon hearing this and said, "Then you should report this to senior brother Qinchen and ask him to organize the disciples of the fighting field to help you resist the siege of the demons." "But what if I tell him about this? These people will definitely use him as bait." Su Fan didn't want to get involved with these people. They were arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. He had already thought about it, that is, to lead these human cultivators into the game by constantly launching blood escape, so that they can share some of the pressure for him. The reason why Su Fan told senior brother Zugu about his situation was to let these people know the situation in the fighting field through him. Senior brother, you have seen the attitude of these people just now. I'd better deal with these demons alone. Anyway, when the time comes, no one can stay out, and everyone has to move for me. Senior brother Zugu wanted to persuade him again, but Su Fan had already arched his hand to him and turned to leave the valley. As soon as Su Fan walked out of the valley, he met brother Qin Cheng, who was leading a large group of human cultivators in. Qin Cheng saw Su Fan and started to introduce him to a black-robed cultivator next to him. Fellow Taoist Mu Feng, let me introduce you to this person. He is Su Fan, the top of the killing list, from Kungsu Shian Shunjin Demon Sect. Fellow Taoist Mu Feng glanced at Su Fan, and his eyes suddenly darkened. So you are the top of the killing list? I'm sorry, this person had a similar attitude to brother Qin Cheng. He was polite, but he didn't mean to respect him at all. Su Fan sneered inwardly. No matter where they are, the elite disciples of this big plane are all the same. No matter whether it is the immortal sect or the demon sect, they are just like cast from the same mold. Su Fan didn't want to pay attention to him, he just cupped his hand to the other party, and then walked out. Fellow Taoist Su Fan, where are you going? I'm going to do something nearby, see you later. After Su Fan finished speaking, he ignored Qin Cheng and the others. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. Feeling the strong blood and ki around him, fellow Taoist Mu Feng's eyes suddenly condensed. This kid's blood and ki are so strong. Could he be a physical cultivator? Although he also looked down on the cultivators of the small plane, for some reason, he felt that this kid was not simple. Su Fan escaped thousands of meters in one breath. He took out the jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, the demon elites in the arena were still gathered together, probably thinking about how to deal with him. Su Fan didn't want to wait for the other party to come to the door so passively, he was ready to take the initiative. It was already evening, and he wanted to sneak over tonight in the early morning to kill a few more demon elites and completely disrupt their deployment. In fact, if those human cultivators cooperated, it would not be a big deal to catch all these demon elites in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, these people were too arrogant and could not obey his command at all. Not only that, they might force him to act as bait, which he could not accept. We can't have a conflict with these people just because of this. Don't forget that the images of the top 100 fighting arena on the killing list will be transmitted in real time and will clear all the human planes in the star field. The demons in the fighting arena haven't been resolved yet, and the human race has started fighting among themselves. That would be a lot of fun. So Su Fan decided to leave these people. When the time comes, he will lead all the demon elites here, and even if the human cultivators want to stay out of it, it will be impossible. At midnight, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and it is quiet and peaceful. The moonlight falls from the sky to the earth like a veil, spreading around the undulating and rugged land like a living thing. Su Fan took a deep breath and cast the demon body. The body suddenly dissipated slowly, turning into a thin mist, spreading in the dark night. Su Fan controlled the mist to drift in the mountains and forests. The speed seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it drifted several miles away. He controlled the mist body and floated to the place where the demons gathered and stopped. Su Fan released his demonic body, took out the jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead, and found that dozens of demon elites were still gathered together. Except for a few demon elites on the periphery who were on guard, the others should have fallen asleep. Of course, this could also be a trap set by the demons for him, waiting for him to fall into it. Chapter 421 lets you see my true strength. The pitch-black night enveloped the continuous mountains and forests, and the world was quiet. In the dense forest, two demon elites were dozing off at the periphery of the demon camp. Suddenly, a black-boned violent demon shuddered and woke up all of a sudden. It pushed its companion awake, and then looked around vigilantly. The demon elites were all experienced in battles. Although they did not find anything, they instinctively realized the danger. Ouch! The black-boned violent demon was very decisive, and let out a terrifying roar to the sky, breaking the silence of the mountains and forests. It picked up the huge bone shield and bone hammer in its hands and attacked everywhere frantically. The towering ancient trees around were knocked down by it. Ouch! Ouch! At this moment, roars came from the demon camp not far away. Swish! A thin layer of mist that was diffused around suddenly gathered together, turning into a sharp blade, and fiercely swept across the joints of the black-boned violent demon. This part is the weakest part of the black bone demon, and there is no bone armor to protect it. Although the sharp blade transformed from the mist did not cut off the knee of the black bone demon, it also cut a deep wound. The huge demon of the black bone demon staggered violently and almost fell to the ground, but it also knelt on one knee. At this time, the sharp blade transformed from the mist appeared again, and swished towards the throat of the black bone demon. The black bone demon reacted very quickly and raised the bone shield in his hand to block the sharp blade. But the sharp blade instantly turned into dispersing mist, which spread over the huge bone shield, and in an instant turned into a rope that entangled the neck of the black bone demon. Then, the rope transformed from the mist turned into a sharp blade again, and fiercely scratched the neck of the black bone demon, and the huge head instantly soared into the sky. With a boom, the huge demon fell to the ground. The one-horned mad demon next to him saw the black bone violent demon being killed, and immediately saw the origin of the thin mist in front of him. It roared loudly and passed the situation to other demon elites in the camp. Then, the one-horned mad demon activated the berserk magic, and its body instantly swelled several times, and it was filled with a strong demonic aura. After the mist was transformed, Su Fan felt a crazy and violent aura bursting out. Not good. Su Fan instinctively realized the crisis, and he quickly controlled the mist to float backwards, thus avoiding the crazy and violent aura. At this time, the demon elites in the camp had already rushed over. Su Fan knew that there was no chance to continue the sneak attack, so he quickly turned into a thin mist and drifted out of the dense forest. At this time, the demon elites in the camp came to the scene one after another. The golden bone thorn demon, who was the leader, came over, looked at the headless corpse of the black bone violent demon, turned around and roared behind him. After hearing what it said, several demons came to a black mist demon and killed it on the spot with their claws. They dug open the black mist demon's demon, dug out a bloody internal organ, collected all the demon blood, and then presented it to the golden bone thorn demon with both hands. At this moment, Su Fan, who had turned into a mist, had floated out of the dense forest. He removed his demonized body, took out the jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he frowned and put away the jade slip. Su Fan wanted to take advantage of the demon elite chasing him to collect a few more heads and slowly consume the demon's strength. Who knew that the demons in the dense forest did not chase him out, but still gathered together. It is estimated that his whereabouts have been guessed by the demons, and they will definitely deal with him in a targeted manner in the next step, so he must be cautious next time, and never capsize in the gutter. At dawn, a silver line lit up in the distant sky. It was still dark, and the dark mountains were silent. The air was filled with the chill of dawn, as if covered with a layer of green mist. Su Fan took out the jade slip again, and found that the demon elites in the dense forest in the distance had finally moved. Dozens of red light spots on the jade slip map had been divided into several groups, and were slowly moving out of the dense forest. Su Fan hesitated for a while, and finally decided to collect a few heads before leaving. Several demon elites walked in the front. They carefully trudged through the dense forest, stopping from time to time to look around. Now they all knew Su Fan's background. This human race had merged the blood of the demon assassin, and had the ability of the demon elite assassin. Sadly, the demon assassins in the time and space arena had been caught by Su Fan. Now these demon elites didn't even have a scout, and could only passively face Su Fan, the terrible assassin. At this time, the unicorn mad demon walking in the front suddenly stopped, and it instinctively sensed a hint of danger. It turned its huge head with a ferocious horn and looked around. Suddenly, the one-horned demon threw out a handful of black sand, which fell into the mist in front. Zizzy, the black sand fell into the thin mist in front, making a series of creepy sizzling sounds. Fuck. Su Fan, who was in the atomized state, cursed inwardly and quickly controlled the mist to drift away, but he could no longer hide his whereabouts. Not only that, the strange black sand also caused him considerable damage. At this moment, Su Fan, who was originally in the atomized state, was mixed in the morning mist, and now the mist he turned into was filled with a layer of demonic smoke, and he was completely exposed in the air. Awoo! The one-horned demon roared wildly, and all the demon elites heard it and gathered here roaring. Su Fan released his demonized body, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he had disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already 10,000 meters away. He grimaced and looked at the corroded wounds on his body, which made him twitch with pain. He was careless. He really didn't expect that the demon elites would find a way to deal with him so quickly. Su Fan endured the severe pain, took out the jade slip from the ring and put it on his forehead, and found that the demon elites were surrounding him. Su Fan laughed at himself. Since entering the time and space arena, he has relied too much on the invisibility of the demon body. This is good, let you see my strength. Next, Su Fan prepared to fight hard. He's a hexagonal warrior with almost no shortcomings. Even if he doesn't use the demon body for the time being, he can still kill them. Su Fan took out the magic sword from the ring, closed his eyes, and waited quietly. At this time, the unicorn demon who rushed in the front had already roared out from the dense forest opposite. Slash against the wind, a flash of sword light passed by, and the time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped at this moment. The air had twisted, as if it would break at any time. The sharp sword edge exuded a mighty momentum that could split the entire world in half. Boom! The cold and terrifying sword light whistled down, and instantly slashed the one-horned crazy demon and sent it flying backwards. I'm not in a good state, so I just can't write it. That's all for today, and I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 422. This guy's training is too complicated. Su Fan chopped off the one-horned crazy demon with a sword, and several towering ancient trees were smashed to pieces by the huge demon. A flash of lightning flashed on his body, and he instantly appeared in front of the one-horned crazy demon. He swept the big sword fiercely, and the terrifying sharp sword light crossed the opponent's neck, and the huge head soared into the sky. At this time, a black-boned violent demon roared out from the dense forest next to it. Annihilation sword. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the Tao seeds in his body rotated loudly. A dazzling light wrapped in deep purple thunder roared out and rushed straight towards the black-boned violent demon. The black-boned violent demon raised the huge bone shield in his hand and blocked the demon. With a loud bang, the huge bone shield was smashed to pieces by the thunder sword, and the black-boned violent demon was several feet tall. The demon was also knocked back several steps by a huge force. The thunder sword that was bounced back drew a beautiful arc in the air and rushed towards it again. The dark purple electric current wrapped around the flying sword quickly passed through the air, making a series of sizzling and whistling sounds, which were extremely piercing. The black bone demon was also aroused with anger. It held the huge bone hammer in both hands and smashed it towards the stabbing thunder sword. With a loud bang, the huge bone hammer hit the thunder sword fiercely, like a volcano hitting the earth, erupting with a dazzling light. Although the thunder sword was smashed away, the black bone demon was also blown away, and the bone hammer in its hand was shattered. Cry! At this time, a shrill cry came from the air, and a black-winged ghost demon had swooped down. Su Fan quickly launched the thunder ghost step. As soon as his figure disappeared from the spot, a pair of ferocious demon claws grabbed him and dug a huge pit where he was just now. The black-winged ghost demon flashed its flesh wings, and the huge demon wanted to fly off the ground. At this time, Su Fan's figure appeared again, and he swung the big sword in his hand out. With a puff sound, the sword directly penetrated the body of the black-winged demon, and the huge demon fell from the air to the ground, stirring up countless smoke and dust. Suddenly, Su Fan felt a sense of crisis. Without thinking, a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he disappeared into the air again. A scarlet blood-colored ball of light had already fallen from the sky. Boom! A loud sound that shook the earth came, and a huge pit several meters deep was blown out of the ground. The scarlet blood beads splashed everywhere and fell on the surrounding ancient trees. The towering ancient trees in the dense forest were instantly corroded and riddled with holes. The huge scarlet figure of the filthy blood-winged demon whizzed past from low altitude, its flesh wings flapping continuously, and it raised its head and rushed into the sky. Su Fan's figure appeared dozens of meters away, and he pinched his sword finger and pointed at the filthy blood-winged demon in the air. Sword of God Killer, a beam of light wrapped in deep purple lightning currents, with a piercing whistle, whistled from a distance, and pierced the throat of the filthy blood-winged demon. The filthy blood-winged demon's magic drive glided far in the air before landing in the dense forest in the distance, breaking several towering ancient trees. At this time, the black-boned violent demon that was shaken away was struggling to stand up from the ground. But before it could stand firm, a figure rushed towards it. Bear Mountain back, a vivid shadow of a gray bear appeared behind Su Fan, and it slammed into the huge magic drive of the black-boned violent demon. With a loud bang, Su Fan knocked the several-foot-tall black-boned violent demon to the ground with just his flesh. 9 strength bone melting hand, 9 strength bone melting hand, 9 strength bone melting hand. Su Fan almost rode on the huge head of the black-boned violent demon and punched it down again and again. With just a dozen punches, He smashed this several-foot-tall demon elite to death. Su Fan jumped off the Blackbone Violent Demon's magic drive and stretched out his hand to retract the Thunder Sword that was cruising in the air into the Tau Seed. His eyes focused, and with a whoosh, the magic sword that was inserted into the Black-Winged Ghost Demon was retracted into his hand by his divine consciousness. Su Fan took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead, then looked at the battlefield again. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. At this moment, all the human planes under the light curtain in the King Kwang Star region were about to explode. The battle scene of Su Fan just now made the human cultivators under the light curtain see their blood boiling, and they were all screaming madly. It is rare for human cultivators to be so fierce that they can fight against several of the most powerful elite races of the demon race alone. Especially when Su Fan used his physical body to knock the several-meter-tall Blackbone Violent Demon to the ground, all the human cultivators' blood was boiling. Ah! This guy is too fierce. Ah! Kill those demons. Ah! Is he a physical cultivator or a sword cultivator? Sword cultivator, he is not worthy, stupid. Sword cultivators are amazing. If you can do it, you can do it. At this moment, the feelings of the human sword cultivators under the light curtain can be described as mixed. They have practiced sword for a lifetime, and although they claim to be unparalleled in combat power, after seeing Su Fan's Thunder Sword, they feel that their sword training is in vain. Not only sword cultivators, but also disciples of other immortal sects and demon sects have the same feeling. This guy has practiced too many things. But the most annoying thing is that no matter whether they are demon cultivators, physical cultivators, or sword cultivators, he has practiced them to be decent. The demonic bodies of the demon cultivators, the melee swordsmanship and boxing of the physical cultivators, and the lightning-attributed flying swords of the sword cultivators, any of which can sweep away all the cultivators of the same level in a plane. How can I reason with this? Compared with them, I am just a waste. In the top 100 fighting arena of the Demon Clan and the Human Clan, the human cultivators have almost gathered together, and the disciples of the Immortal Sect and the Demon Sect are clearly divided. The disciples of the Immortal Sect all gathered around Senior Brother Qin Sheng of Kunlun Heaven, while the disciples of the Demon Sect respected Senior Brother Mu Feng of Jiu Iao Heaven. Despite this, the two sides are very united. After all, they are all human cultivators, and they don't care about any path disputes in the time and space arena. Senior Brother Qin Sheng, the Demon Clan is coming to us. Hearing the shout of an Immortal Sect cultivator, everyone took out the jade slip and put it on their foreheads. Senior Brother Qin Sheng put down the jade slip and frowned immediately. This group of demons is too weird. Not only did they not fight with us, they also gathered together. What on earth are they going to do? Senior Brother Mu Feng, who was standing next to him, shook his head with a sullen face after hearing this. I don't quite understand either. This is not like the style of the demons. At this time, Zugu in the crowd suddenly raised his hand. I know why. Senior Brother Qin Sheng and Senior Brother Mu Feng heard this and looked at Zugu at the same time. Zugu hurriedly walked out of the crowd and told the two what Su Fan had told him. Haha, just based on him, what a joke, what a shameless person. Seeing that the two did not take Su Fan seriously at all, Zugu could only smile helplessly. It seems that this kid's guess is correct. We really can't count on these high-ranking disciples from the big plains. These people have always been arrogant and don't take the cultivators from the small plains seriously at all. This is to make up for the chapter I owed yesterday. Chapter 423, Taking Advantage of the Chaos. Senior Brother Qin Sheng turned his head and glanced at Senior Brother Mu Feng beside him. Devours, since the demons are here, let's also make some arrangements. Senior Brother Mu Feng nodded and said, Devours, you should make the decision, and we will do it. Hearing what Senior Brother Mu Feng said, Senior Brother Qin Sheng nodded. At this time, he didn't want to refuse anymore. He turned around and began to issue orders one after another. The disciples of the Immortal Sect, who mainly practiced the Dao of formation and puppetry, established a simple defense line outside the valley and arranged several formations. The disciples of the Demon Sect and the Ghost Sect summoned contracted beasts and ghost slaves and arranged them around the valley for vigilance. Nearly 100 human cultivators had experienced fierce battles when they first entered the time and space arena, so they cooperated with each other very tacitly. They did their best and soon established a defense line outside the valley, and formed teams to guard various positions on the defense line. While all the human cultivators in the valley were busy, no one noticed that a layer of mist was spreading in the valley. Su Fan used his demonic body and had already sneaked into the valley. At this time, only by temporarily hiding in the valley where human cultivators gathered could he attract the demons. As long as the human cultivators and the demon elites fought, he would take advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack. Although in terms of individual strength, the human cultivators in the arena could not compare with the demon elites, but in terms of team combat, the human cultivators were definitely better. Moreover, the human cultivators were also proficient in various cultivation skills such as elixir, talisman, weapon, formation and puppet. Even if the demon elites and the golden insects were endless, they could still resist the attacks of the two races by relying on the advantages of the terrain. Especially in this killing list of the top 100 fighting arena, the number of the two races was equal. Once the human cultivators gathered together, they were really not afraid of these demon elites. The cultivators in the top 100 of the human killing list were mostly the most powerful sword cultivators and demon cultivators. A few disciples of the immortal sect were also monks who were responsible for assisting the team and were good at firepower output, such as disciples of the talisman, formation, puppet and beast taming sects. The human cultivators acted quickly, and when a large number of demon elites arrived, they were already ready. The demon cultivators and physical cultivators were arranged at the forefront of the defense line, the immortal sect cultivators were at the back of the defense line, and the sword cultivators were the reserve team, ready to rush up to support the weak points of the defense line at any time. Not only that, the sword cultivators had a more important task, which was air defense. The flying races in the demon race were extremely fierce in combat and had extremely powerful ground attack capabilities. Among the human cultivators, only the sword cultivators could deal with them. Boom! At this time, a loud noise came from outside the valley, and the demons launched an attack on the formation arranged outside. The few demons who rushed to the front were the most powerful Golden Bone Thorn Demon and Black Bone Violent Demon. They swung huge bone sticks and smashed the spiritual power shield supported by the formation. These two races are the races with the strongest melee ability and defense among the demons. The formations arranged by the human cultivators in a hurry could not hold out for long and were broken by the demons. Fortunately, several formation cultivators of the human race arranged several formations in succession, and until now, they have been constantly arranging formation flags everywhere. Other human cultivators also relied on the formations to continuously control magic weapons and talismans, and smash them into the demons outside the formations. Boom! The shield of the first formation arranged by the human cultivators outside the valley was broken by the demons. The human cultivators who had been prepared quickly retreated to the aura shield of the second formation and continued to fight. At this time, the cultivators of the two races who were fighting fiercely did not notice that a thin layer of mist was quietly spreading over the formation shield that had just been broken, and then dissipated behind the demon elites. More than 30 of the top 100 on the demon killing list in the arena had been killed by Su Fan. At this moment, the most powerful Golden Bone Thorn Demon and Black Bone Violent Demon rushed to the front, followed by the Curved Horn Demon and One-Horned Mad Demon and other races. Flying races such as Black Winged Demon and Filthy Blood Winged Demon hovered in the air, and from time to time they swooped down to release their magical powers to the human monks on the ground. At the back were some Tarsal Poison Demon and Black Fog Demon and other demon elites with weak bodies but very powerful magical powers. Even for demons with weak bodies, it is relatively difficult for ordinary human monks to break their defenses. Of course, Su Fan, the pervert, is an exception. At this time, Su Fan, who was in a mist state, had already controlled the thin layer of mist, which spread to the rear of the demon elites. Because they were in a fierce battlefield, the demon elites were all attacking the formation shields of the human monks, so they did not notice Su Fan's invisible state. In the eyes of the demon elites, Su Fan must have joined the human monks in the valley. Therefore, the demon elites in the fighting field launched a frantic attack on the human defense line outside the valley, without realizing the danger. Su Fan lifted the atomization state and used the demonization state of Shadow Demon. There was no other way. The demons in the fighting field had already found a way to deal with the atomization state, so he could only settle for the next best thing. But it was enough to deal with the demons who stayed behind the battle formation. A black mist demon behind the demon battle formation was constantly using his magical powers to throw fog balls at the formation of the human defense line. This kind of fog ball was extremely powerful, and each time it could corrode a large piece of the spiritual shield of the human formation. Suddenly, the fog in the air turned into a sharp blade, which instantly cut across the neck of the black mist demon, and the dark demon blood splashed everywhere. Most of the neck of the black mist demon was almost cut off, and the huge demon fell to the ground with a bang. Woo! Woo! Several demons nearby found that their kind were attacked and killed, and they all roared loudly. The bodies of these demons were weak. They had seen how powerful Su Fan was. Now that they were without the protection of the golden bone thorn demon and the black bone violent demon, they all panicked. They took out handfuls of black sand and sprinkled them around, but it had no effect at all. Su Fan started to sneak, changing positions between the demons, and the black sand thrown by the demons could not fall on him at all. How could Su Fan miss this opportunity? He hid in the air again, and killed the demon elites one by his sneak attack. Because he had seen the powerful magical powers of the Black Mist Demon, several Black Mist Demons became his priority targets. In a short while, more than a dozen demon elites died under Su Fan's sneak attack. For Su Fan, the most difficult to sneak attack were actually melee races such as the Golden Bone Thorn Demon and the Black Bone Violent Demon. Because their defense was too strong, Su Fan's sneak attack was difficult to kill with one blow. To deal with powerful demons like the Golden Bone Thorn Demon and the Black Bone Violent Demon, he could only fight head-on. But facing demons with weak bodies like the Tarsal Poison Demon and the Black Mist Demon, it was much easier. The demons in the dense forest would have their necks and other vital parts cut by a sharp blade that suddenly appeared from time to time, and huge demons kept falling down. The chaos in the back finally made the demon elites who were attacking in the front react. Several Golden Bone Thorn Demons rushed to the back with bone shields and bone hammers, but Su Fan had disappeared by then. Chapter 424 Why bother? At this time, Su Fan once again turned into a mist that seemed to be there and not there, and floated towards the direction of the valley in the distance. Although he could not enter the valley temporarily because of the defense array, he was close to the spiritual shield outside the human defense array. Because of the distance error on the map, the dazzling blue light spot representing him was also displayed in the valley on the map. The demon elites outside the valley certainly thought that Su Fan had sneaked into their rear and took the initiative to withdraw into the valley. Therefore, the next attack of the demon elites was even more fierce. Su Fan hid a sight and sighed silently. If those people in the valley were willing to listen to his advice, none of the top 100 elites on the demon killing list would survive. Unfortunately, most of these people were disciples from famous families in the Big Plains. They were used to being high and mighty, and how could they take him, a disciple of the small plane, seriously? If those people listened to his advice humbly, there would be no need to waste this effort. But he couldn't change other people's ideas. Anyway, it was still early, so he could only come little by little. Su Fan took the opportunity to sneak out again, but this time the demons were obviously prepared. He was discovered by the demons as soon as he infiltrated the back of the demon battle formation. Fortunately, he ran fast, so he did not fall into the encirclement of dozens of demons. The demon elites gathered outside the valley also found something wrong, and they retreated decisively. The human cultivators in the valley did not chase him. Although the human sword cultivators are usually quite arrogant and have a posture of killing anyone they see. But since entering the time and space arena, the human cultivators have been killed by the golden insects and demon elites. The most warlike sword cultivators also died in the first few days after entering the time and space arena. Although these people are the top 100 elites on the human killing list, they were forced to achieve such a record by the insects and demons. Su Fan did not rush to chase them. Although these demons look stupid and rough, they are actually cunning. Moreover, the demon elites also have all kinds of strange secrets. Although they are crude and cannot be compared with a long-standing Taoism of human beings, they are simple, crude and very effective. At night, Su Fan came to the outside of the demon camp again. He took out the jade slip from the ring and put it on his forehead. He found that the demons were gathered in the camp, and there were no sentries on the periphery. Maybe facing an elite assassin like Su Fan, even if sentries were arranged on the periphery, it would be a waste, so he simply didn't arrange them. Su Fan used his demon body and tried to carefully move to the periphery of the demon camp. When he touched the periphery of the demon camp, he found that the surroundings were silent and terrifying. Not good. Su Fan's scalp exploded immediately, and he realized a hint of danger. Without thinking, the blood light on his body flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. When Su Fan's figure appeared again, he found that he had not left the jungle, and the demon camp was hundreds of meters behind. This time he was finished. Unexpectedly, this group of stupid and rough demons actually played military tactics with him. This whole forest was set up by the demons in the domain of law. Once you enter, it is difficult to get out. Su Fan took out a magic sword, and a flash of lightning flashed on his body. He had already appeared at the edge of the forest, but he was also blocked by a layer of shield that was almost invisible. Reverse wind slash, Su Fan slashed down with a fierce sword, and the sharp sword light carried a terrifying murderous aura, and stood fiercely on the shield. Bang! He only felt that the big sword in his hand was like a piece of sack that could not be cooked or chewed, and he had no strength at all. And he was also blasted dozens of meters away by a huge rebound force. Su Fan knew in his heart that in order to calculate him, this group of demons must have used the best secret technique to seal the whole forest in the domain of law. At this time, bursts of roars came from the demon camp in the distance. One by one, huge demons had rushed out of the camp, roaring. There was no trick left, so he could only fight. There were only about 50 or 60 demon elites left in the camp, so they had to be killed all at once. This was good, it was all over. The sooner they were killed, the sooner they could get out. Su Fan put away his magic sword and used his demonic body. His body slowly expanded and instantly turned into a nearly 10-meter tall wild beast. Then, the huge beast body disappeared into the air. A curved-horned evil demon was the first to rush up, and a tail covered with barbs suddenly appeared in the air and entangled its cow-like ankles. The curved-horned evil demon fell to the ground, and the huge inertia made it roll several somersaults in succession, and then it hit a towering ancient tree, and the huge demon driver stopped. It struggled to get up, and at this time a ferocious demon claw slashed and instantly cut the throat of the curved-horned evil demon. The pitch-black demon blood splashed everywhere, and the huge demon driver struggled a few times and then stopped moving. The demons following behind were completely enraged. They roared and rushed forward, but the thick demon arm had disappeared. Several demon elites took out strange black sand and scattered it everywhere, but they could not find the shadow of the human cultivator at all. Just as they looked around, a one-horned crazy demon suddenly roared. Although the one-horned crazy demon had realized the crisis, it was too late at this time. A beast nearly 10 meters tall suddenly rushed out of the air next to it. Bang! The huge beast body hit the one-horned crazy demon fiercely, knocking it flying and falling heavily on the ground in the distance. Swish! Then, the beast swung its claws fiercely and cut off the neck of a black bone-horned demon next to it, and its huge head instantly soared into the sky. Su Fan killed the black bone-horned demon, and his beast-like body suddenly jumped forward and jumped to the side of the fallen one-horned crazy demon. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit its neck. The claws of its right hand fiercely pierced into the body of the black bone-horned demon, and then it slapped violently. Awoo! The black bone-horned demon howled miserably, and then lost all its vitality. Before the other demon elites rushed up, the beast transformed Su Fan had disappeared, as if he had never appeared. At this time, all the demons in the camp had arrived at the scene. The leading golden bone-thorn demon came over surrounded by many demons. It looked around the battlefield and said a lot of nonsense. The many demon elites beside it herded and roared excitedly. As the leading golden bone-thorn demon waved his demon arm, all the demons formed small teams and dispersed in all directions. Several flying demons were also circling back and forth in the low sky, ready to swoop down at any time. The forests within a dozen miles have all been sealed by the demon elites with magic arrays. Even if a human Yuaning's engine wants to get out of here, it will take some effort. Chapter 425. Once he goes crazy, even he is afraid of it. In such a small area, it would be too easy for the demon elites to find Su Fan. Moreover, on the map of the arena, the blue light spot representing Su Fan was so bright that it could almost blind people's eyes. All of the top 100 elites on the demon killing list were experienced in many battles. They were extremely experienced in the battlefield and did not rush to Su Fan's position, but slowly surrounded him from all directions. After a while, the demon elites occupied a favorable position, surrounded Su Fan, and then slowly gathered in the middle. Although the demons could find Su Fan's approximate location on the map, it was not so easy to find Su Fan, who was in stealth mode in the dense forest. Although each demon elite had the strange black sand in his hand, which could break Su Fan's stealth mode, there were not many of them, and they could not spread it all over the forest. Therefore, these demon elites were also very cautious and slowly surrounded Su Fan's position. Ouch! Suddenly, a demon wailed shrilly, followed by angry roars. All the demon elites scattered in the forest began to speed up and rush to the location where the sound came from. Bang! A one-horned demon that was running wildly was suddenly hit and bounced back. It retreated more than 10 steps before it fell to the ground. A huge beast appeared in the air opposite, and before the one-horned demon could react, it rushed forward. The huge beast knocked the one-horned demon out, and before it landed, Su Fan, who had transformed into a beast, kicked his right leg, and the huge beast body had already soared into the air, stretched out his claws and scratched the opponent's throat. Su Fan, who killed the one-horned demon, shook his huge beast body and drilled into the dense forest next to him, and his figure slowly dissipated in the air. When the surrounding demons rushed over, Su Fan's shadow was gone. They took out the dominoes and looked at them. The dazzling blue light spot was right next to them, but with such a large forest around, who knew where the human cultivator was hiding? At this time, a tail over 10 meters long suddenly appeared in the air and instantly wrapped around the neck of a demon. Then a huge beast emerged from the air, twisted its body violently, and dragged the demon elite to the ground, waving its ferocious claws across the opponent's throat. This time, Su Fan did not immediately become invisible, but crashed into another demon next to him regardless. Seeing a beast nearly 10 meters long suddenly appearing from the air, the demon elites next to him did not react. No one expected that after Su Fan succeeded in the attack, he did not immediately become invisible and escape. His uncharacteristic behavior also won him the initiative. Unprepared, the demon was hit hard by him. Boom! The demon elite was knocked away by Su Fan. He took advantage of the situation and kicked the ground with his strong right leg, then jumped up and chased after him. He swung his claws and stabbed the demon elite's neck fiercely, and then twisted it fiercely. At this time, a one-horned demon pounced on him from behind, but as soon as it rushed to the front, it was entangled by its ankle with a barbed tail. The huge inertia made the one-horned demon fall to the ground. Su Fan pounced on him fiercely, and his strong beast legs stomped on the one-horned demon fiercely. Almost at the same time, a thick and ferocious demon claw crossed its throat. When several other demon elites rushed over, the huge beast body disappeared into the air again, leaving behind the corpses of 3 demon elites. Although the sealed forest was not large, it was enough for him to constantly launch blood escape to change positions. Every time he changed to a new position, Su Fan used his demon-eye body to sneak attack the surrounding demon elites. After several repeated attacks, he seized the opportunity to kill more than a dozen of them. After Su Fan's attacks, there were less than 50 demon elites in the arena. But the situation was becoming more and more urgent. The demon seemed to have used some means again, and the sealed dense forest became smaller and smaller. The space for Su Fan to move back and forth was constantly compressed, and demon elites surrounded him from all directions. When he attacked the demon elite again, although he succeeded, he was immediately surrounded by the demons. The most fatal thing was that when Su Fan was invisible and ready to evacuate, the black sand thrown by a demon elite fell on him, instantly breaking his invisible state. This strange black sand could constantly break his invisible state and constantly corrode the flesh of the beast body. Su Fan was also completely exposed in broad daylight and was temporarily surrounded by several demons. Moreover, the roars of the demon elites could be heard from afar, and the surrounding demon elites were getting closer and closer. Su Fan had no choice but to fight back. He knew that he had to kill these demon elites before the other demons arrived. Once the surrounding demon elites arrived, he would be finished. Anyway, the invisibility state had lost its effect, and Su Fan didn't care whether he was exposed or not, and directly used the beast body. The beast body that merged the blood of the 5th level wild beast was extremely strong. At this moment, Su Fan used a pure beast body. Once he went crazy, even he was afraid of it. Bang! Su Fan knocked away a bent-horned evil demon, opened his ferocious mouth, and bit the neck of a demon elite. He turned his head violently and tore off half of the opponent's neck. Su Fan swung his tail again and entangled the neck of a one-horned mad demon that rushed over. He turned violently, and the huge demon driver fell to the ground. He rushed forward and swung his claws, instantly cutting off the head of the one-horned demon. Screech! At this time, a shrill scream came from the air, and a black-winged phantom demon suddenly fell from the sky, with a pair of huge claws whistling and grabbing Su Fan. Su Fan not only did not dodge, but kicked the ground, and the huge beast body leaped violently, using his strong body to resist the opponent's attack. The pair of claws of the black-winged phantom demon failed to scratch the shell on Su Fan's back, and the claws bounced out. Boom! Su Fan took the opportunity to open his ferocious big mouth, bit the flesh of the black-winged phantom demon, and dragged it to the ground alive. Swish! Su Fan's claws swept across the neck of the black-winged phantom demon and cut off its huge head. Then, Su Fan cleanly solved the other two demon elites. At this time, the demon elites in the distance were about to arrive. Su Fan released his demonic body, and with a flash of blood on his body, he disappeared on the spot. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.